By mid-morning the Red Keep was no longer a castle so much as a horn, and every corridor was its echo. Bells tolled from the Great September and answered from lesser septs, a rolling call that drew men into the streets whether they wished to come or not. Word had gone out. Quietly at first, then louder, then as loud as anything ever became in King's Landing, that the king lived, that the boar had not taken him, that the realm still had a stag upon the throne. And with that rumor came the one that crawled behind it like a shadow, that the queen was dead. Ned watched the yard fill as if a tide had risen and found cracks in the walls. Tradesmen in stained aprons, washerwomen with red hands, boys with half-shaved heads, old men leaning on sticks, all pressed between gold cloaks and stone. They did not speak much. They murmured to one another, eyes darting, mouths tight. King's Landing was a city that loved spectacle, but it loved certainty more. Today it had neither. Robert insisted on being seen. No argument, no gentle plea from Pycelle, no warning from Barristan about strain or infection could bend him. He came out wrapped in black velvet and stubbornness, his belly bound so tight it seemed his breath had to fight to escape. He leaned one hand on the balcony stone and the other on the haft of his warhammer, as if the weapon itself were the pillar holding him upright. Barristan stood at his side like a vow made flesh, bright in white despite the soot-stained morning. Renly looked too young for his green cloak, too pale for his easy smile. Ned held the sealed proclamation, its wax still warm from the press of the royal signet. The parchment felt heavier than any sword he had ever carried. Below, the crowd roiled when Robert stepped into view. A shout went up, half relief, half disbelief. And then the yard fell into a hush so complete Ned could hear the banners snapping on the wind. Robert's voice was hoarse, but it still carried. "People of King's Landing," he called, and when he said it the words sounded almost strange in his mouth, as if he had forgotten the people existed. "You look upon your king." A murmur, then scattered cheers, then uneasy silence again. A child began to cry and was hushed. Robert lifted the hammer a few inches, not as threat, but as proof he could. "I was wounded," he went on, "but I am not dead, and while I live, I will not be mocked in my own hall." His eyes swept the yard, hard and bright. "Lord Eddard Stark will read my decree." Ned stepped forward, the wind tugging at his cloak, and broke the seal. The red wax cracked like a small bone. "In the name of Robert of House Baratheon, first of his name," Ned read, his voice steady though his stomach churned, "King of the Undulls and the Roiner and the First Men, Lord of the Seven Kingdoms and Protector of the Realm." He saw faces tighten at the formality. The small folk loved titles until titles became judgments. "It is proclaimed that Cersei of House Lannister has been found guilty of treason against the Iron Throne, and has received sentence for her crimes." Ned did not say how. He did not offer the yard the sight of blood. The city could imagine it well enough. A wave of sound rose. Gasps, cries, a woman's wail, a man's barked laugh cut short by a neighbor's elbow. Somewhere someone shouted, "Lions!" like a curse. Ned continued, forcing the words into the air as if nailing them to the sky. "It is further proclaimed that Joffrey, Myrcella, and Tommen are not of the king's blood, and shall not inherit the Iron Throne. They are to remain under the king's protection and custody until the realm's peace is secured." Renly's breath hitched at that. Barristan did not move. Robert's jaw clenched, as if each mercy cost him another ounce of pride. Ned read on, of pardons offered to those who laid down arms, of rewards for those who revealed conspirators, of a promise that the king would punish treason wherever it hid, even in gilded halls. When he finished, he rolled the parchment with hands that wanted to shake and did not allow them. Robert stepped forward again, eyes blazing. "Let any man who calls me liar come and say it to my face," he roared. "Let Tywin Lannister come, if he has the stomach." The yard erupted then, not in unity, but in division. Some cheered, drunk on the thrill of a mighty name challenged. Some spat, fearful of what it would bring. Some simply stared up at Robert as if watching a bear rise from a pit and wondering who it would maul first. Ned looked down into the sea of faces and saw what frightened him most. Not anger, not grief, not even hatred. He saw hunger. Hunger for chaos, for vengeance, for the next thing to happen. King's Landing did not need reasons to burn. It only needed a spark. And Robert Baratheon, wounded and furious, was a spark carried on the wind. The children heard the bells as if the bells were coming for them. Joffrey raged from the moment the first clang rolled over the keep. He had demanded his mother, demanded his father, demanded his sword. When none came, he demanded blood, because that was the language he had learned best. He struck the door with his fists until his knuckles reddened, then kicked it with the heel of his boot as if Wood could be bullied into obedience. "Open it," he screamed. "I am the prince. I am the king's son. Open it." The gold cloaks outside did not answer. They stood awkwardly, spears held like strangers' tools, eyes fixed straight ahead as if looking at the boy would somehow involve them. They were men used to taking orders from whoever paid them last. Today they were being asked to ignore royal fury, and it made them sweat. Sandor Clegane leaned against the wall near the door, arms folded, helmet tucked beneath one arm. His scarred face looked carved from old anger. He watched Joffrey with a weary contempt that the boy was too furious to notice. Joffrey spun on him. "Hound!" he shouted. "Make them open it. That's an order." Sandor's eyes lifted, dull as river stones. "Orders," he said, voice rough. "Plenty of those today." Joffrey's face flushed. "You swore to protect me." Sandor's mouth twisted. "I swore to protect you from blades," he replied. "Not from doors." Joffrey lunged toward him, as if to strike him, and Sandor's hand shot out. It was not gentle. He caught Joffrey by the wrist and held him easily, as a man might hold a struggling bird. Joffrey jerked and snarled, his breath hot with helplessness. "Let go," he hissed. Sandor leaned in until his burned face was inches from the boy's. "If you hit me," he growled softly, "you'll regret it. And if you keep screaming, someone else will regret it for you." Joffrey stared, hatred and fear battling across his features. Then he yanked his wrist back, shaking with rage. In the window seat, Myrcella wept silently into her hands. Her hair had been hastily braided by a trembling handmaid, and the braid was already coming loose. Every so often she looked toward the door with wide eyes, as if expecting Cersei to sweep in and make the world right by sheer force of will. When the door did not open, her face crumpled again. Tommen sat on the floor beside her, small and pale, clutching a carved wooden lion so tightly his fingers whitened. He did not understand words like treason or legitimacy, but he understood tone. He understood that the keep had changed. He understood that the adults who had always seemed invincible were suddenly afraid. Joffrey whirled again, voice cracking. "Where is my mother?" he screamed. "Where is she?" The handmaid in the corner made a small sound and clapped a hand over her mouth, as if she had almost spoken and realized it could kill her. Myrcella looked up, eyes reddened. Tommen's lower lip trembled. Sandor exhaled through his nose, long and slow. "She's gone," he said at last. Joffrey froze. "Gone where?" he demanded. Sandor's gaze slid away, toward the stone, toward anywhere but the boy's face. "Gone," he repeated, and let the word do its own brutal work. For a heartbeat, the room was silent except for the bells outside and Myrcella's muffled sobs. Then Joffrey's face twisted, not with grief, but with fury so pure it seemed to make him brighter. "You're lying," he spat. "You're all lying. My father will kill you. He will." A key turned in the lock, and the door opened just a crack. Ned Stark stepped in, flanked by 2 Stark guards. His face was drawn, his eyes tired, as if he had aged years since dawn. Joffrey lunged toward him. "You?" he hissed. "This is your doing. I want you dead." Ned did not flinch. "You will hold your tongue," he said, voice quiet and terrible, "or you will learn what it costs." Joffrey's eyes widened. No one spoke to him like that, not since his mother, and not even she, not in public. Ned's gaze moved to Myrcella, then to Tommen. His voice softened, just a fraction. You will be kept safe, he told them. No one will harm you. Joffrey laughed. Brittle. Safe? He spat. From what? From my father? He's my father. He wouldn't. Ned looked at him, and there was no pity in it. The king is not your father, Ned said. The words hit like a slap. Joffrey's face went white, then purple with rage. Liar, he whispered, but the word lacked its former certainty. Ned did not argue. He had no need. The keep itself was arguing on his behalf with locked doors and silent guards and bells that tolled like judgment. Outside, King's Landing roared a little louder, as if the city had begun to taste the blood in the air. The black cells smelled of damp stone and old misery. They were a place where the Red Keep buried men it did not wish to remember. A place below the world, below light, below mercy. Ned had never been there before. He found the descent unpleasantly familiar, like walking down into a crypt. Jaime Lannister sat on the floor of his cell with chains on his wrists, the iron biting into skin that had never known such indignity. His torn white cloak lay in a corner like a dead bird. He did not look up when Ned approached. His head was bowed, hair falling into his eyes, and for a moment he seemed smaller, just a man in the dark. Then the torchlight shifted, and Jaime's eyes lifted. The grief in them had hardened into something sharper. You, Jaime said softly. Ned gripped the torch, the flame snapping. Barristan Selmy stood behind him, silent. The old knight had insisted on coming, and Ned had not argued. It felt safer to have honor at his shoulder, even if honor was fragile in a place like this. The king wanted you alive, Ned said. Jaime's mouth twisted. How gracious! Ned did not respond to the mockery. He had come because he needed to understand the shape of the danger. Jaime was not merely a prisoner. He was a match in a room full of oil. You threatened the king, Ned said. Jaime's laugh was low, ugly. Threatened? He repeated. I merely reminded him of history. King Steep. Even kings who think themselves gods. Ned's eyes narrowed. You killed Aerys Targaryen. Jaime's gaze sharpened. Yes, he said, and there was a fierce pride in the word, as if he were clinging to the one deed that made him more than a golden ornament. I killed a madman and they called me Kingslayer. Now your friend kills my sister and they call him Justice. Ned felt anger flare. Your sister committed treason. Jaime's eyes blazed. Your friend committed murder, he snapped. And you stood there and watched. Don't pretend your hands are clean, Stark. They're just clean because you hide them in snow. Ned's jaw tightened. I tried to stop it. Jaime stared at him, and the hatred in his eyes shifted into something like contempt. Did you? He asked softly. Or did you simply want him to be kingly as he butchered her? Ned held his gaze. He would not be baited. Tywin will come, Ned said. Jaime's smile returned, thin and sharp. Yes, he murmured. He will. You will write to him, Ned said, and the words tasted bitter. You will command him to stand down. You will tell him the children live. You will tell him. Jaime's laugh cut him off. You think my father takes commands from me? He asked. You think he will sheath his sword because I ask nicely from a hole in the ground? Ned's stomach tightened. He might if it saves your life. Jaime's eyes went hard. My life? He echoed. Do you think I care about my life now? Barristan spoke then, his voice quiet. Care, he said. Or not, but your father cares about the name Lannister. You can help prevent the realm from bleeding. Jaime looked past Ned to Barristan, and for a heartbeat something flickered in him. Respect, perhaps, for the only man in the room whose honor could not be questioned. You served her too, Jaime said softly. You stood guard while we... His throat worked. The grief tried to surface again. He crushed it. Tell me, Ser Barristan, he hissed. Did you feel proud when the king's sword took her head? Barristan's face tightened, pain crossing it like a shadow. I felt no pride, he said. I felt duty and sorrow. Jaime's mouth curled. Sorrow, he spat. Then act like it. Ned leaned closer to the bars. If Tywin comes with an army, Robert will answer with one, Ned said. Men will die who had no part in this. The Riverlands will burn. The Reach will choose sides. The realm is brittle. It will shatter. Jaime's eyes narrowed, the strategist in him awakening beneath grief. Then let it shatter, he whispered. Let your honorable realm drown in blood. Maybe then you'll see what your friend truly is. Ned's voice dropped. What Robert is, he said, is king, and what you are is a man in chains. If you want the children to live, you will help me. At the mention of the children, Jaime's face changed. The hatred faltered, and something raw slipped through. My children, he said, voice rough. They are alive, Ned said. For now. That mercy will not last if war comes to the gates. Jaime closed his eyes for a moment, as if fighting against himself. When he opened them again, the grief was still there, but it had been forced behind walls. Give me quill and parchment, Jaime said at last. Ned exhaled, slow. You will write. Jaime's gaze snapped to him. I will write what I wish, he said, voice like steel. And you will pray it's enough. Ned did not like the bargain, but he took it. In King's Landing, you took what you could and hoped it did not cut you later. The small council chamber felt smaller with death in the air. Robert would not sit the Iron Throne again that day. The wound had begun to throb in earnest, and even his stubbornness could not keep pain from claiming its due. He slumped in the high chair at the head of the table, face slick with sweat, jaw clenched, as if admitting weakness would invite it to devour him. A cup of watered wine sat untouched at his elbow. Ned stood over a map of Westeros spread across the table, weighing stones in his hand as if they were lives. He placed one at Casterly Rock, one at Riverrun, one at King's Landing. The Riverlands lay between like soft flesh. Renly paced, unable to keep still. We must secure allies, he said, voice quick. The Lannisters have gold and men. If Tywin rides, he rides hard. We need the Reach. Robert's eyes narrowed. The Reach, he rasped. Tyrells. Renly nodded eagerly. Mace Tyrell will follow whoever makes him feel important. Offer him a marriage. Ned's gaze snapped up. A marriage? He repeated. Renly's smile flashed, strained. A new queen, he said simply, as if replacing one woman with another were as easy as changing a cloak. The realm loves weddings. It forgives much in silk and song. Robert's mouth curled. Another wife, he muttered, and there was bitterness in it, a taste of old disappointment. Another bed. It would bind the Reach to us, Renly insisted. It would bring grain, knights, ships. It would make Tywin think twice. Tywin does not think twice, Ned said. He thinks once and men die. Peter Baelish chuckled softly. Still, he murmured, fingers idly tapping his ledger. Dead men do not pay their debts. A bit of Reach gold, Reach grain would be soothing. Robert's gaze cut to him. You enjoy this, Robert growled. Peter's smile did not falter. Enjoy? He echoed. No, sire. I merely appreciate clarity. When the powerful move openly, even a humble servant knows where to stand. Robert's hand twitched toward his hammer, which rested against his chair like a loyal hound. Be careful, he warned. Varys spoke softly, cutting between them before the spark could catch. Sire, he said, there is also Dragonstone. Robert's eyes hardened. Stannis, he said, and the name carried old resentment. Stannis Baratheon is the lawful heir, Ned said, and he said it plainly because it had to be said. Now more than ever, the realm must see the line clear. Renly stopped pacing. His face tightened. Lawful, he repeated, and the word sounded sour on his tongue. Robert's gaze flicked between his brothers' names like a man staring at two doors, neither of which he wanted to open. Stannis will come like a crow to a corpse, Robert muttered. He'll say he warned me. He'll demand I name him heir in front of every lord. He will demand the realm be ruled properly, Ned said. Robert barked a laugh that turned into a grimace. Properly, he spat, as if the realm is a ledger to be balanced. Pycelle made a small sound, and a gold cloak shoved him back into his chair. The maester's face was ashen. He had been stripped of dignity, and he clung to his chain as if it could still matter. Ned placed another stone on the map, Dragonstone. "We send for him," Ned said, "not as a request but as command. He must come and stand beside you. It will show unity." Renly's eyes flashed. "And if he comes and starts barking about your honor and his rights?" he demanded. "He'll push Robert into a corner. He'll make enemies where we need friends." "We already have enemies," Ned said. "We cannot afford to become enemies to ourselves." Robert stared at the map as if it were an enemy in its own right. Then he slammed his fist on the table, making the stones jump. "Fine," he growled. "Send for Stannis. Send for every lord who dares breathe. I'll have them all here. Let them look at me and decide if they'd rather follow a lion." Varys's eyes gleamed faintly. "And the children?" he asked softly. Robert's jaw tightened. "Kept," he said. "Guarded. Federal. No one touches them." Renly exhaled. Relief and frustration tangled. Peter smiled faintly. Pycelle looked as if he might faint. Ned felt the map beneath his hands like a living thing, fragile and stretched. They were moving pieces, yes, but each piece was a man with a blade, a farmer with a torch, a child with a hunger. The board would bleed. "Ravens," Robert ordered. "To Dragonstone, to Winterfell, to Riverrun, to the Eyrie if the Lisa woman can still read, and to Casterly Rock." His eyes narrowed. "Tywin will receive my words." Ned held Robert's gaze. "And if Tywin answers with war?" Robert's smile was grim and bright. "Then we'll have war," he said. "At least war is honest." Dragonstone tasted of salt and old smoke. Stannis Baratheon read the Raven's message beneath carved stone dragons that leered down from the hall's gloom. The paper crackled in his clenched fist, not from wind, but from the pressure of his anger held too tightly. Davos Seaworth stood behind him, hands clasped, eyes worried. He had seen storms that swallowed fleets, and he still looked more afraid of this than any black wave. Melisandre watched from near a brazier, red silk pooling around her like spilled wine. The firelight made her eyes gleam. When she breathed, the air seemed to lean toward her. Stannis's mouth tightened as he read the final lines. The queen dead. The children declared false. Tywin challenged. And at the bottom, the command, "Come to King's Landing. Stand beside your brother. Be seen." For a moment Stannis said nothing. Then he lifted his eyes, and his gaze was as hard as the stone beneath his feet. "He has finally done it," Stannis said. Davos swallowed. "Done what, M-Lord?" Stannis's jaw flexed. "Proven himself unfit," he said coldly. "He has executed the queen in the night like a butcher in an alley, then proclaimed himself righteous." Davos hesitated. "If the queen truly, if," Stannis snapped, and the word was a lash. "Truth matters. Law matters. Not a wounded man's wrath. The realm is not a tavern brawl." Melisandre's voice slid into the hall like smoke. "The flames have spoken of a stag wounded and roaring," she murmured. "A stag who spills blood to wake the world." Stannis did not look at her. He stared at the raven's parchment as if it were an insult delivered in ink. "He commands me to come," he said. Davos shifted, cautious. "He is still the king," he said quietly. "And he is your brother." Stannis's laugh was humorless. "Brother," he repeated. He never remembered that when he gave Storm's End to Renly. He never remembered that when he ignored my counsel. Now he remembers because he needs me to hold up his throne while he bleeds. Melisandre stepped closer, the heat of the brazier following her. "He fears what comes," she said softly. "The lion in the west, the darkness beyond the wall, the dragon across the sea. He moves because he is afraid." Stannis's eyes narrowed. "Fear does not excuse lawlessness. It reveals it," Melisandre said, and her smile was faint. Men show their true selves when the night is deep. Stannis crumpled the parchment in his fist until the wax seal cracked. Then, with an effort visible in the tension of his shoulders, he smoothed it again. Control was his armor. He would not let anger rule him the way it ruled Robert. "We sail," Stannis said at last. Davos blinked. "To King's Landing?" "To King's Landing," Stannis confirmed. "If Robert wishes the realm to see unity, he will have it. But he will also hear what I have to say." Melisandre's eyes glittered. "And if he will not listen?" Stannis's gaze fixed on the stone dragons, on their open mouths, their carved teeth. "Then the realm will need a king who will," he said. Davos's throat worked. He knew what that meant. He knew the weight of it. "And the children?" he asked quietly. Stannis's face did not soften. "They are not his," he said. "They are not mine. They are a problem Robert has created with his lust and his negligence. If he keeps them alive, he keeps a spark near kindling." Melisandre's voice was soft as a prayer. "Sparks can become cleansing fire." Stannis's eyes flicked to her at last, sharp with warning. "Not in my hall," he said. Melisandre bowed her head, obedient in gesture if not in spirit. Outside, the sea battered the rocks below Dragonstone, relentless. Stannis listened to it for a heartbeat, then turned away. "Ready the ships," he commanded, "and send word ahead. The king will not wait long, and neither will Tywin Lannister." Davos bowed, heart heavy, and hurried to obey, while Melisandre watched the brazier flames dance as if they were whispering secrets only she could hear. Casterly Rock did not feel grief the way men did. Its halls were too old, its stones too heavy. They had watched kings rise and fall, watched the sea grind the shore into sand, watched Lannisters come and go like generations of lions in a single den. If the rock mourned, it did so in silence that outlasted tears. Tywin Lannister read the Raven's message in his solar as if it were a list of prices. The scroll lay unfurled on the table, and his hands rested on either side of it, steady. Kevan stood close, face tight, while Maester Crelin waited near the door with ink-stained fingers and eyes that dared not meet Tywin's for long. When Tywin reached the line that named Cersei dead, his face did not change. Not a flinch, not a tightening of the mouth, not a widening of the eyes. Only his gaze sharpened, minutely, like a blade being honed. He read the rest: Jaime chained, the children declared false, Robert's challenge, Ned Stark's proclamation of protection. When he finished, he set the scroll down with the same care he might use to place a cup on a table. Kevan's voice came low. "Cersei," he said, as if speaking the name could make it real. Tywin's eyes remained on the parchment. "Yes," he said. Kevan's throat worked. "And Jaime," Tywin's gaze lifted. "Is alive," he said. "That matters." Kevan exhaled, relief tangled with fear. "He will want vengeance," Kevan said. "Robert is wounded. The city is restless. If we move quickly." Tywin raised a hand, and Kevan fell silent. The gesture was small, but it carried decades of authority. "We do not move quickly," Tywin said. "We move correctly." Kevan's jaw tightened. "Correctly," he echoed. Tywin's voice was calm. "Robert Baratheon has executed a queen without trial witnessed by the realm's great lords," he said. "He has declared royal children illegitimate in a single morning. He has invited war and called it justice. The question is not whether we answer. The question is how we answer so the realm blames him for the blood that follows." Maester Crelin swallowed. "My lord," he began. "There are laws." Tywin's gaze slid to him. It was not anger. It was colder than anger. "Do not speak to me of laws," Tywin said. "Laws are what men call power when they wish it to sound respectable." Crelin bowed his head and said no more. Kevan leaned closer to the table, eyes hard. "The children," he said quietly, "if Robert keeps them." Tywin's fingers tapped once against the wood. "He will keep them until it suits him not to," he said. "And if he dies, Stark will keep them, or Stannis, or some other fool who believes mercy is strength. They will become banners for anyone who wishes to hurt House Baratheon. Kevin's face tightened. Then we should take them, he said. Tywin's gaze remained steady. We will, he said, but not by running headfirst into the Red Keep like brigands. We will starve the city if we must. We will turn lords against Robert. We will make his allies hesitate. And when the gates open, they will open because the realm demanded it. Kevin's mouth twisted. And Cersei? He asked, unable to keep the grief from his voice. For the first time, something like steel sorrow flickered in Tywin's eyes, brief and contained. Cersei chose her path, he said. Robert chose his. Now I choose mine. He turned to the window slit, where the sea beyond Casterly Rock shone gray under winter light. Send ravens, Tywin ordered, to the Westerlands. Call the banners. Send Ser Gregor Clegane into the Riverlands. Quietly, let the small folk scream first. Lords listen when peasants burn. Kevin's face tightened, but he nodded. As you command. Tywin's gaze returned to the parchment. And send a message to King's Landing, he said. Not a plea, not a threat, a statement. Tell Robert Baratheon that he has murdered a queen, imprisoned a Kingsguard, and stolen children who bear the name Lannister whether he likes it or not. Kevin hesitated. What should the message say? Tywin's mouth did not smile, but something in his eyes sharpened. It should say, he replied, that lions do not forget the taste of blood. The first flames rose in the Riverlands before King's Landing had finished arguing about what it had witnessed. It began the way such things always began, with riders on the horizon and the wrong kind of silence in the air. A small village near the Red Fork saw them first, dark specks growing larger against pale fields. Men paused in doorways, hands shading eyes. Children stopped chasing one another. Dogs began to bark, uneasy. Then the riders arrived, and there was no mistaking what they were. Lannister colors, red cloth snapping in the wind, steel glinting beneath. At their head rode a man so large he seemed built for slaughter rather than life. Ser Gregor Clegane's helm turned slowly as he entered the village, as if he were studying a pen of animals and deciding which to kill first. A village elder stepped forward, shaking, hands raised. Sirs, he called, voice thin, we're loyal folk. We pay our tithes. We, a Lannister man-at-arms, rode him down without slowing. The elder fell like a sack, and the horse's hooves left him behind, broken and small. Screams erupted. Women grabbed children. Men reached for pitchforks and hunting knives, pitiful weapons against mail and swords. Someone tried to run for the woods. An arrow took him in the back, and he fell face-first into mud. Ser Gregor did not speak. He did not need to. His men poured into the village like water into cracks, torches lifted, blades drawn. Thatch caught quickly, flames licking upward, smoke boiling into the cold air. A woman's scream cut sharp, then cut off. A child cried until someone slapped a hand over the child's mouth and hauled them toward the river. A man with a pitchfork lunged at a Lannister rider. The rider laughed and drove a sword through his belly. The man crumpled, eyes wide, pitchfork clattering onto the stones. Ser Gregor dismounted near the village's small sept. He stood for a moment, a black tower amid smoke and panic, and looked at the seven-pointed star carved above the door. Then he raised his sword and hacked at the wooden beam holding the door shut. Would split. The door burst inward. Two septons inside scrambled back, eyes wide with terror. Please, one of them croaked. In the name of the Seven. Ser Gregor's sword took the septon's head off with a single brutal swing. The second septon fell to his knees, sobbing, hands lifted. Ser Gregor's men dragged him out and threw him into the street like refuse. A Lannister captain rode up, face flushed with smoke and excitement. Ser Gregor, he shouted. Orders from Lord Tywin. Leave survivors. Let them carry the tale. Ser Gregor's helm turned slowly toward him. For a heartbeat, the captain looked as if he might be afraid of the man he was giving orders to. Then Ser Gregor gave a single nod, an acknowledgement, not obedience. He grabbed the surviving septon by the hair and hauled him close, holding him up so the man's feet kicked uselessly in the air. The septon's eyes rolled, pleading. Ser Gregor leaned in, as if to whisper. Instead, he threw the septon into the burning sept and shut the door behind him. The captain stared, swallowed, and said nothing. By the time the riders left, the village was a smoking ruin, bodies scattered like broken dolls, the air thick with ash. Those who lived did not look like victors. They looked like ghosts. They stumbled through the aftermath with eyes too wide, mouths too dry, clutching children and scraps of life, and they carried one truth with them as they fled toward Riverrun. The lions had answered. Renly Baratheon did not wait for war to arrive. He ran to meet it, smiling. He found Loras Tyrell in a chamber tucked away from the busiest corridors, a room that smelled faintly of roses and steel. Loras stood near the window slit, armor polished so bright it caught what little light the day offered. He looked too beautiful for the ugliness creeping through the realm, and perhaps that was why men looked at him and believed in songs. Renly closed the door behind them and leaned against it as if holding back the world. "It's begun," Renly said. Loras's eyes sharpened. "I heard the bells," he said. "I heard the shouting. Tell me true." Renly's smile faltered. "Cersei is dead," he said. Loras's mouth parted slightly. For all his youth, he understood what that meant. "Robert killed her?" Renly nodded. "In the night," he said, voice tight, "before the city could blink." Loras exhaled slowly. "And Tywin?" Renly's eyes flashed. "Will come," he said. "And when he does, we need the Reach beside us. Not watching, not waiting, beside." Loras studied him. "You want my father," he said. "You want Mace Tyrell's banners." Renly stepped closer, lowering his voice. "I want your sister," he said. Loras blinked. "Marjorie." Renly gestured toward the table, where a small painted portrait lay. Marjorie Tyrell with her dark hair and her poised smile, looking out as if she already knew how to turn a room with a glance. Beside it sat a single rose in a cup, red as a wound. "Robert needs a queen," Renly said. "The realm needs to see stability. A wedding will calm the streets. It will bind Highgarden to us. It will make Tywin hesitate before he rides." Loras's brow furrowed. "Robert will not," he began. "He will," Renly cut in, and the certainty in his voice was born of desperation. "He must. He is wounded. He is furious. He needs the world to look at him and see a king who still commands love, not just fear. Marjorie can give him that." Loras's gaze narrowed. "And what do you gain?" he asked quietly. Renly's smile returned. Thin. "A realm that doesn't collapse," he said. "A brother who doesn't drown in his own rage. And..." He hesitated, then forced the words out. "A place. A place where I matter." Loras's eyes softened just slightly. "You already matter to me," he said. Renly's breath caught, and for a moment the war outside the door seemed far away. Then the bells echoed again, and reality snapped back like a whip. "Speak to your father," Renly urged. "Tell him this is his chance. A Tyrell queen. A Tyrell hand, perhaps. Gold and grain and roses in the Red Keep." Loras's jaw tightened. "My father will want guarantees," he said. "He will want Robert to name." "He can have honors," Renly said quickly. "He can have titles. He can have what he needs to feel grand." Loras studied Renly, then nodded once. "I will send a message," he said. "But Renly, Stannis will come." Renly's smile faded. "Yes," he said softly. "He will. And he will not like this," Loras added. Renly's eyes hardened. "Then Stannis can choke on it," he said, and the cruelty of the words surprised even him. He glanced away, jaw tight. "I won't let him take everything. Not again." Loras stepped closer, voice gentle. "This is dangerous," he said. Renly laughed, brittle. "Everything is dangerous now," he replied. "The only question is whether we choose the danger that keeps us alive." Outside the chamber, footsteps pounded down the corridor. and a shout echoed, "News from the gates, from the city, from some new fire lighting in the realm." Renly listened, then turned back to Loras with a smile that did not reach his eyes. "Send your raven," he said, "before the lions send theirs." That night, the Red Keep tried to bite itself. Ned was in Maegor's holdfast when it began, drawn there by unease he could not name. The holdfast was meant to be the safest place in the keep: thick doors, hidden passages, murder holes built by a paranoid king who had feared his own shadow. Ned had always disliked it. A fortress designed against its own people was a confession in stone. He walked the corridors with Stark guards at his back, torchlight flickering against black walls. The air felt wrong, too quiet, too watchful. Then he heard it. A scrape of boots where there should have been none, the faint clink of mail, the whisper of men trying to be silent. Ned's hand went to ice. From a side passage, a gold cloak captain emerged, the same thick-necked man with the scarred chin who had taken Ned's orders that morning. He moved with purpose now, not uncertainty, and he had armed men behind him. "My lord," the captain said, voice careful. Ned's eyes narrowed. "Where are you going?" he demanded. The captain hesitated for a heartbeat too long. Behind him, one of his men shifted, hand tightening on a spear. Ned stepped forward, Stark guards fanning slightly. "Answer," he said. The captain's gaze darted toward the locked door deeper in the corridor, the door that led to where the children were kept. A faint sound came from beyond it, a child's cry, muffled and frightened. Ned felt cold wash through him. "No," he said, voice low. "You are not." The captain swallowed. "Orders," he said, the word that had haunted the day. "From Lord Baelish." Ned's gaze snapped to the shadow behind the captain, and there Peter Baelish stood, leaning against the stone as if he had wandered in by accident. His smile was mild. "Lord Stark," Peter said. "How fortunate. I was just ensuring the king's interests." Ned's eyes burned. "Your interests," he said. Peter spread his hands. "Surely they align," he murmured. "The children are dangerous pieces. A false king is still a banner. A frightened city still loves a pretty lie." Ned's grip tightened on ice until the leather creaked. "Step aside," he commanded the captain. The captain looked torn. Fear of Ned, fear of Peter, fear of whoever had paid him last. Peter's gaze remained calm, and that calm was its own threat. "My lord," the captain said, voice rough. "The city's whispering. They say Robert will kill the children. They say the Lannisters will come. They say whatever they're paid to say," Ned snapped. "You will not touch them." Peter's smile thinned. "You are very protective," he observed, "of children who are not yours." "They are innocents," Ned said. Peter's eyes glinted. "Innocence does not stop a war," he replied. "Hostages do." Ned stepped forward, drawing ice halfway. The Valyrian steel caught torchlight with a cold sheen. The gold cloaks flinched back instinctively. Even the captain's bravado faltered. "Another step," Ned said, voice like winter, "and I will cut you down where you stand." Peter's brows rose as if impressed. "You would kill men in the king's own holdfast?" "I would kill traitors," Ned said, and he meant it. The captain's breath came fast. "Lord Baelish told us to move them," he said, desperation creeping into his voice. "To a safer place, to keep them from Robert." Ned's eyes narrowed. "And where is this safer place?" The captain hesitated again, and Ned saw it then. The plan wasn't safety. It was leverage. Move the children, hide them, then sell their location to whichever side paid most. A knife held against the realm's throat. Peter's voice came softly. "Lord Stark," he said, "you cannot hold every door. You cannot stand in every corridor. The realm is changing, and you cling to mercy as if it were armor." Ned took a step closer until Peter could see the anger in his eyes. "Mercy is not weakness," Ned said. "It is what makes us men." Peter smiled gently, as if Ned were a child saying something charming. "Then you will die a man," he murmured. Ned's sword rose another inch. "Get out," he said to the gold cloaks, voice final. Now. For a tense heartbeat, no one moved. Then the captain exhaled and backed away, pride swallowed by fear. His men followed, retreating into the passage like rats into a hole. Peter Baelish remained, smiling. You've made an enemy, he said softly. Ned's gaze held his. I already had one, he replied. Peter's smile lingered. Then he turned and drifted away, footsteps silent. Ned watched him go, knowing the man would not forget this. Peter did not forgive slights. He collected them. Ned turned to the locked door where the children were kept and listened to the faint, frightened breathing beyond it. He felt the keep's stone around him like a throat tightening. The lions had struck in the Riverlands. Now the snakes were striking inside the Red Keep. 3 days later, the sea brought Stannis Baratheon like a blade sliding from a sheath. King's Landing heard the ships before it saw them. The harbor carried sounds strangely. The creak of ropes, the slap of oars, the low boom of horns as vessels announced their approach. Fishermen paused in their work, hands stilled on nets, heads turning. Dockworkers stopped shouting. Even the gulls seemed to will differently, uneasy in the air. Black sails appeared through the morning mist, dark shapes cutting across gray water. At the foremost ship's prow stood Stannis Baratheon, rigid as a carved figurehead, cloak snapping. Beside him stood Davos Seaworth, face drawn, eyes fixed on the city as if watching a beast that might lunge. From the Red Keep's tower window, Robert watched them arrive with a hard stare. His wound had not healed. It had only been forced into obedience by his will, and his face was thinner now, the flush of rage often replaced by a pallor that made him look more like his brother than he would have liked. Still, when he stood like a king determined to remain upright. Ned stood beside him, hands clasped behind his back. He watched the ships and thought of storms. Not the kind that brought rain, the kind that brought men. He comes, Robert muttered. He would, Ned replied. He is your brother. Robert's mouth twisted. A brother who has waited his whole life to tell me I've done it wrong, he said. Ned did not answer. Outside, the city shifted. Gold cloaks massed along the walls, spears bristling. Men at the harbor shouted orders. Boats bobbed like corks in the wake of the incoming fleet. The city's smoke rose and mingled with mist, making the air taste of soot and salt. In the days since Robert's proclamation, King's Landing had changed. The streets had grown sharper. People whispered names like prayers or curses. Tywin, Stannis, Stark. The markets remained open, but traders watched the gates more than their scales. Bread prices rose. Fights broke out over rumors. Bodies turned up in alleyways, throats cut, pockets emptied, messages written in bloodless silence. Varys's little birds sang. Peter Baelish's men smiled. And somewhere beneath it all, fear coiled like a snake. Ravens had come too, bad ones. The Riverlands burning. Small folk fleeing. Lords sending cautious replies that tasted of hesitation. Tywin's banners gathering like storm clouds. Robert had read those ravens with a grin that never reached his eyes. Good, he had said each time, as if welcoming the proof of his own prophecy. Now Stannis' ships slid into the harbor, and the realm's fracture line widened. Robert turned from the window, jaw tight. Bring him to me, he ordered. Ned nodded, though a knot tightened in his chest. Stannis would not come to soothe. He would come to judge, and Robert, wounded and proud, would not accept judgment easily. As Stannis' gangplank thudded onto the dock below and the city's roar rose to meet him, Ned felt the coming collision as if it were already shaking the stones beneath his feet. The lions had drawn blood in the Riverlands. The stag had drawn blood in the Red Keep. Now another stag arrived, colder and harder, and between them the realm waited, brittle as glass, wondering which blow would finally shatter it. The night came in hard and wet, as if the sky itself had been struck. Rain slid down the black stone of the Red Keep and ran in ropes from the gargoyles' mouths. Torches sputtered and hissed, throwing broken light over men's faces as they surged toward the outer gatehouse. The smell reached them first. Iron, wet leather, horse sweat, and something darker that made a man's stomach tighten. Then the litter appeared, borne by 6 huntsmen and 2 guards whose arms shook under the weight. Robert Baratheon lay upon it like a felled oak hauled from a forest. The boar had found him, gored him deep, and yet the great stag had refused to die. Bandages crisscrossed his belly, already seeping through, and his chest rose and fell like bellows at a forge. His face was pale under the beard, but his eyes were open, blue and furious, fixed on the Red Keep as if it were an enemy he meant to take. Eddard Stark pushed through the press of bodies with the flat patience of a man walking into a storm he could not outrun. He kept his face still, but his thoughts were a tangle of ravens and blades. In the hours since the rider had come with the news, the city had not stopped moving. It had turned its gears faster, hungry for rumor, hungry for advantage. Cersei would be awake. Jaime would be awake. Littlefinger would be awake. Varys would be awake even if he did not sleep. Grand Maester Pycelle waddled forward, robes gathered in his fists, eyes wide as coins. "Your Grace, save your wheezing." Robert's voice was rough with pain and rage, yet it filled the gatehouse all the same. He tried to lift himself and hissed, teeth bared, "Get me inside, now, and send for my hammer." Ned heard the words and felt the air shift, as if someone had opened a door to a colder corridor. Robert's warhammer was not a thing to be fetched for comfort. It was what he reached for when he meant to end arguments. Barristan Selmy stepped close, his white cloak plastered to his shoulders by rain. "Sire, you must be carried to your chambers." "The wound can scream while I speak," Robert snarled. His gaze slid past Barristan to Ned, and for a heartbeat the rage turned to something else. A raw, bitter pain that did not come from the boar. "You, Stark, walk with me." Ned nodded once. He had meant to speak to Robert in the morning, when there were witnesses he could trust and walls to keep the city's ears away. But the morning was a hope men told themselves to sleep. The night had arrived with Robert alive, and that changed everything. As they carried Robert through the inner yard, servants scattered like mice. A kennel of hounds began to howl, uneasy with the scent of blood. Above, the Tower of the Hand loomed, its windows dark. Ned's home in this nest of stone and whispers. He looked up once and thought of Winterfell's quiet snows, and of how far away honor felt from this place. Varys appeared at the edge of torchlight, soft-footed and smiling as if this were a feast and not a calamity. "Your Grace," he murmured, hands spread in welcome. "How good it is to see you return to us." Robert's mouth twisted. "Spare me your silk, eunuch. If I die, I'll haunt you first." Varys inclined his head, unoffended, eyes like polished stones. "Then I shall endeavor to keep you among us, sire. The realm would be bereft." Ned did not look at Littlefinger, but he felt the man's presence like a hand at the small of his back. Peter Baelish stood near the stables beneath an awning, cloak thrown over one shoulder, watching with the mild interest of a gambler at a dice table. Their eyes met for the briefest moment. Littlefinger's smile was small, and it promised nothing good. Robert was taken through corridors that echoed with hurried footsteps. The Kingsguard cleared a path with the cold efficiency of men born to stand between blades and flesh. But the Red Keep was not a battlefield you could see. Its weapons were doors and words and waiting. When they reached Robert's chambers, the guards barred the doors. Barristan Selmy remained, along with Renly Baratheon, who had arrived pale-faced and damp-haired, eyes flicking over Robert's bandages like a man counting coins he feared he'd lost. Pycelle hovered with a bundle of herbs. Varys drifted in last like smoke, Robert's hand clenched in the bedclothes. "Out!" he growled at the maester. "Out, all of you save Stark and Selmy. Renly can stay. The rest can piss off." Pycelle sputtered. Varys's smile did not waver, but his eyes sharpened. Renly glanced to Ned as if searching for a shape to cling to. Ned drew a breath that tasted of candle wax and rain. The door closed. The lock slid home. The night pressed its ear to the stone. Robert turned his head, eyes burning. Well, what is it you dragged yourself to tell me before? Speak. Ned had rehearsed the words in his mind 100 times. On the road north, on the day he had taken the hand's chain, on the steps of the Great September. He had imagined Robert's laughter, Robert's denial, Robert's grief. He had not imagined Robert alive and bleeding in a bed that smelled faintly of old wine, demanding the truth like a man demanding steel. He spoke anyway because there was nothing else to do. "I came to King's Landing to serve you," Ned said, voice low. "And I came to protect your children." Renly's head lifted sharply. Robert barked a laugh that turned into a cough. "Protect them from what? From my brother's sour face? From my wife's sermons?" Ned reached to the table and touched the book he had brought, The Lineage of the Great Houses. "From lies, Robert." Robert's eyes narrowed. "You have always loved your solemn words. Get to the point." Ned felt the weight of it like a stone on his tongue. "Joffrey is not your son." The room went still. Even the candles seemed to pause, their flames steadying. Barristan Selmy's jaw tightened, the only sign he was not carved from marble. Robert blinked once. "What? Tommen and Myrcella are not your children either," Ned continued, forcing the words through his teeth like a man pushing a blade through leather. "They are not of your blood." Renly's mouth fell open. He took a step forward, then stopped, as if the floor had turned to ice. "That's Ned, that's—" "Silence," Robert said, and his voice was so cold Ned felt it on his skin. He stared at Ned with a predator's stillness. "Say it plain." Ned looked at Barristan Selmy first. The old knight's eyes held his, steady as a shield. Whatever horror lived in him, it would not sway his duty. Ned turned back to Robert. "Cersei has been unfaithful," Ned said. "For years. The children are Jaime's, not yours." For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then Robert's face changed, as if some great hand had struck him from within. The flush rose from his neck to his cheeks, a dark tide. His fingers clenched in the sheets until his knuckles whitened. He did not roar. He did not laugh. He simply breathed, long and harsh, and the sound was like a whetstone. Renly whispered, "Seven save us." Robert's gaze flicked to Renly and back. "You knew?" he demanded. Renly flinched. No. I suspected things, but not this. Not." Robert's laugh was ugly. "Of course, everyone suspects. Everyone whispers. I am the last man in my own bed to know whose seed warms it." Ned moved to the proof because words were not enough in this city. "I found the record of Jon Arryn's investigation," he said. "He was reading this book." Ned slid it closer, open to the page. "Baratheon bastards, Robert. Your blood shows black hair. Always. The children." He stopped himself from saying blonde. He let the silence carry it. Robert stared at the page as if it were written in blood. His lips peeled back from his teeth. "Jaime," he said, and the name was a curse. "Jaime Lannister, the pretty knight." Barristan's voice came like a bell. "Your Grace, if this is true." "It is true," Ned said, "because if he left even a crack, denial would pour through. And Jon Arryn died for learning it, the same as any man would." Robert's head snapped toward Ned. "You think they killed Jon Arryn?"
Ned nodded.
"I believe so." The bed creaked as Robert tried to sit. Pain carved his face, but rage held him upright for a moment. "Where is she?" he rasped. "Where is my wife?" Renly spoke quickly, fear making him sharp. "Sire, you should." Robert's eyes found him like a thrown spear. "Should what? Lie here and let them slit my throat? Let that lioness put another knife in my ribs?" He leaned closer to Ned, close enough that Ned could smell the sour edge of wine still in his breath. "Tell me true, Stark. Did she ever love me?" Ned's stomach turned. The question was too human, too small for the violence it sat beside. "No," he said, because lies were for courtiers. Robert's expression cracked, and for a moment Ned saw the boy who had been crowned in fire and shouting, who had thought a throne could heal a broken heart. Then the crack sealed with iron. "Bring her," Robert said. and his voice was not the voice of a man making a request. "Bring Jaime. Bring the children. Bring them all. Tonight." Barristan's eyes widened. "Your Grace. Tonight," Robert repeated. "Before the sun rises and the city grows teeth. Selmy, Renly, I want the Kingsguard. I want the Red Keep locked. I want the city watch under my command, not Peter Baelish's." His gaze cut to Ned. "Can you do that?" Ned felt the trap forming around them like jaws. "I can try," he said. Robert's hand shot out and seized Ned's forearm with surprising strength. "Do more than try," Robert growled. "If I die, the realm dies with me, and if I live, then lions will learn what it means to hunt a stag." The Red Keep had its own heartbeat. It lived in the footsteps of guards, the murmur behind doors, the scraping of quills in council chambers at hours meant for sleep. That night, the heartbeat quickened until it felt like panic. Ned left Robert's chambers as if he were walking away from a cliff edge. Barristan Selmy moved beside him, a white shadow in the torchlight, and Renly hurried at their heels with the restless energy of a man who wanted to run and could not. Behind them, Robert's order hung in the air like smoke. "Tonight." "Lord Stark," Barristan said softly as they turned a corner. "The accusation is grave." "It is true," Ned answered. Barristan's face did not change. "Truth is not always enough to keep blades from throats." "No," Ned said, "but it is all I have." Renly's voice came in a tight rush. "If this is known, if this becomes known, the city will tear itself apart. Cersei will not go quietly. Jaime is one man," Ned said. But he remembered Jaime's smile, remembered the ease with which the man wore a sword, as if it were part of his arm. One man with the Kingsguard and half the court in his pocket. Renly swallowed. "We should send for the city watch at once."
Ned nodded.
"Peter Baelish controls them." Renly grimaced, as if Ned had named a disease. "He can be convinced." Ned did not like the sound of that, but there was no time for dislike. "Then convince him," Ned said. "Now." They split in the corridor like men casting dice. Barristan went to rouse the Kingsguard, who were loyal to the cloak rather than the crown of a Lannister queen. Renly went to Littlefinger because he could smile where Ned could not, and because he had always understood the game better than the men who pretended it did not exist. Ned went to the Tower of the Hand to gather the few men he trusted, Jory Castle, as many Stark guards as he could pull from their posts without causing alarm. As he climbed the steps, the air grew colder. The tower's stones held the chill even in summer, and in winter they were like ice. At the top, Jory met him, hand on his sword, eyes alert. "My lord? We heard." "The king lives," Ned said, "but barely, and there is no time. Rouse the men." Quietly, Jory's gaze sharpened. "Against who?" Ned hesitated only a moment. "Against House Lannister." Jory's face went hard. "As you command." Below, in the belly of the keep, Peter Baelish was already moving. Ned found him in a corridor near the small council chamber, dressed as if for an evening stroll rather than a night of upheaval. Littlefinger's eyes flicked over Ned with feigned innocence. "Lord Stark," Peter said, smooth as oil, "you look as if you've seen a ghost." "I've seen the king," Ned said, "and he has orders." Peter's smile widened. "Does he? How refreshing. For a time I feared we were to be governed by maesters and women." Ned kept his voice flat. "The king commands the city watch to secure the Red Keep. No one enters. No one leaves. He commands you to see it done." Peter's brows rose. "Commands," he repeated, savoring the word. "Such a strong thing, command. One might almost think he remembers he is king." "He remembers," Ned said. Peter's gaze slid away, to where a city watch captain lingered in the shadows, helmet under his arm. Ned saw the purse then, small, heavy, disappearing into the captain's hand. A transaction completed without a word. Peter returned his attention to Ned with a pleasant expression. "Of course," Peter said. "The city watch will do its duty. We are all loyal servants of the crown." Ned's mouth tightened. To the crown, he agreed. Not to you, not to gold, not to lions. Peter leaned closer, voice soft. Tell me, my lord, does the king's command include any particular lion? Ned's hand went to the hilt of his own sword, not drawing, but finding comfort in its presence. It includes treason, he said. Peter's eyes glittered. Ah, he murmured. Treason, such a flexible word in King's Landing, can mean anything, and so it means everything. Renly appeared then, breathless, cheeks flushed. His gaze darted from Ned to Peter. It's done, Renly said. The city watch will come. Peter spread his hands. I live to serve. Ned did not thank him. He turned away, feeling Varys's unseen eyes on his back. Somewhere behind a curtain, the eunuch would be listening, weighing, deciding which secrets to feed to which mouths. Ned could not stop that. He could only move faster than the whispers. In the yard, gold cloaks began to appear in small numbers, as if by accident. 2 at a gate, 3 at a corridor, 5 at the stairwell to Maegor's Holdfast. Their captain, a thick-necked man with a scar across his chin, waited for Ned with a rigid posture and eyes that did not meet his. My lord, the captain said. Orders. Ned held Robert's authority like a shield. The king commands you, Ned said. Lock down the Red Keep. Disarm any Lannister guards you find. No blood unless they resist. The captain's mouth twitched. As the king commands. Ned watched him go and wondered which command would win if the king's voice and Cersei's gold spoke at once. The night was turning into a knife fight, and Ned had stepped into it with bare hands. Jaime Lannister was found where men like him always went when the world felt uncertain, near Steel. The armory smelled of oil and iron. Racks of swords and spears lined the walls, gleaming faintly in torchlight. Jaime stood with his back half-turned, white cloak thrown loose, as if it were a thing he wore only because custom demanded it. He held a sword in his hand, not drawing it, simply weighing it, feeling the balance as though he were testing the truth of it. Barristan Selmy entered with a quiet authority that needed no escort, though 2 other white cloaks followed him. Ser Mandon Moore's face was a blank mask. Ser Aerys Oakheart's hand rested near his hilt, cautious. Jaime smiled when he saw them. Ser Barristan, he said lightly. Couldn't sleep either? Barristan did not smile back. The king has returned. Jaime's brows lifted. So I've heard. The castle is crawling with gold cloaks like ants in a crumb pile. Very strange. The king has orders, Barristan said. You will come with us. Jaime's smile thinned. To see the king? Gladly, though I wonder why he does not send for me himself. He has always enjoyed my company. His green eyes flicked to the other Kingsguard, measuring. Is this a courtesy call? Or have I offended you somehow? You have offended the king, Barristan said, and the words fell like stones. Jaime's face did not change. His hand shifted, casual, almost lazy, but Barristan saw it. He stepped closer, making it clear without threat that he would not be slow. Jaime's voice remained mild. If I have offended him, I will apologize. That is what men do when they wish to keep their heads. Your head is not yours to bargain with, Barristan replied. Come. Now. For a heartbeat, Jaime's eyes hardened. Something cold lived there, a thing that had nothing to do with charm and everything to do with survival. He glanced toward the door, as if calculating distances, and Ned Stark's warning echoed in Barristan's mind. Jaime is one man. One man with a sword can still change the world if he is quick enough. Jaime set the sword back on its rack. Very well, he said, and his voice was almost bored. Lead on. They took him through corridors where gold cloaks stood with spears, trying to look like they belonged in a castle of kings. Jaime's gaze slid over them like a knife. He did not speak, but Barristan could feel his mind moving. As they passed the hall outside Maegor's Holdfast, Jaime stopped. The movement was small, but it pulled the others up short. He turned his head toward the thick iron door, guarded by 4 men and a Kingsguard Ned had posted there. My sister is in there, Jaime said softly. Barristan did not answer. Jaime's eyes narrowed. What has happened? Barristan's face was carved from duty. The king requires your presence. Jaime's jaw tightened, the first true crack in the polished mask. If you harm her, no one has harmed anyone yet, Barristan said. Yet, the word did not need to be spoken. Jaime's laugh was sharp. Yet, he echoed as if he had tasted it. You're a good man, Ser Barristan, but good men often arrive too late. Not tonight, Barristan said. Jaime looked at the guards, at the spears, at the locked doors. He looked at the castle he had thought he knew, and in that moment Barristan saw it. Jaime Lannister was not afraid of dying. He was afraid of losing control. They marched him on. Ned Stark was elsewhere, putting men in place like stones in a wall. In the nursery wing, Sandor Clegane stood like a black tower beside Prince Joffrey's door, his scarred face unreadable. Ned approached with 2 Stark guards and 3 gold cloaks, and the hound's eyes followed him with a predator's patience. Lord Stark, Sandor said, voice low, this is the prince's room. Not tonight, Ned replied. Joffrey's voice came from within, petulant and sharp. Mother, is that you? Open the door. Ned's hand clenched. The boy's voice sounded too much like Cersei's when she was angry. Sandor's lips curled, not quite a smile. He won't like this. The king has returned, Ned said. Sandor's eyes flickered. So I heard. The king commands the royal children to remain in their chambers, Ned said. Under guard. Sandor's gaze held Ned's for a long moment. And if the queen commands otherwise? Ned did not blink. Then tonight you choose whose command you obey. The hound's face twitched, as if an old wound had ached. I obey the man who keeps me fed, he said finally. That's usually the queen.
Ned stepped closer.
And if the king feeds you tomorrow? Sandor's eyes narrowed. Tomorrow's a long way off. But he did not move when the gold cloaks took positions. He did not draw his sword. He simply stood, listening to Joffrey's growing fury behind the door, and Ned took that as the smallest mercy the night would grant. Cersei Lannister did not sleep easily even on her best nights. On this one, she did not sleep at all. She stood in her chambers with her hair unbound, a golden river down her back, dressed in a simple white shift that made her look more girl than queen until you saw her eyes. The chamber was warm with braziers, scented faintly with rose oil, yet the air felt stale, as if the walls themselves were holding their breath. When the knock came, it was not the soft knock of a handmaiden. It was the solid rap of authority. Cersei's hand froze over a comb. She did not turn at once. She listened, counting the beats. Then she said, "Enter." As if she had invited the interruption. The door opened and a gold cloak captain stepped in with 2 men behind him. He looked uncomfortable in such a room, his boots leaving wet prints on the carpets. He bowed awkwardly. "Your Grace," he said. Cersei's smile was a blade with a jeweled hilt. "You have my chambers confused with a tavern, Captain." "Where is the Kingsguard?" The man swallowed. "The king has returned, Your Grace." Cersei's fingers tightened on the comb until it threatened to snap. "So I hear. And the king commands," the captain began. "The king commands," Cersei repeated, savoring the words with mockery. "How delightful. He remembers he is king. Tell me, Captain, did he remember to wash the boar from his beard before he returned to my city?" The captain's cheeks reddened. "Your Grace, the king commands that you come to the throne room. Now." Cersei's smile vanished. The room cooled by a degree. "Now?" she echoed. "Yes," the captain said, and his voice grew firmer. "And you are to be escorted." Cersei set down the comb with care. "Escorted by whom?" she asked softly. The captain hesitated, and in that hesitation Cersei saw the truth. This was not her city anymore, not for this night. Someone had moved pieces on the board while she was still holding the old rules. She turned toward the door. In the corridor, Ser Island Payne stood waiting, mute and monstrous with his great sword held like a priest's staff. Cersei's stomach tightened. Payne was the king's creature, and that meant the king meant blood. "Where is my brother?" she demanded. The captain's eyes slid away. "Sir Jaime Lannister has been summoned as well." Cersei's mind raced. Robert alive. Robert moved swiftly. Robert angry enough to do what he should have done long ago. She thought of Ned Stark, of his stubborn honor and his inconvenient truths. She thought of Varys, who always knew more than he said. She thought of Peter Baelish, who would sell anyone if it bought him another step up a ladder. Most of all, she thought of Robert's face when he learned that everything he believed about himself, his victories, his bed, his heirs, had been a lie. She lifted her chin. "Very well," she said. "If the king calls, I will answer." As she stepped into the corridor, one of the gold cloaks reached to take her arm as if she were a prisoner. Cersei's eyes snapped to him and he flinched, hand dropping as if burned. "Do not touch me," she said. "I am the queen." The captain cleared his throat. "You are to come peacefully, your grace." Cersei's laugh was soft and humorless. "Peacefully?" she murmured. "How many men have died in the name of peace?" They walked through the keep, through corridors where servants pressed themselves to walls, eyes wide. Cersei watched them watching her. Fear traveled faster than ravens. By dawn, the city would be choking on rumor. As they passed a window slit, she glimpsed the yard below. Gold cloaks everywhere.
Stark guards in grey.
White cloaks moving like ghosts. The keep had been taken without a battle, and that was the most frightening thing of all. In the distance, a boy's voice screamed. Joffrey, furious, demanding, not understanding why doors remained closed to him. Cersei's nails dug into her palms. If Robert knew, if Robert had been told, she had always believed she could talk her way out of anything, because men were simple. Men wanted flattery, wanted softness, wanted to believe their own strength was enough. Robert wanted to believe he was a king, and she had let him pretend. Tonight, she feared he no longer wished to pretend. The throne room had seen weddings and coronations, laughter and treason, and it had drunk enough blood to stain even stone. Yet it had never seen Robert Baratheon like this. He sat on the Iron Throne not as a man lounging after victory, but as a beast pinned in a trap, muscles coiled around pain. Bandages hid beneath his tunic, but the stiffness of his posture betrayed the wound. His face was pale, but his eyes burned, bright as forge fire. His warhammer leaned against the steps, its head dark and heavy. The sight of it made even the boldest men hold their tongues. Ned stood below, ice at his side like a promise he did not want to keep. Barristan Selmy stood near the throne, white cloak spilling over the black steps like snow. Renly hovered, jaw clenched, hands restless. Gold cloaks lined the walls, spears upright, their faces set in unfamiliar seriousness. In the shadows, Peter Baelish watched as if he were attending a play he had paid for. When Jaime Lannister was brought in, he walked with his head high, as if this were a procession and not an arrest. 2 Kingsguard flanked him. His eyes searched the room, found Cersei's absence, and sharpened. He offered Robert a smile that did not reach his eyes. "Your Grace," Jaime said, "you look like you've had a hard hunt." Robert's mouth twitched, not quite a smile. "Bring her," he said. The doors opened again, and Cersei Lannister entered between gold cloaks, her hair loose, her expression carved from pride. She did not look at Ned at first. She looked at Robert, and for a heartbeat something almost like tenderness flickered there. An old habit, a tool reaching for its familiar place. "My king," Cersei said, voice smooth, "you should be in bed." Robert's laugh was a harsh bark that turned into a cough. He spat blood onto the black steps and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand as if it were nothing. "And you should be honest," he said. "We do not always get what we should." Cersei's eyes narrowed. "What is this?" she asked, though she already knew. Robert leaned forward, the Iron Throne spikes framing him like teeth. "Eddard Stark tells me your children are not mine." Silence fell like a blade. Jaime's smile vanished. Cersei's face did not change at once. She held herself still, measuring. Then she laughed, light, incredulous, as if Robert had made a joke in poor taste. "Lord Stark," Cersei said, turning at last. "What poison have you poured in my husband's ear?" Ned's voice was steady. "No poison, only truth." Cersei's gaze snapped back to Robert, and now the tenderness was gone. "This is madness," she said. "You are wounded. You are delirious. You are letting a northerner who knows nothing of this city." "I know enough," Robert said, and his voice was quiet now, which was worse. "I know you've been fucking your brother." The word hung in the hall, crude and undeniable. A murmur rippled through the guards, stifled quickly. Renly's face went pale. Peter Baelish's eyes gleamed. Cersei's lips parted, and for the first time, her control slipped. Not much, only a fraction, but Robert saw it. He savored it. Jaime took a step forward. "Careful," he said, voice suddenly hard. "You speak to the Queen." Robert's eyes cut to him. "And you?" Robert said softly. "Speak to your king." Jaime's jaw tightened. His hands flexed as if remembering a sword. Barristan Selmy's voice rang out, clear as steel. "Sir Jaime Lannister, you are commanded to stand down." Jaime laughed. Sharp. "Commanded?" he echoed, eyes flicking to Peter, to the gold cloaks, to the Stark guards. "By whom? A dying king? A northern lord?" Robert's hand reached for the warhammer. The movement was slow, deliberate, and it made every man in the room stiffen. "By me," Robert said. Cersei's eyes flicked to the hammer, then back to Robert's face. Something like calculation returned. "Robert," she said, softer now, using his name like a hand on his arm. "Listen to me. Whatever you think, you know, whatever lies." "No lies," Robert said. He reached to the table beside the throne and shoved the book toward her. It slid across the stone and stopped at her feet. "Read if you can." Cersei stared at the book as if it were filth. "You would shame your own children in front of your court?" she demanded. "You would destroy your house because you are angry?" "My house," Robert repeated. His voice rose and pain made it ragged. "My house is a whore's joke because of you. My line is a lie. You've stolen my crown with your cunt and your brother's seed." Renly flinched as if struck. Ned's stomach turned, not at the words, but at the truth beneath them. Robert had been wounded long before the boar. Cersei's face hardened into stone. "Then kill me," she said, and there was a terrible honesty in it. "If you are the man you pretend to be, kill me and be done." Robert stared at her, breathing hard. His hand tightened on the hammer's haft. Ned took a step forward. "Robert!" Robert's head snapped toward Ned. "Do not," he warned. "Not now." Ned stopped. He understood then that this was not only justice in Robert's mind. It was reclaiming himself, clawing back something he felt had been stolen. A king could not be laughed at and remain a king. Robert turned back to Cersei. "Confess," he said. Cersei's eyes flashed. "No." Jaime's voice came again, low. "Cersei." Silence. Cersei hissed without looking at him, and that, more than any confession, told the room everything it needed. Jaime's face went white. Robert's mouth curled. "There," he said softly. "There it is." He rose from the throne, and the movement made him sway. Barristan moved instinctively, but Robert shook him off with a glare. He stepped down, one slow step at a time, hammer in hand. The hall held its breath. Even the torches seemed to burn quieter. "By the laws of the realm," Robert said, voice booming despite his injury, "Cersei of House Lannister is guilty of treason. Jaime of House Lannister is guilty of treason. And they have conspired to defraud the crown, to place false heirs upon my throne, to murder my hand, Jon Arryn." Cersei's eyes widened at that, just a fraction. Robert saw it and smiled, savage. "And to make a fool of their king." He lifted the hammer. Ned's heart hammered harder than Robert's weapon ever could. The hammer did not fall where Ned expected. Robert's arm came down in a brutal arc, but at the last instant he shifted, and the head of the weapon struck the black stone floor beside Cersei's feet. The impact cracked through the hall like thunder. Dust and stone chips flew. Cersei stumbled back, startled despite herself. Her hand lifted instinctively, as if she could ward off iron with flesh. Robert leaned on the hammer for a moment, breathing hard, pain cutting through him like a blade. His knuckles were white around the haft. He looked up at Cersei through a veil of rage and sweat. "Confess," he said again, quieter now, "or I swear by the gods I'll crush your skull and feel nothing but relief." Cersei's chest rose and fell. Her gaze darted, calculating, searching for an ally in the room. She found none she could count on. The gold cloaks watched her with uneasy eyes. The King's Guard did not move. Renly looked sick. Peter Baelish looked entertained. Varys, somewhere in the shadows, would be recording every breath. Cersei's mouth twisted. "You want a confession?" she said, voice trembling not with fear but with fury. "Fine. Yes. I lay with my brother, because you were drunk, because you were cruel, because you were never mine. You were a king in name and a boar in bed." A ripple went through the hall, a collective intake of breath. Ned's eyes closed for a heartbeat. He had wanted truth. He had not wanted this ugliness bared in public like entrails. Robert's face twisted with something like pain, and for a moment his rage faltered. Then it returned twice as fierce. "And the children?" he demanded. Cersei's gaze turned defiant. "They are mine," she said. "They are my blood. They are the only thing I ever made that mattered." Robert's laugh was bitter. "Not mine," he said. He turned his gaze to Jaime. "And you? Did you think yourself clever? Bedding my queen beneath my roof?" Jaime's face was stripped of charm now, left raw. He strained against the Kingsguard's grip. "They are my children," he said, and there was no denial in him, only a fierce, doomed pride. "And I would do it again." Barristan's eyes narrowed, sadness flickering there, brief as a candle's last flame. "Seven save you," he murmured. Robert lifted the hammer again. This time, Ned moved without thinking. He stepped forward, his voice cutting through the hall. "Robert, wait." Robert's head snapped toward him. "You dare," Robert growled. "You dare tell me to wait while they laugh at me?" Ned forced himself to hold Robert's gaze. "If you strike her down here," he said, "you will begin a war tonight." Robert's mouth curled. "The war began years ago," he spat. "They just hid it under silk." "Then do not give them a martyr," Ned said. He could feel every eye in the hall on him, could feel Peter Baelish's amused interest, could feel Varys's attention sharpening. "Let the realm see justice, not rage." Robert's eyes burned. "This is justice. It can still be justice," Ned said, voice steady despite the fear in his chest. "But do it as king, not as a wounded man with a hammer." For a heartbeat, Robert hesitated. Ned saw the battle in him, rage and pride fighting with the part of him that still understood what a crown demanded. Then Robert's mouth tightened. He turned his head slightly. "Ser Island," he called. The mute executioner stepped forward, great sword gleaming. Cersei's chin lifted. She refused to beg. But Ned saw the fear then, just under her defiance. The fear of dying, and the fear of leaving her children behind in the hands of men who might not show mercy. Jaime's voice broke. "No," he said, and it was the first time the Golden Knight sounded like any other man. Robert's voice was iron. "By the authority of the Iron Throne," he said, "I sentence Cersei Lannister to death." The hall seemed to tilt. Ned's stomach lurched. He had known it would come to this, and still the finality of it felt like a door slamming shut on the last chance for peace. Ser Island lifted his sword. Cersei looked at Robert, eyes blazing. "I will haunt you," she said. Robert leaned on the hammer, face hard. "Good," he rasped. "I'll have company." The sword fell. Ned did not watch the blade meet flesh. He watched Robert's face instead, because that was where the realm would change. Robert did not flinch. He did not smile. He simply stared, and something in him, something old and broken, seemed to settle into place like a stone laid in a grave. Jaime's scream tore through the hall like a wounded animal's. The sound that followed was not cheers. It was not silence either. It was the strange, heavy hush of men realizing they have stepped into a different world and cannot step back. Jaime Lannister collapsed to his knees as if the floor had been pulled from under him. The Kingsguard holding him tightened their grip, but it hardly mattered. His strength had gone somewhere else, into grief, into fury, into a madness that made his breath come in harsh, broken pulls. Robert stood over him, swaying slightly, the warhammer planted like a stake in the stone. Blood had flecked his boots. His face was pale, but his eyes were clear in a terrible way, as if he had finally wiped fog from a mirror. Jaime's voice came out raw. You. He could not find the words, because there were no words that could stitch this back together. Robert looked down at him with contempt. Get up, Robert said. Do not grovel. Groveling is for men with shame. Jaime's head snapped up, eyes wild. Shame? He spat, and the word tasted like poison. You speak of shame? You will not speak at all, Robert said, and his voice was cold enough to freeze breath. He turned slightly, calling to Barristan. Strip him of that cloak. Barristan Selmy hesitated for the first time that night. The cloak was sacred. It was meant to outlast kings. But the king's command was the king's command. Your Grace, Barristan said carefully. The Kingsguard is mine, Robert snapped, and I will not have a whoremonger wearing white. Jaime laughed, high and broken. Whoremonger, he echoed. That's rich, coming from you. Robert's face darkened. He lifted the hammer a few inches, and Jaime's laughter died. Ned took a step forward again, but Barristan's hand lifted slightly, an unspoken warning. Not now, not here. The king's rage was a wildfire spark. Touch it wrong and everything burns. Renly spoke, voice tight. Robert, he said, and there was pleading in it. The children. Robert's gaze flicked toward Renly, and for a moment Ned feared he would order their deaths too, right there with the same blunt finality. Robert's mouth tightened. They stay locked, Robert said. They are not mine, but they are innocent enough of this. The words tasted bitter in his mouth. For now, Cersei had said she would haunt him. Robert looked as if he already felt the weight of that haunting, and was daring it to crush him. Jaime's breathing was ragged. He looked toward where Cersei had stood moments before, as if his eyes could undo time. Then he turned his gaze back to Robert, hatred condensing into something sharp. I killed a king once, Jaime said softly. A ripple went through the room, small and deadly. The Kingsguard tightened around him. Robert's eyes narrowed. And you'll not do it again. Jaime's mouth twisted. You think this makes you strong? He hissed. You think the realm will love you for slaughtering a queen in the night? I do not need love, Robert said. I need obedience. Jaime's smile was a broken thing. Then you will get war. Robert leaned closer, wincing as pain lanced through him. I've had war before, he murmured. I miss it. Ned's hand tightened on ice until his knuckles ached. He wanted to speak, to remind Robert of what war did, of the bodies it piled, of the children it left hungry and cold. But Robert was beyond reminders now. He was a man reclaiming a throne with blood because he could imagine no other way. Barristan's voice came again, gentle as a prayer. Sire, Tywin Lannister. Robert's head snapped up. Tywin, he repeated, and his mouth curled into a savage grin. Yes, Tywin will hear. Tywin will come. And when he does, I'll show him what happens when lions bite a king. He straightened as much as his wound allowed. Take Jaime Lannister, Robert ordered. Chain him. Throw him in a cell deep enough that he forgets what the sun looks like. Jaime struggled then, rage surging back. You can't, he began. Robert's hammer rose and Jaime stopped, breath-catching. Ned watched as the Kingsguard dragged Jaime away, his white cloak slipping from his shoulders like a skin he could no longer wear. Jaime's eyes met Ned's for a heartbeat, wild, pleading, furious. and Ned felt a twist of pity he did not want. In the shadows, Varys watched without expression. If he felt anything, he hid it well. That was his gift, and it was why Ned feared him more than any man with a sword. As Jaime was hauled from the hall, Robert's voice boomed again. "Bring the small council," he commanded. "Bring the High Septon if he will crawl from his bed. Bring witnesses. Before dawn, the realm will know its king still lives." Ned's stomach sank. Before dawn, the words were a bell tolling. Whatever hope remained of quiet resolution died with the night. They came like men summoned to judgment. Peter Baelish arrived first, because Peter Baelish always arrived first when power shifted. He wore a fresh doublet, hair neatly combed, as if he had been awake and ready all along. Varys drifted in next, soft as a whisper, eyes bright with curiosity. Grand Maester Pycelle came last, panting, face mottled with fear, clutching his chain as if it could protect him. They gathered before the Iron Throne, where Robert sat again, a mountain of wounded flesh and furious will. The royal seal lay beside him, its wax and metal waiting. On the stone floor below, a blood-stained white cloak lay crumpled, an accusation without words. Pycelle stared at it, lips trembling. "Your Grace," he began. This is most irregular." Robert's gaze cut him short. "Irregular," Robert repeated. "So is cuckolding your king." Pycelle swallowed, eyes darting to Ned, to Varys, to Peter as if searching for a way out. There was none. Varys spoke softly, voice careful. "Sire, perhaps we might consider the manner in which this is presented to the realm. The people can be excitable." Robert leaned forward. "The people will be told the truth," he said. "For once." Peter Baelish's smile was small. "Truth is a sharp thing, Your Grace," he murmured. "It cuts the hand that holds it as well as the throat it's meant for." Robert snorted. "You'd know." Ned stood stiffly, feeling like a man in a room where the air had turned to smoke. He had wanted Robert to act as king, and Robert had. In the worst way. Now Ned had to keep the realm from tearing itself apart in the aftermath. Robert lifted the book again, the pages already dog-eared from being shoved at unwilling eyes. "Jon Arryn discovered this," Robert said, voice ringing, "and he died for it. Eddard Stark has brought me the proof. House Lannister has defrauded the crown, murdered my hand, and sought to place false heirs upon my throne." Pycelle's mouth opened and closed like a fish. "Your Grace, Lady Cersei, is dead," Robert said, and he said it with a flat finality that made Pycelle flinch as if slapped. Renly's face tightened. He looked like a man trying not to vomit. "Robert," he said quietly, "we must be." Robert lifted a hand. "Enough." Ned spoke then, because if he did not, others would fill the silence with poison. "The king will issue a proclamation," Ned said, voice steady. "The royal children are to remain under guard. No harm is to come to them. The realm must see that this is justice, not cruelty." Robert's eyes flicked to Ned. For a heartbeat, anger flared. He did not like being told what mercy to show. Then his gaze softened, just slightly, as if he remembered Winterfell's snow and a friend who had never lied to him. "Very well," Robert said, and the concession cost him. "They live. For now. They will be kept. They will not be crowned." Pycelle sagged with relief that lasted only a moment before Robert's gaze snapped back to him. "As for those who aided the Lannisters," Robert said, voice growing colder, "those who kept their secrets, those who fed them information." Pycelle's face went pale as milk. Varys's eyes did not change, but Ned felt the subtle tightening in him, like a man listening for the snap of a bowstring. Peter Baelish leaned forward slightly, interest keen. This was his terrain. Fear and favor, punishment and reward. Robert's finger pointed like a spear. "Grand Maester Pycelle," Robert said, "you will tell me everything you know about Jon Arryn's death. You will tell me who came to you, what was asked of you, what was given. If you lie, I will have your chain wrapped around your throat." Pycelle's mouth worked soundlessly. Then he fell to his knees with a soft thud. "Your Grace," he croaked. I only served." "You served the lions," Robert snarled. "You served gold." Ned's stomach tightened. Pycelle was a weak man, but weakness in a place like this was its own kind of crime. Still, Ned could not help thinking, if Robert turned his fury on everyone who had ever bent to Lannister power, there would be no one left standing. Varys spoke softly. "Sire, it may be wise to secure the city as well. There will be unrest." Robert's laugh was harsh. "Let them be restless," he said. "Let them know a king's wrath." Ned stepped forward. "The city watch is in place," he said. "But we must send ravens at once, to Casterly Rock, to Winterfell, to Dragonstone. Tywin will respond." At the mention of Tywin, the room tightened. Even Peter's smile faltered, just a hair. Tywin Lannister was a shadow that reached across the realm. Killing Cersei and taking Jaime was like striking at that shadow with a torch. The shadow would move. Robert's eyes gleamed. "Good," he said. "Let him respond. Let him come." He took the royal seal and pressed it into wax, stamping his will into the world. Each thud of the seal was a drumbeat toward war. Outside, the first gray light of dawn began to seep through the high windows, thin and cold. The night had not ended. It had simply changed its color. Dawn came like a reluctant confession. King's Landing woke beneath a sky the color of bruised steel. Smoke rose from chimneys in lazy spirals, and somewhere far below, a woman shouted at a child. A cart creaked over stones. A dog barked and was answered by another. Life continued because life always continued, even when the world had shifted underfoot. The city did not yet know what had happened in the throne room, but it would. The news was already running through corridors, carried by servants with wide eyes and guards who could not keep their mouths shut. Secrets did not survive in a place built on whispering. Ned Stark stood on a balcony above the yard, his cloak snapping in the wind. He watched ravens lift from the maester's tower, black specks vanishing into the gray. Each raven was a blade thrown across the realm. Each carried a message that would reshape lives far away from the city's stink and stone. Behind him, through an open doorway, he could see Robert being helped to his feet by Barristan Selmy. The king looked older than he had the day before, as if the night had taken years from him along with blood. His hand still rested on his warhammer, as if he feared letting go of it would make everything he had done feel unreal. Renly had vanished into the keep, face pale, likely already thinking of alliances and marriages and the Reach. Varys would be somewhere quiet, sending his own messages through his own hidden channels. Peter Baelish would be smiling to himself, counting the new shape of the game. Jaime Lannister sat in a cell beneath the keep, and 3 children sat behind locked doors, hearing the city's change in the unfamiliar weight of silence. Ned's breath fogged faintly in the cold morning air. He thought of Winterfell, of Bran's laugh, of Arya's fierce eyes, of Sansa's dreams of southern songs. He thought of Jon Snow, and the old promise he carried like a stone in his chest. He thought of Jon Arryn, dead for seeking the truth. And he thought of Cersei's blood on the stone, and how quickly justice had become something uglier. Robert had done what Ned had never been able to force him to do: act decisively. Yet Ned could not shake the feeling that Robert's decisiveness was a sword swung in a dark room, cutting not only the intended target but anything close enough to bleed. He heard Robert's voice behind him, rough with pain. "Stark." Ned turned. Robert's eyes were fixed on the city below, as if he could already see Tywin's banners on the horizon. "They will hate me," Robert said, not asking, simply stating. "Some will," Ned replied. "Some will fear you. Some will cheer." Robert's mouth twisted. "I don't care," he rasped, but Ned heard the lie in it. Robert had always cared too much. It was why Cersei's betrayal cut deeper than any boar's tusk. "I want them to remember I am king." "They will remember," Ned said, because it was true. The realm would remember this night as long as it told stories. Robert's gaze slid to Ned, sharp. "Will you stand with me?" Ned felt the question like weight on his shoulders. He thought of honor, of duty, of the simple oaths spoken in clean, cold air. He thought of the children behind locked doors, and of the war marching toward them from the west. He thought of what it meant when a king chose blood, and how hard it was to guide blood once it had spilled. "I am your hand," Ned said. "I will stand with you." Robert nodded once, satisfied, then grimaced as pain struck him. Barristan steadied him. Robert's hand tightened on the hammer anyway, refusing to let weakness show. Ned returned his gaze to the city. Somewhere out there, in a castle carved from stone and lion pride, Tywin Lannister would soon open a raven's message and read that his daughter was dead and his son was chained. Ned could almost feel the old lord's response like thunder in the distance. The wind carried the faint sound of bells beginning to ring, morning prayers, market calls, the ordinary music of a city that did not yet understand how extraordinary its day had become. Ned Stark stood above it all, feeling the first cold breath of war rise from the horizon, and he understood with a clarity that made his chest ache. The hardest part of telling the truth was not speaking it. It was living in what came after. Stannis Baratheon came ashore as if the city were a tribunal and he had already written its verdict. The docks reeked of fish and tar, of wet rope and old beer, and beneath it all the rot that King's Landing carried like a second skin. Small folk crowded the wharf despite the gold-cloaked spears, craning to see the black sails that had slid into the harbor like carrion birds. Some whispered prayers, others spat, a few cheered, not for love but for the simple thrill of change. The crowd did not know whether Stannis Baratheon was salvation or another kind of doom. They only knew he was different, and difference in a frightened city drew eyes like blood drew flies. Stannis stepped down onto the planks without looking left or right. His cloak snapped once in the wind, dark as a bruise. His face was gaunt in the cold light, the angles sharp, the mouth pinched as if he was biting back words that would scorch the air. Davos Seaworth followed him, shoulders slightly hunched, gaze moving across the dock as a man's does when he expects a knife between the ribs. Eddard Stark waited at the foot of the gangplank, flanked by 2 guards in gray. He had not worn the hands chained to the docks. The chain felt like a thing that belonged to a calmer world. Today he wore only the weight of duty. "My lord," Ned said, giving Stannis the bow due a king's brother, though Stannis's posture made it feel like a bow before judgment. Stannis's eyes fixed on him, pale and unforgiving. "Lord Eddard," he said.
No worms, no ceremony.
"Only acknowledgement." Davos offered Ned a small nod. His mouth tightened, as if he wanted to say something friendly and feared it would be inappropriate in the air Stannis carried. "The king awaits you," Ned said. Stannis's gaze flicked past him toward the city, taking in the walls, the towers, the smoke rising from chimneys. "The king," he repeated, and the title sounded like a tool he was testing for flaws. Ned gestured for them to follow. Gold cloaks formed a corridor through the press of bodies, their scarlet cloaks damp and heavy, faces taut with uncertainty. A woman began to shout something about the queen, about lions, before a guard shoved her back and the words vanished into the crowd like stones into mud. As they moved, Ned heard the whispers the way they slithered along the dock. "Queen's lair, Boar King, false princes, Va." The city spoke as it breathed, and it breathed fear now. Stannis did not react to any of it. He walked with the relentless pace of a man marching toward an oath. Yet Ned saw how his eyes caught on small details, where the gold cloaks stood, how their spears were angled. He measured the city's temper the way a commander measured a field before battle. They passed a small sept near the harbor, and its doors were open despite the cold. A septon stood with a 7-pointed star raised above his head, chanting to a scattering of listeners. When Stannis passed, the septon's chant faltered. The man's eyes tracked Stannis's dark cloak and then darted away, as if he feared what followed in its shadow. Davos leaned toward Ned as they climbed toward the city. "Is it as bad as the rumors?" he murmured. Ned kept his face forward. "Worse," he said quietly. Davos grimaced. He breathed. That's what I feared. Stannis heard nothing or pretended not to. He moved through the gates with the same rigid composure, as if the Red Keep were a court and he had been summoned to speak truth no one wished to hear. Above them, the Red Keep's red stone loomed like dried blood under the gray sky. Ned felt the city behind them pressing forward, listening, hungry. He had read Robert's proclamation from a balcony and watched the crowd's eyes, how quickly they turned from shock to craving. Now the crowd watched Stannis, and in their stare was the same hunger, sharpened by uncertainty. When they reached the outer yard of the Red Keep, Stannis finally paused. His eyes lifted to the towers as if he could see through walls and stone. "Where is he?" Stannis asked. Ned's throat tightened. "In the King's Solar," he said. "He is recovering." Stannis's mouth compressed. "Recovering," he echoed. Then he stepped forward again, boots striking stone, and the sound carried like a gavel. The King's Solar smelled of old parchment and wine that had long since soured. Robert sat in a heavy chair as if he dared the chair to break under him. He had dressed in black, as though mourning and defiance were the same cloth. The bandages beneath his tunic made him stiff. His face was drawn, the ruddy flush of his anger tempered by pain and loss. Yet his eyes were bright, fixed on the door with a predator's focus. His warhammer rested against the table, close enough that his hand could find it without thought. Ned hated that. A king should not need a weapon to speak to his brother. When Stannis entered, the air tightened. The brothers stared at each other as if the years between them were a battlefield laid out on the floor. Robert broke the silence first, because Robert could never let stillness win. "So," he rasped, "you came." Stannis's gaze did not flick to the hammer, but Ned could feel he had noticed it. "You commanded," Stannis said. "I obeyed." Robert snorted. "Always the dutiful one." "I am not here for your japes," Stannis replied, voice clipped. "I am here because you have endangered the realm." Robert's jaw tightened. "I saved it. You executed the queen without due process witnessed by the lords of the realm," Stannis said, and the words were not accusation so much as indictment. "You imprisoned a Kingsguard. You proclaimed heirs false in a morning. You have made yourself the spark for every ambition from the Wall to the Dornish sands." Robert's eyes flared. She was fucking her brother. Stannis did not blink. "If that is true, it is treason," he said. "And treason is judged by law, not by a wounded man's rage." Robert surged half out of his chair, then hissed as pain lanced through him. He gripped the table edge and leaned on it like a man leaning on a parapet in a storm. "Do not preach to me," he growled. "You think I didn't know the law? I am the law." "You are the king," Stannis corrected, "and the king is bound to the law. That is the point." Ned stepped forward before the words could become a blade. "Stannis," he said, steady. "The truth had to be acted on quickly. The city is always rotten," Stannis snapped, eyes flicking to Ned for the first time with something like frustration. "That does not excuse making the crown a butcher's cleaver." Robert's laugh was harsh. "Butcher," he spat. I butchered a lie. I butchered years of laughter behind my back." Stannis's mouth tightened, and for the first time Ned saw something in him that was not cold law. Something like contempt for weakness, or perhaps for the fact that Robert's pain was too human to fit neatly into Stannis's world. "You should have summoned the High Septon," Stannis said. "You should have sent ravens to the great lords. You should have forced confession in daylight, with witnesses who cannot be bought." Robert's eyes glittered. "And while I waited for your precious daylight," he snarled, "they'd have killed me. They'd have slipped a knife into my ribs the way they did Jon Arryn. They'd have fled with their bastards and their gold." Stannis's gaze sharpened. "Then you should have acted with discipline," he said, "not with spectacle." Robert slammed his fist on the table. The stones on the map jumped. "Discipline?" he repeated, voice thick with scorn. "You've always loved that word. Discipline. Duty. As if a man can rule a realm by counting his steps and washing his hands." Stannis leaned forward slightly. "A man rules a realm by making it predictable," he said. "By making it lawful. By making it feared for the right reasons." Robert's face twisted. "And you'd have me feared because I'm boring," he said. Barristan Selmy shifted near the door, the white cloak a quiet warning that steel was close if words failed. Ned felt the room's tension stretching like a rope. Stannis's gaze moved to the map and the stones marking the west. "Tywin Lannister will answer," he said. "He will not answer with letters. He will answer with fire." Robert's mouth curled. "Good." Stannis's eyes hardened. "Your good will burn villages," he said. "Your good will fill rivers with corpses." Robert's breath came harsh. "War was coming anyway," he snapped. "If not from Tywin, then from someone else. At least now it's honest." "Honest," Stannis echoed, and there was disbelief in it. "There is nothing honest about a king who cannot control himself." Robert's hand twitched toward the hammer. Ned stepped between them without thinking, placing his body where iron might swing. "We cannot undo what has been done," Ned said, voice firm. "But we can decide what follows. Stannis, you came because the realm needs unity." Stannis's eyes flicked to Ned's position, between brothers, between hammer and judgment. "Unity does not mean indulgence," he said. "It means order." Robert's gaze burned over Ned's shoulder. "Say what you came to say," Robert growled. "Spit it out." Stannis's jaw tightened, and the words came like iron coins dropped on a table. "Name your heir," he said, "in writing sealed, in front of witnesses, and make clear to the realm that you will not allow the children to become banners. Either keep them under strict guard, or send them away where they cannot be taken." Robert's eyes narrowed. "You want them dead?" Stannis did not flinch. "I want the realm safe," he said. Robert's face flushed with fury. "They are children. They are weapons if others choose to make them so," Stannis replied. Ned felt cold in his gut. He saw the path Stannis would take if Robert died. He saw how quickly law could become cruelty when wielded by a man who believed mercy was weakness. Robert stared at Stannis for a long moment. Then, in a voice so low it rasped, he said, "If you came to ask me to kill children, you should have stayed on your rock." Stannis's eyes did not soften. "I came to stop the realm from collapsing under your pride," he said. "Whether you like it or not." The brothers' gazes locked, and Ned felt the realm hanging between them like a sword suspended by a single hair. The knock came soft, almost polite, and yet it carried a chill that crawled along Ned's skin. Stannis did not look surprised when the door opened. Davos Seaworth stepped in first, his expression apologetic, as if he were bringing a guest to a home that had not asked for company. Then the woman followed, tall, slender, wrapped in red silk that seemed to drink the room's dim light and give it back as heat. Melisandre of Ashai did not bow deeply. She inclined her head only slightly, as if acknowledging a king was a formality and her true reverence belonged elsewhere. The ruby at her throat caught the firelight and pulsed like a heartbeat. Robert's face tightened the instant he saw her. "Who the hell is this?" he demanded. Stannis's voice was flat. "Melisandre," he said. "She is my advisor." Robert's laugh was bitter. "Advisor," he echoed. "You brought a priestess to tell me how to rule?" "She tells me what I must see," Stannis replied. Melisandre's eyes moved across the room, taking in Robert's pallor, the hammer, Ned's stance like a shield. When her gaze landed on Robert, it lingered in a way that felt too intimate, as if she were looking beneath flesh to whatever burned inside. "You are wounded," she said softly, voice carrying a strange warmth. "But you are not yet ashes." Robert's scowl deepened. "Yet," he snarled. "I don't need riddles from a red woman." Melisandre's lips curved faintly. "All men need truth," she said. "Few men endure it." Robert's hand tightened on the hammer's haft. Ned watched him, ready to step in again, and hated how often he had to stand between Robert and a thing that might ignite him. Stannis spoke, clipped. "She will not stay long." "She shouldn't have come at all," Robert growled. His eyes flicked to Davos. "And you," he barked, "you dragged this into my solar?" Davos swallowed, meeting the king's gaze with the stubborn courage of a man who had faced storms. "My king," he said carefully. "I follow Lord Stannis." Robert snorted. "Aye, that's your problem." Melisandre stepped closer, the air seeming to warm around her. "There is war in your hall," she murmured, eyes on the hammer. "And war in your blood." Robert's mouth curled. "War is what I'm good at." "Then listen," she said, and her voice sharpened, the warmth turning into something like flame. "A lion roars in the west, and its roar is fire. But there is a colder darkness beyond your sight. You spilled blood to cleanse a lie, and the lie's death has woken other hungers." Ned felt his spine stiffen. In King's Landing, prophecy was often just another weapon. But there was something in her certainty that unsettled him. Stannis's eyes narrowed. "Enough," he said quietly. Melisandre looked at him, and for a heartbeat her obedience faltered, like a flame flickering in wind. Then she lowered her gaze. "As you command," she murmured. Robert leaned forward, pain creasing his face. "If you want to speak of darkness, speak to the Night's Watch," he said, voice thick with contempt. "I've heard enough of northern bogeymen." Ned's jaw tightened. The wall was far away, but it existed, and so did the letter he had received once, and the memory of a man named Jon Arryn who had died with secrets on his tongue. He would not let fear of prophecy become another excuse for cruelty. Melisandre's gaze slid to Ned. "You are the wolf," she said softly. Ned's stomach tightened. "I am the king's hand," he replied. "You hold the realm's balance in your hands," she said, "and you will bleed for it." Robert barked a laugh. "Everyone bleeds," he said, "if they're lucky." Melisandre's eyes returned to Robert. "Do not mistake strength for endurance," she warned. "A stag can gore a lion, but it can still die of its own wound." Robert's face darkened. "Get her out," he growled to Stannis. "Before I decide the color of her silk is too close to Lannister red." Stannis's jaw tightened, but he nodded once. "Come," he said to Melisandre. She turned without protest, her red skirts whispering over stone. As she passed Davos, he looked at Ned with an apology in his eyes, as if he wanted to say that this, too, was part of a storm he could not stop. When the door shut, the room felt colder, as if the fire had dimmed. Robert exhaled through his nose, contempt still on his face. "You bring witches now," Robert said to Stannis, voice harsh. "Next you'll bring accountants." Stannis's gaze stayed steady. "I bring what I must," he said. Robert's eyes narrowed. He rasped, "and I do what I must. That's what scares you." Stannis did not answer. He did not need to. The fear was in the air already, in the way the brothers stood like opposed armies in a room too small for both their pride. The raven's parchment was stained at the edge, not with wax, but with blood where a shaking hand had touched it before sealing. Ned read it aloud in the small council chamber, and as he spoke, the room seemed to darken, each sentence another cloud. "Villages along the Red Fork burned," Ned said, voice tight. "Small folk butchered. The mountain rides with Lannister men. Lord Edmure calls for aid and justice by the king's decree." Renly stopped pacing mid-step, face tightening. "It begins," he breathed. Robert's hand clenched on the hammer, veins standing out. "Good," he rasped, and the words sounded like a growl. Stannis leaned over the map, finger stabbing the Riverlands like a nail. "This is not good," he said sharply. "This is precisely what I warned you. Tywin is testing you. He wants to see if the crown can answer before the realm fractures." Robert's eyes flashed. "Then we answer," he snapped. "We ride." "You do not ride," Stannis said, voice hard. Robert's head snapped up. "Do not command me in my own council," he growled. "I am not commanding," Stannis replied. "I am stating reality. You are wounded. If you ride and die, the realm collapses." Renly laughed, sharp and bitter. "Listen to him," he said. He's already planning your funeral. Stannis' gaze flicked to Renly, cold. Someone must plan for what you refuse to, he said. Robert's face flushed. Enough, he barked. I will not be a king who hides behind walls while villages burn. Ned stepped in, voice calm but firm. There are ways to act without you leading the charge, he said. Send a force with royal authority. Make it known the crown answers. Make it swift. Robert's mouth twisted. And who leads? He demanded. You. Ned felt the trap in that question. If he went, he left King's Landing to snakes. If he stayed, he sent men to die while he held court. Stannis answered before Ned could. Send Beric Dondarrion, he said. He is young, bold, and loyal. Give him a decree to bring Gregor Clegane to heel. If Tywin wishes to pretend this is rogue violence, force him to own it. Peter Baelish's smile sharpened. A charming idea, he murmured. A young lord with a royal paper chasing a giant in the woods. Sounds like a song. Songs rarely end well. Varys's voice slid in, soft. Songs can be useful, he said. They remind the people of where their hope should rest. Robert's gaze cut to Varys. My hope rests on steel, he snapped. Stannis ignored them both and continued, unwavering. Also send ravens to the Stormlands, he said. Summon your banners, secure the King's Road, and place the royal fleet under strict command. Tywin's gold will hire ships if it cannot march quickly enough. Robert's eyes narrowed. Fleet, he repeated, gaze shifting to Stannis as if the word tasted of resentment. You want ships. You always want ships. Stannis's jaw tightened. I want control, he said. The sea is a road, and you have left it unguarded too often. Renly paced again, anger leaking through his polished mask. While you two argue, he snapped, the realm bleeds. We need allies. Robert's eyes flicked to him. Yes, he said. Allies. You will go to the Stormlands and call the banners. Renly froze. Me? You, Robert said. You're good at smiling. Smile at your lords. Remind them who sits the throne. Renly's mouth tightened. For a heartbeat, Ned saw the resentment in him flare. Resentment not only at being sent away, but at being sent away when he wanted to be in the room where decisions were made. As you command, Renly said, voice stiff. Ned's gaze slid to Peter Baelish. And the city watch, he said. Their loyalty must be certain. Peter's smile was mild. I assure you, he purred. The gold cloaks are loyal to the crown. Stannis's eyes narrowed. They are loyal to gold, he said bluntly. Peter's smile did not falter, but something in his eyes cooled. Gold, he murmured, is often the crown's most reliable language. Robert slammed the hammer's haft on the floor once, the sound a crack of thunder. Enough, he snarled. Beric goes. Ravens fly. Renly rides. Stannis, he paused, as if the word was bitter. You will take charge of the fleet. Put your ships to use. Stannis inclined his head, the closest he came to satisfaction. I will, he said, and I will not fail. Robert glared. See that you don't.
Ned exhaled slowly.
Decisions at last. But decisions made in anger were seeds planted in poisoned soil. He watched the stones on the map, Casterly Rock, Riverrun, King's Landing, and felt the distance between them shrink, as if war were a tide rolling in. Outside the council chamber, the Red Keep's corridors whispered. Inside, the realm's fate was being shoved into place by wounded pride and cold law, and Ned could not tell which would break first. Peter Baelish did not rage when he was cornered. He did not weep. He did not shout. He smiled and moved his pieces. The corridor outside the treasury was narrow and damp, its stones sweating under torchlight. The smell of coin lived there, metal and old dust, a scent that always made men think of power even when they pretended to think of duty. Peter stood as if he belonged in any corridor he chose, cloak draped neatly, hands unhurried. Beside him, Janos Slint shifted, his heavy face caught between greed and fear. Lord Baelish, Janos murmured, glancing down the corridor. The hand is watching. The king is wounded, Peter finished softly, and his smile grew. Yes, wounded men are dangerous. They swing without looking. But wounded men also weaken. Janos licked his lips. They say Stannis is here, he said, voice dropping. Stannis Baratheon doesn't like the watch. Peter's eyes flickered. Stannis Baratheon doesn't like anything, he murmured. That's his charm. Janos shifted again. What do you want from me? Peter's fingers rested on a purse at his belt. It looked heavy. Janos's eyes went to it like a starving man's eyes go to bread. I want stability, Peter said gently. And stability requires that the right doors remain locked and the right tongues remain wagging in the correct direction. Janos frowned. Meaning? Peter leaned closer, voice soft as velvet. Meaning you keep your men where they are told, he said. You do not let Ned Stark replace you with some northern dog. You do not let Stannis Baratheon turn the City Watch into a penal company for his personal crusades. Janos swallowed. And if they order me? Peter's smile did not change. Then you obey, he said. But you obey slowly. You misunderstand at convenient moments. You arrive late to unpleasant tasks. You ensure that any blame for disorder falls where it should. On who? Janos asked, though he already knew. Peter's eyes glinted. On the king, he murmured. On his brother. On the stiff Northman who thinks mercy is armor. Janos's jaw worked. That's treason, he whispered. Peter's smile widened. Amused. No, he said softly. That's politics. He slid the purse into Janos's hand. The captain's fingers closed around it with an almost involuntary hunger. Peter's voice stayed calm. The city will riot soon, he said. Bread prices are rising. Rumors are multiplying. The faith will hiss about a queen slain without a proper trial. When the people scream, they will need causes. They will need targets. You can guide that. Janos stared at him, throat bobbing. And if it goes wrong? Peter's eyes were gentle. If it goes wrong, he said, you will be the man who tried his best in impossible circumstances. And I will mourn your misfortune very sincerely. Janos flinched, hearing the threat beneath the softness. He nodded anyway, because men like Janos always nodded when gold spoke. Behind the wall tapestry, Varys listened with the stillness of a spider. His small smile was not humor. It was calculation. When Peter stepped away, unhurried, Varys remained in shadow a moment longer, as if savoring the shape of the trap being laid. Peter Baelish walked through the keep with the same easy grace he always wore, but now there was a sharper purpose beneath it. Stannis Baratheon had arrived like a blade. Robert Baratheon had become a hammer. Eddard Stark stood between them like a shield. Peter did not fear shields. He simply found the gaps. Jaime Lannister wrote with chains biting his wrists. The quill scratched against parchment in the torchlight. A small, thin sound in a place built for silence and suffering. Ink smeared across his fingers. Jaime stared at the stains as if they were blood he could not wash away. Ned stood outside the bars with Barristan Selmy beside him. The torch in Ned's hand cast flickering light that made the cell stone seem to move. Jaime's face shifted between angles. Handsome one moment, hollow the next, depending on what the flame decided to reveal. You write slowly, Ned said. Jaime's laugh was quiet and bitter. I've never been praised for my handwriting, he murmured. Barristan's voice was low. Make the words count, he said. Jaime paused, quill hovering. Count, he repeated softly. That's your world, isn't it, Selmy? Count oaths. Count duties. Count dead. Barristan did not react. His eyes held Jaime's with a sorrow that did not flinch from judgment. Jaime bent his head again and wrote. Ned watched the words form in strokes that looked almost violent, as if Jaime wanted to carve the ink into the parchment hard enough to make it permanent. When the letter was done, Jaime sat back, chains clinking. His shoulders sagged for a moment, the fight leaking out of him like air from a punctured skin. Then he shoved the parchment toward the bars. Ned took it carefully as if it might bite. He read by torchlight. The letter was not a command. It was not even truly a plea. It was a Lannister thing. Pride wrapped around a soft center that could not be admitted. Father, Cersei is dead. I watched it happen. I am chained beneath the Red Keep. The king has declared the children false. He keeps them under guard. If you want our name to endure, do not let your wrath blind you. A city can be taken. A name can be shattered. If you ride, ride with purpose. If you speak, speak with leverage. Do not let them kill the children out of fear. Do not let my death become your excuse to burn the realm to ash. If you can, make them trade. If you cannot, make them bleed. Jaime. Ned's throat tightened. The letter was not mercy. It was not remorse. But beneath the pride and the sharpness, there was something Ned had not expected. A line drawn around innocence. Not for the realm's sake, perhaps, but for Jaime's own. Barristan watched Ned's expression. Is it useful? He asked. It may be, Ned said quietly. Jaime leaned back against the cell wall, eyes bright in the flame. He will come, Jaime said softly, whether my words matter or not. Ned folded the letter. If Tywin comes, he said, the children's lives may become the coin he spends. Jaime's jaw tightened. Then keep them alive, he hissed. If you have any honor in you, Stark, keep them alive. Ned's eyes narrowed. I am trying, he said. Jaime's laugh was ugly. Trying, he echoed. Everyone tries, then they fail. Then they call it fate. He turned his face away, as if the torchlight hurt. Tell your king, Jaime murmured, voice rough, that if he wants to be remembered, he's already done it. Ned's hand tightened on the folded parchment. Remembered, he said, and tasted the word like iron. He turned and left the cell, Barristan beside him, the torchlight shrinking behind them. In the dark, Jaime's breathing sounded like a man holding back a scream he no longer trusted himself to release. Joffrey's rage eventually found steel. It came disguised as a dinner tray, bread, cheese, a small roast bird, and a knife meant for cutting meat. The gold cloak who brought it did so with trembling hands. He did not meet Joffrey's eyes, because meeting those eyes had begun to feel like inviting a storm into your skull. Joffrey watched him go, jaw clenched, then turned the knife over in his hand. It was not a sword. It was not even a dagger. But it had an edge, and in a boy who believed the world owed him obedience, an edge was enough. Myrcella saw the way his fingers tightened. Joffrey, she whispered, fear thin in her voice. Don't. Tommen's face went pale. He hugged his wooden lion tighter, as if it could protect him. Joffrey ignored them. He moved to the door, listened. The corridor beyond was quiet. Sandor Clegane stood outside, as he always did now, his presence a weight against escape. Joffrey's mouth curled. He did not think of the Hound as a man. He thought of him as a thing that belonged to him. He yanked the door open without warning. Sandor's head turned, slow as if bored. Close it, he growled. Joffrey lunged. The knife flashed, aimed not for Sandor's face but for his arm, for any flesh Joffrey could reach. Sandor moved with brutal speed, catching Joffrey's wrist in one hand and twisting. The knife clattered to the stone. Joffrey yelped, pain and shock blending into humiliation. You little idiot, Sandor snarled. Joffrey tried to spit at him. Let go, he hissed. I'll have you. Sandor shoved him back into the room with a force that sent Joffrey stumbling over the chair. A gold cloak stepped forward instinctively and caught the edge of the knife as it skittered. The blade bit his palm. Blood welled bright. Joffrey's eyes snapped to the blood, and for a heartbeat his breathing changed, quickened, as if the sight fed him. You see, he said, voice shaking with fury. They bleed. They all bleed. They're nothing. There. The door banged open again, harder this time, and Eddard Stark stepped in with 2 Stark guards behind him. His eyes took in the knife, the blood, Joffrey's twisted face, Myrcella's terror, Tommen's trembling. Ned's voice was low, dangerous. Enough! Joffrey scrambled to his feet, hair disheveled, cheeks flushed. "You can't keep me locked like this," he shouted. "I am. You are a child under guard," Ned cut in. "And you will behave as such." Joffrey's eyes widened at the cold authority. Then his lips curled. "My father will kill you," he spat. "He'll put your head on a spike and—" Ned stepped closer, and the room seemed to tighten around him. "Your father," Ned said softly, "is a wounded man surrounded by enemies. Do you want to add yourself to that list?" Joffrey flinched, then forced himself to stand straighter. "I want my mother," he hissed. Myrcella's sob broke through her hands. Ned's jaw tightened. He looked at Myrcella and Tommen, his voice gentler. "Stay behind me," he told them. Stannis Baratheon appeared in the doorway, having followed the commotion like a man drawn to evidence of decay. His eyes took in the knife and the blood and the boy's fury, and his face did not soften. If anything, it hardened further. "This," Stannis said, voice flat, "is why they cannot be kept." Joffrey's gaze snapped to him. "Who are you?" he demanded, voice full of contempt. "Another dog?" Stannis stepped into the room, and the air seemed to cool. "I am Stannis Baratheon," he said, "and you will hold your tongue." Joffrey laughed. Shrill. "Or what? You'll kill me too?" Stannis's eyes did not blink. "If the realm requires it," he said. Myrcella gasped. Tommen began to cry. Ned's blood went cold. He turned to Stannis, voice sharp. "Not here," he hissed. Stannis's gaze held his. "Not ever is what you mean," he replied. "And that is the difference between us." Behind Ned, Joffrey's breathing hitched. For the first time, fear cracked through his rage, because Stannis did not look like a man who could be manipulated by crying or threats. Stannis looked like law made flesh, and law did not care if you were pretty. Ned felt the room on the verge of something terrible. He bent and picked up the knife himself, wiping the blade on the tray cloth as if cleansing it. "He will be watched more closely," Ned said, voice forced calm. "And he will not be given another blade." Stannis's gaze stayed on Joffrey. "Blades are not the only danger," he said. Joffrey's eyes burned with hatred, but he said nothing. He had learned, in that single moment, that some men did not fear princes. Ned handed the knife to his guard and motioned Myrcella and Tommen back. As the door shut and the lock turned, the sound felt heavier than iron. Outside the chamber, Stannis's voice came low. "A spark," he said, "near kindling." Ned stared at the door as if he could see through it to the child inside. "And still," he replied, "a child." Stannis's silence was colder than any argument. When Beric Dondarrion knelt, he did it like a man kneeling before war. He was young, handsome in a plain way, the sort of lord who still believed honor could be carried like a sword and used to cut through chaos. His hair was dark, damp from the cold air outside, and his eyes held a stubborn flame. Ned respected that flame, even as he feared what fire could become once fed. Thuras of Myr stood behind Beric, red robe hanging loose, his beard wild, his eyes gleaming with a grin that belonged more to taverns than to courts. He looked amused by the solemnity of kings and lords, as if he had seen too many to be impressed. Robert sat on the Iron Throne again for this, refusing to let weakness drive him from the symbol of power. The Spikes imagined their own thirst, and today the throne seemed to lean toward Robert like a beast recognizing a kindred brutality. Stannis stood to one side, rigid, watching as if he were tallying sins. Ned held the scroll of royal decree, its wax seal stamped with the stag. Robert's voice carried through the hall, rough but commanding. "Ser Beric Dondarrion," he said, "you will ride at once. You will take men loyal to the crown and hunt down Ser Gregor Clegane and any who ride with him. You will bring them to justice." Beric lifted his head. "Yes, your grace," he said, voice firm. Ned stepped forward and read the decree, each word a nail. "By order of the king, Ser Gregor Clegane is to be seized and brought to King's Landing to answer for crimes against the king's peace. Any man who aids him will be judged as outlaw and traitor." Thuras chuckled softly behind Beric, as if the idea of seizing the mountain was an amusing fantasy. Stannis's voice cut into the hall when Ned finished. "This will not stop Tywin," he said. Robert's eyes flared. "It will show the realm I answer," he snapped. "It will show Tywin that he cannot hide behind rogue men." Stannis's jaw tightened. "Tywin will not care what you call his violence," he said. "He cares only that it works." Robert's mouth curled. "Then we make it not work," he growled. He leaned forward, grimacing with pain, and fixed Beric with a fierce gaze. "Ride hard," he commanded. "Do not die stupidly." Beric's eyes held steady. "I will do my duty," he said. Robert snorted. "Your duty will get you killed if you treat it like a prayer," he warned. "Treat it like a fight." Beric nodded once, accepting the king's brutality as instruction. Ned watched Stannis's expression, how it remained carved, how it did not soften with admiration. Stannis did not trust songs. He trusted outcomes. Beric riding out was a gesture as much as a tactic, and Stannis hated gestures that cost lives. When Beric rose, Thuras slapped him lightly on the shoulder as if sending him to a friendly brawl. "Come," the Myrish priest said, grin sharp. "Let's go find us a monster." As Beric and his chosen men filed from the hall, Ned felt the ripple it sent through the court. Some watched with hope, clinging to the idea that a king's decree could stop a lord's war. Others watched with cynicism, already picturing Beric's corpse in a ditch. Robert leaned back, breathing hard, and glanced toward Stannis as if daring him to object again. Stannis's eyes were cold. "A crown's justice," he said quietly, "will not save burned villages." Robert's voice was rough. "No," he replied, "but it will remind the realm who owns the right to burn." Ned's stomach tightened. The right to burn. Those words were the seed of every atrocity kings pretended they did not plant. Margaery Tyrell arrived like a promise wrapped in silk. The Red Keep's corridors had seen queens dragged in the night and knights hauled in chains. Today they saw something softer, but softness in King's Landing was never innocent. It was a weapon with perfume. She entered with Loras Tyrell at her side and a small retinue of reach ladies behind, their dresses green and gold, their hair braided with ribbons like banners made gentle. Margaery's smile was poised and practiced, warm enough to invite, sharp enough to survive. Her eyes moved quickly, taking in guards, doors, faces, the way a clever woman read a room, the way a maester read a page. Renly met her near the hall, his own smile bright but taut. He had dressed in green, as if wearing the Reach's colors could conjure their loyalty into being. When he bowed, it was too polished for a brother and too eager for a king's court. "My lady," Renly said, voice smooth. "Welcome." Margaery's smile deepened. "Lord Renly," she replied, and her tone made his name sound like a compliment. She glanced past him, eyes catching briefly on Ned Stark, then on Stannis, then on the pale figure seated on the dais. Robert Baratheon, stiff with pain, face set like stone. When Robert saw her, something in his expression shifted. Not softness, not desire, but the wary look of a man presented with a new bargain while still bleeding from the last one. Stannis stood to the side like a shadow. His gaze rested on Margaery as if she were a clause in a contract he had not agreed to. Ned could feel his disapproval radiating like cold. Margaery curtsied before Robert, perfect and precise. "Your Grace," she said, voice honeyed but clear. "I am sorry for your wound. The Reach prays for your strength." Robert's mouth twitched. "The Reach prays," he repeated, voice rough. "Aye, and what else does it do?" Margaery did not flinch. "The Reach feeds the realm," she said gently, "and the realm grows frightened when bread becomes scarce." Renly's eyes gleamed with relief. That was exactly the language he wanted spoken. Grain, stability, calm. Robert's gaze narrowed. "You're quick," he said. "I was raised to be useful," Margaery replied, smile unbroken. Stannis's voice cut in cold. "Useful," he echoed. "To whom?" Margaery turned her gaze to him, unruffled. "To the realm," she said smoothly. Stannis's eyes did not soften. "The realm," he said, "is not served by games." Marjorie's smile remained, but Ned saw the slight tightening at the corner of her mouth, the smallest flash of steel beneath silk. "Nor by hunger," she replied. Robert's eyes flicked between them. "Enough," he rasped. "Why are you here?" Renly stepped forward, eager. "To offer alliance," he said. "To offer? A marriage?" Stannis said flatly, and the word fell like a stone. Renly's jaw tightened. "Yes," he admitted. "A marriage. A Tyrell queen. Reach banners. Grain. Knights. Ships." Robert stared at Renly as if seeing his brother anew. "You arranged this," he said, voice thick. Renly held his gaze. "I did," he said, and there was desperation beneath his bravery. "Because we need them." Robert's hand tightened on the armrest. His eyes flicked to Marjorie. "And you?" he asked. "You want to be queen?" Marjorie's eyes held steady. "If it helps the realm," she said softly. Stannis's mouth tightened. "The realm is not helped by rushing into a bed with the Reach while blood is still wet on the throne room stones," he said. Robert's face darkened. "Watch your tongue," he snarled. Stannis did not yield. "You cannot patch a shattered crown with a wedding," he said. Renly snapped. "You'd rather patch it with executions." Stannis's eyes flashed. "I'd rather patch it with law," he replied. The room tightened. Ned felt the collision building again, brothers as flint and iron. Robert's wound made his temper shorter, his pride sharper. Stannis's certainty made compromise impossible. Robert's gaze settled on Marjorie, and for a heartbeat Ned saw the rawness beneath the king's anger. The exhaustion, the betrayal, the bruised loneliness of a man whose bed had been a lie. He wanted to refuse simply because it hurt to imagine trusting again. But the realm did not care what hurt him. Robert exhaled slowly, voice rough. "I will not wed tomorrow," he said. "I will not be paraded like a prize bull while my realm burns." Renly's face fell. Marjorie's smile remained, steady as a shield. "No one asks you to forget," she said. "Only to endure." Robert's eyes flicked to her, and something like reluctant respect stirred. "Endure," he repeated. Stannis's voice was iron. "Name your heir first," he said. "Then speak of weddings." Robert's jaw tightened. "I will speak of what I choose," he growled. Marjorie stepped back slightly, allowing the brothers' tension to fill the space. Renly watched Robert with pleading eyes. Stannis watched with cold insistence. Ned watched them all and felt the truth settle deeper in his bones. Tywin's war was only half the danger. The other half was inside this room, inside the blood and pride of House Baratheon. Tywin Lannister's answer arrived at dusk. The raven came to the rookery with a blood-red seal and a message heavy enough to bend the parchment. When Ned carried it into the small council chamber, he felt every eye in the room sharpen. Even Robert, half risen from his chair, seemed to draw himself up as if facing an enemy in flesh. Ned broke the seal. The wax cracked, and the sound felt like bone. He read aloud, because in a room full of wolves and vipers, secrets were weapons that cut the hand that held them. To Robert of House Baratheon, you have murdered a queen and disgraced the crown you wear. You have imprisoned Ser Jaime Lannister, sworn brother of the Kingsguard. You have seized children of House Lannister and hold them under threat. You will release Ser Jaime and return the children to my custody, unharmed, and you will answer before the realm for the unlawful blood you have spilled. If you refuse, know this: I will not allow my house to be butchered for your wounded pride. Every village that burns thereafter will burn by your choice. Tywin Lannister, Lord of Casterly Rock, Warden of the West. Silence followed, thick and dangerous. Robert's face flushed. His hand tightened on his hammer until his knuckles whitened. "Unlawful," he rasped, and the word tasted like poison. "He calls me unlawful." Stannis's voice was calm. "He calls you what the realm will whisper," he said. Robert's eyes snapped to him. "You agree with him?" he snarled. Stannis's gaze did not waver. "I agree that the realm will care about process," he said. "Even when the truth is ugly." Renly's fist slammed onto the table. "Process," he spat. "Tell that to burn children in the Riverlands." Varys's faint smile lingered like candle smoke. "Lord Tywin is skilled at making his violence sound like righteousness," he murmured. Peter Baelish, seated with his ledger, hummed softly. "And righteousness sells," he said, "especially when it comes with gold." Robert's breath came harsh. "He wants the children," he growled. "He wants Jaime. He wants me crawling." Stannis spoke, clipped. "He wants leverage," he said. "He knows you cannot trade the children without appearing weak, and you cannot keep them without making enemies." Ned's stomach tightened. "We keep them," he said firmly. "They are our protection against Tywin's worst impulses. And they are innocent." Stannis' eyes flicked to Ned. "Innocent does not mean harmless," he said. Robert's face twisted. "Enough," he snapped. He rose and pain carved his features, but he did not sit back down. He stood as if defying the wound itself. "I will not give Tywin what he wants." Renly's eyes gleamed. "Good," he said. "Then we answer." Robert's gaze burned. "We answer," he agreed. Ned felt dread settle like cold. "How?" he asked carefully. Robert looked at the map, at the stones, at the lines of roads and rivers that were about to run red. "With force," he said simply. "Stannis blockades the west. Renly pulls the Stormlords and the Reach if he can. I will hold the city. And Tywin will learn that a lion cannot roar louder than a king." Stannis' mouth tightened. "And if your wound kills you before Tywin does?" he asked. The room went still again. Robert's eyes blazed. "Then I die," he said, voice raw. "But I will not die crawling." Ned looked at Robert and saw the truth Melisandre had spoken, unwanted and chilling. A stag could gore a lion and still die of its own wound. Robert was burning himself from the inside, turning pain into fury and fury into certainty, because certainty was the only thing keeping him upright. Outside the window, storm clouds rolled over King's Landing, darkening the sky. Wind pressed against the glass like an impatient hand. In the distance, thunder muttered. Ned folded Tywin's letter carefully, as if respecting the weight of the threat even while refusing it. He could already imagine Tywin's banners moving like a tide, the Riverlands screaming, the Reach calculating, the Stormlands choosing, the Vale hiding behind mountains and grief. And within the Red Keep, brothers watched each other with eyes that held too much old resentment and too little trust. War was coming from the west, but Ned feared the war inside the crown even more, because if the crown shattered, it would not matter how many lions Robert killed. The realm would tear itself apart from the inside, and the blood would not stop at any border. The storm did not break that night, but its pressure sat on the city like a hand on a throat. King's Landing carried tension the way it carried stink, inevitable everywhere, impossible to scrub clean. As dusk faded into a bruised twilight, the bells of the seps began to ring again, not the steady call of routine prayer, but a sharper peal, insistent, urgent, as if the faith itself were knocking on the city's skull. Ned followed the sound. He did not go alone. Barristan Selmy moved at his shoulder, white cloak muted under a gray traveling cloak, and Stannis Baratheon walked a few steps behind them with the rigid posture of a man who refused to show that a city's noise could touch him. Gold cloaks preceded and followed, their numbers too thin for the crowd gathering ahead, their faces tight with the knowledge that the mob was not the enemy until the mob decided it was. The great September of Baelor rose above them, pale stone looming like bone in the dim. Its steps had always drawn King's Landing in times of fear, when kings died, when fires spread, when plagues crept through Flea Bottom like a hungry thing. Tonight the steps were a sea of flickering candles, each flame a small defiance against the dark. Small folk packed shoulder to shoulder, wrapped in patched cloaks, faces pale in firelight. Many held seven-pointed stars carved from wood or tin. Some held crude paintings of the mother, or the warrior, or the stranger. A few held no symbols at all, only clenched fists and eyes bright with fury. At the top of the steps, the High Septon stood beneath the Sept's great doors, crystal crown catching the candlelight and turning it into cold glitter. His hands lifted, and the murmuring crowd quieted by degrees, like a tide easing back from the shore. "The realm has sinned," the High Septon called, voice thin but carrying, "and the seven have witnessed it." A rumble of agreement answered him. "A queen has died beneath a king's wrath," he continued, and at the word queen a woman sobbed loudly somewhere in the crowd, as if grief itself had become political. Not before the eyes of the faith, not before the lords of the realm, not in the light of law. It was done in darkness, as if the crown feared the truth it claimed to uphold. Ned's jaw tightened. Around him the gold cloaks shifted, uneasy. Men in armor did not fear a sword as much as they feared words that turned a crowd into a weapon. Stannis' eyes narrowed, and Ned could feel his agreement sharpening behind his silence. The High Septon was saying what Stannis had already said in the King's Solar. Process mattered. And in King's Landing, the faith's process could become a blade. A chant began to rise from the lower steps, slow at first, then stronger as more voices joined. 7, 7, 7. Ned saw the line of gold cloaks waver, not retreating, not yet, but bending under the crowd's heat. He turned his head slightly, murmuring to Barristan, "If this turns, they'll crush the watch like straw." Barristan's face remained calm, but his hand shifted near his sword. "Then it must not turn," he said quietly. Stannis stepped forward until he was beside Ned, gaze fixed on the High Septon. "This is not prayer," Stannis murmured. "This is a warning." Ned's eyes stayed on the crowd. "It's both," he said. The High Septon lifted his hands again, and the chanting softened, expectant. "I call upon the king," the High Septon declared, "to submit himself to the judgment of the seven, to make penance, to show humility, to prove that the crown does not sit above the gods." A low roar moved through the crowd, approval mixed with something sharper, hunger. Ned felt the hairs on his neck lift. In a city that loved spectacle, humility could look too much like weakness. And weakness invited knives. Stannis' mouth tightened. "If Robert comes here," he said flatly, "this crowd will either worship him or tear him apart." Ned imagined Robert Baratheon stepping onto these steps, wounded and furious, hearing a Septon question his authority, hearing small folk chant for penance. He imagined the king's hammer in his hand. He imagined the first swing, and then he imagined the city burning. "We don't bring him," Ned said. Stannis' eyes cut to him, cold. "Then we must answer," he said. Ned did not like the word answer. In King's Landing, answers often looked like blood. As the High Septon's voice rose again, calling for judgment and law and divine witness, Ned watched the sea of candles, the tight faces, the trembling gold cloak line, and understood that Tywin's war was not the only fire gathering. There were flames here too, and they were made of people. The High Septon did not stay on his steps. He came to the Red Keep with the certainty of a man who believed the gods walked beside him. He arrived with septons bearing 7-pointed stars and incense that stung the throat, and the smell of it crawled through the keep like a reminder that there were powers older than kings. Servants bowed. Guards stiffened. Men who had never prayed in earnest still found their hands brushing their chests as the crystal crown passed. Robert received him on the Iron Throne, because Robert refused to be seen as anything but king. The wound had stolen some of his color, and the bandages beneath his tunic stole some of his ease, but his eyes were bright, fixed, and dangerous. Ned stood beside him, chain heavy on his neck again, because symbols mattered when the faith arrived. Stannis lingered at the edge of the hall like a shadow with a spine. Marjorie Tyrell had been invited. Renly's doing, Ned suspected, because her presence suggested calm, suggested future, suggested grain rather than famine. She stood with her hands folded, face serene, the perfect picture of nobility listening to law and prayer. The High Septon bowed, but not too deeply. His reverence was for the gods, not for the man on the throne. "Your Grace," he said, voice like dry parchment. "The faith has heard the cries of the realm." Robert snorted. The realm cries every time someone with a crown sneezes, he rasped. Speak. The Queen's death has shaken hearts, the High Septon said. The manner of it troubles the faithful. Robert's eyes narrowed. She was a traitor, he said. The faithful can trouble themselves with that. The faith does not deny the crown's right to judge treason. The High Septon replied, calm as a blade sheathed in silk. But the faith demands that judgment be witnessed, weighed, and made lawful in the light. A king who kills in darkness invites the stranger's shadow into his hall. Robert's mouth curled. My hall had shadows long before last night, he growled. Stannis's voice cut in, clipped. He speaks truth, he said. The realm will listen. Robert's head snapped toward him. Of course you'd side with a Septon, he snarled. You'd rather I let Tywin burn villages while I wait for blessings. The High Septon lifted a hand. No, he said gently. We ask not for delay, but for penance, for humility, for an acknowledgement that the crown serves, not rules, the gods. Robert laughed. Harsh. Humility, he spat. You want me on my knees? Yes, the High Septon said, and his honesty was almost shocking. For the realm to see that the king's strength is not pride, but obedience to what is right. Marjorie's eyes flicked toward Robert, assessing. Her voice, when it came, was soft. Sometimes a kneel prevents 1,000 deaths, she murmured. Robert's gaze slid to her. And sometimes it invites 1,000 more, he replied. Ned watched Robert's hand tighten on the throne's armrest. He could feel the moment slipping toward violence, not physical but political. One wrong word and Robert would declare the faith his enemy, and then King's Landing would tear itself apart as it had once during the days of Maegor. Ned stepped forward, voice firm. The king will not kneel in public, he said. Not while the realm is threatened by war, but he will offer the faith what it needs, truth in the light. Robert's eyes burned at the interruption, but he did not strike Ned down with words. That, in itself, was a mercy. The High Septon's gaze settled on Ned, cool and assessing. Truth, he repeated. Then let the realm see the evidence. Let the confession be read before the September. Let the sin be named, and the judgment understood. Robert's jaw tightened. You want to parade my shame, he growled. I want to prevent your shame from becoming the realm's wound, the High Septon replied. Stannis's eyes narrowed, and Ned saw it. Stannis favored this. A confession read publicly, a formal acknowledgement, something that looked like law rather than rage. Robert looked at each of them. High Septon, Ned, Stannis, Marjorie. And for a heartbeat his face softened into something like exhaustion. Then the pride returned like armor.
Fine Robert rasped.
You want light? You'll have it. Ned Stark will read the truth from the steps of the Great September. The city will hear what my queen did. And then, his eyes hardened. And then the faith will shut its mouth and pray for victory. The High Septon's expression did not change, but Ned sensed satisfaction beneath it. So be it, the Septon said. The seven will witness. Robert leaned forward, pain flickering across his face like lightning. And if any man calls me unlawful after that, he growled, I'll show him how lawful a hammer can be. Thunder muttered beyond the windows, and Marjorie's hands tightened slightly, as if even her poise could feel the storm pressing closer. The city did not wait politely for truth. By the time the next morning came, King's Landing was already tearing at its own seams. Bread prices had risen again, not because flour had vanished overnight, but because fear made merchants greedy and made men desperate. Rumors ran ahead of reality like rats ahead of fire. The king had killed the queen, the gods were angry, Tywin's armies were coming, Stannis would burn the city for law, the false princes would be slain, the faith would call down curses, the Red Keep would shut its gates and leave the small folk to starve. Flea Bottom swallowed all rumors and spat them back as violence. Ned heard the first reports from a sweating gold cloak messenger. A fight near a bread cart, then a brawl, then a crowd. By the time Ned mounted his horse, it was no longer a crowd. It was a riot. The streets narrowed as he rode, choked with bodies. Smoke curled upward where torches had found wood and oil. A cart lay overturned, bread loaves scattered in the mud, trampled under boots that had no patience for dignity. A woman screamed at a man who held a loaf like a trophy. Another woman clawed at his face until blood ran. Someone threw a stone, and it struck a gold cloak's helmet with a dull crack. Janos Slynt was there, shouting until his voice broke, face slick with sweat. He looked less like a commander and more like a man trapped in a tide. "Hold the line," he bellowed. "Push them back." His men tried. Spears prodded. Shields rose. But the crowd surged and bent around them, a living thing with too many arms. Ned's Stark guards forced a path, gray cloaks cutting through smoke. Ned's horse shied when a burning rag struck near its hooves. Ned clenched his reins and shoved forward. "Back!" he shouted. "Back, in the king's name!" A man with wild eyes spat toward him. "King's name?" he screamed back. "The king kills queens." A chant rose, angry and ragged. "Queenslayer! Queenslayer!" Ned's stomach tightened. The word was a weapon now, and it belonged to anyone who chose to swing it. A septon stumbled through the crowd, seven-pointed star held high, trying to calm. A stone struck him in the mouth. He fell, star clattering on the stones, and men's boots crushed it without pause. Ned felt a cold dread. Once people began crushing symbols, they began crushing anything. He leaned down to his nearest guard. "Find the source," he snapped. This riot didn't grow by itself. He saw it then. Men moving against the flow, not panicked, not desperate, but purposeful. They shoved others toward the gold cloaks, drove the crowd into tighter fury, pointed and shouted at the right moments. Agitators, paid tongues. Ned's eyes scanned faces through smoke. He glimpsed a familiar smirk for half a heartbeat. One of Littlefinger's men, perhaps, vanishing into the crush. Ned's jaw clenched. Peter Baelish would not swing a sword. He would swing a city. Janos Slynt stumbled toward Ned, eyes wide. "My lord," he panted. "They're coming from every alley. We can't." "Then stop reacting," Ned snapped. "Drive them into the open. Clear the street. Do not let them swarm." Janos's gaze flicked away, hesitant. Too slow, too uncertain, or too bought. A torch arced through the air and struck a hanging sign. Flames climbed. The crowd cheered like it was a victory. Ned's horse reared, and Ned barely kept his seat. Then someone screamed near the rear of the gold cloak line. A gap opened for a heartbeat, and through it the crowd surged, sweeping past shields like water past broken stones. A gold cloak went down beneath boots. His helmet rolled away, his face revealed, terrified. Ned drew his sword. Not ice, not in a city street, but plain steel, and raised it above his head. "Stop!" he roared, and the authority in his voice cut a thin path through the chaos. "In the king's name, stop!" For a heartbeat, some faces turned. Fear and uncertainty flickered. The riot wavered. Then a stone hit Ned's horse in the neck, and the animal screamed, and the moment shattered. The crowd surged again, and Ned understood. They were not listening to names anymore. They were listening to hunger. He saw a gold cloak lift his spear and thrust too hard, and the spear point disappeared into a man's chest. Blood spurted bright. The man fell, and the crowd, instead of recoiling, roared. The city had tasted blood. Ned felt the riot shifting from anger into something worse, joy in violence. The kind of joy that did not end until the streets were full of corpses. Above, the sky darkened, storm pressing closer, and the smoke rose in thick columns, turning King's Landing into a mouth-breathing fire. Stannis did not soothe riots. He ended them. By the time Ned returned to the Red Keep, soot-streaked and furious, the city had already begun to feel Stannis' hand closing around it. Stannis had climbed to the walls not to admire the view, but to see the pattern of the unrest, the way a commander saw a battlefield. He watched smoke rise from Flea Bottom, watched small fires flicker like warning lights, and he did not ask why people were angry. He asked how quickly anger could be broken. Davos stood beside him on the wall walk, troubled. "They're starving, M-Lord," Davos murmured, eyes on the streets. "Or they think they will. Folks do foolish things when they're afraid." Stannis' mouth tightened. "Then they will learn not to," he said. Below, gold cloaks dragged captured rioters into a line in the yard outside a gatehouse. Men and women alike, faces bloodied, clothes torn. Some spat, some sobbed. Some stared in stunned silence, as if they had awakened from a fever and did not recognize where they were. A block had been set up. A chopping axe rested against it, its edge newly honed. Davos's throat worked. "Is this necessary?" he asked quietly. Stannis did not look away from the city. "Necessary," he repeated. "It is necessary for a city to fear consequences more than it enjoys chaos." Melisandre stood behind them, red against wet stone, her ruby catching what little light remained. The first cold drops of rain began to fall, slow, reluctant, hissing where they struck embers. "The rain comes," Melisandre murmured, "but it does not cleanse what has already burned." Stannis ignored her. He leaned forward slightly, eyes fixed on the yard below. "5, he said. Davos blinked. "5, he repeated. "5 executions," Stannis said. "Not 50, not a slaughter. 5 chosen carefully, those who led, those who struck first, those who killed. Enough for the city to see that law has teeth." Davos's shoulders sagged with uneasy relief. He had expected worse. That did not make it good. Ned arrived on the wall moments later, face hard. "What are you doing?" Ned demanded, voice sharp with anger. Stannis turned his head, gaze cold. "Restoring order," he said. Ned's eyes flicked to the yard below, to the line of prisoners, to the axe. "By killing," Ned said. "By demonstrating consequence," Stannis corrected. "If you allow riots to go unanswered, they become expectation." Ned's jaw clenched. "And if you answer them with fear, you teach the city to hate you," he said. Stannis' mouth tightened. "Hate is cheaper than chaos," he replied. Ned stepped closer, lowering his voice. "Peter Baelish is stirring this," he said. "There are men paid to guide the crowd. If you kill blindly—" "I am not blind," Stannis snapped, and his temper flashed like a spark. "And I do not care if Baelish whispers. Whispers die when mouths fear to open." Davos shifted, uncomfortable. "My lords," he murmured. The king would swing his hammer until the streets ran red," Stannis said flatly. "I will not allow that. Not because I am merciful, but because it is foolish." Ned stared at him. "You think you're saving Robert from himself," he said. "I am saving the realm from Robert," Stannis replied. The words hung between them like a blade. Below, the first prisoner was shoved toward the block. A man with a torn sleeve, face smeared with soot, eyes wide with sudden terror. He tried to speak, tried to plead, but a gold cloak struck him behind the knees and forced him down. The axe rose. Davos looked away. Ned did not. Ned watched, because if he looked away he feared he would never be able to look back at the city honestly again. The axe fell. The head rolled. Blood splashed onto wet stones, immediately darkened by rain. The crowd gathered behind the gold cloaks let out a sound that was not quite a cheer and not quite a sob. Stannis' face did not change. "1," he said. Ned's hands clenched. "This will not end it," he said tightly. Stannis' gaze stayed fixed on the city. "It will end it enough," he replied. "And then we find Baelish's men and hang them too." Melisandre's voice was soft, almost pleased. "Fire and blood," she murmured. "The realm speaks its true language." Ned turned to her, anger sharp. "The realm speaks hunger," he said, "and fear. You mistake suffering for prophecy." Melisandre's eyes glinted, and her ruby seemed to pulse. "Suffering is the doorway," she replied. Rain began to fall harder then, steadying, washing soot from stone, turning ash to black slurry. It did not wash away what had been done. It only made it shine wetly, undeniable. Ned stood on the wall between Stannis' cold order and the city's desperate fury, and felt the storm finally break. Not in thunder, but in the steady, relentless fall of rain over a kingdom that was learning to drown. The riot outside gave the Red Keep cover, and someone used it. Ned felt it before he saw it. An absence in the keep's rhythm, a hush where there should have been steady footsteps and familiar calls. Guards were too busy watching the gates, watching the city, watching smoke. In that attention, a different door opened. He was already moving toward Maegor's holdfast when the shout came. One of his Stark guards, breathless, eyes wide. "My lord," the man panted. "The children." Ned did not ask which. He ran. Stone swallowed sound in Maegor's holdfast. Torches flickered in narrow corridors, shadows jagged on walls built for paranoia. Ned's boots hammered on steps, ice's weight familiar at his side. Behind him, gray cloaks followed, swords drawn, faces hard. He reached a secret stairwell, one of the passages few men knew, a vein running through the keep's bones. Torchlight revealed movement below.
Men klimbing, klokshodet, breating fast.
Gold cloaks. Janos Slint led them, face shiny with sweat, mouth tight. His eyes snapped up when he saw Ned, and for a heartbeat fear flickered. Then he hardened it into resolve. Behind Janos, a small shape was carried in a cloak. Tommen, eyes wide and wet, silent in terror. Myrcella stumbled beside another gold cloak, her mouth pressed tight to keep from sobbing, tears streaming anyway. Ned's blood went cold. He stepped into the passage like a door slamming shut. "Stop," he said, voice low and deadly. Janos lifted his chin. "Lord Stark," he said, trying to sound calm. "We're moving them. For their safety." "For whose safety?"
Ned demanded.
Janos's gaze darted, not to the children, but to the shadows behind Ned, as if expecting Peter Baelish's smile to appear there like a blessing. Ned drew ice fully. Valyrian steel flashed blue in torchlight, cold as winter. The gold cloaks froze. Even men who had never seen ice knew what it meant when a Stark drew it inside a castle. "You will put them down," Ned said. "Now." Janos swallowed. "My lord," he said, voice rough. "The city's burning. The faith is screaming. Tywin's men. Put them down," Ned repeated. A gold cloak tightened his grip on Myrcella's arm. Myrcella flinched but did not scream. She had learned too quickly that screaming attracted worse things. Janos's voice grew desperate. "Orders," he said. "From Lord Baelish." He said. Ned's eyes narrowed. "Of course," he murmured, and the word was colder than the stone around them. "Always Baelish." Janos lifted his hands slightly. "He said the king's wrath could turn," Janos stammered. "He said Stannis might decide." Ned's gaze flicked to Tommen's wide eyes in the cloak. A child clinging to breath. A child who had done nothing but be born into a lie. "No one touches them," Ned said. "Not Baelish. Not you. Not Stannis. Not the king." A footstep sounded behind Ned, heavier than the others, and the air shifted as Stannis Baratheon arrived with Baratheon men in dark cloaks, swords drawn. His face was carved from cold certainty. Stannis' eyes took in the scene: Janos, gold cloaks, children, ice drawn. His jaw tightened. "So," Stannis said quietly, "the city watch is treacherous." Janos' face went pale. "My lord," he stammered. "I was acting to protect." Stannis stepped forward, and his voice was iron. "You were acting to profit," he said, "and you used children as shields." Janos' mouth opened. No words came. Stannis' gaze slid to Ned's drawn sword. "You will let them go," he said, not to Ned but to Janos, "or I will have you hanged from the gatehouse and your men flogged until they cannot stand." Janos' eyes darted between Stannis and ice. He licked his lips. "We're loyal," he rasped. You are purchased," Stannis snapped, "and purchased men can be bought again." Ned felt his rage flare, not only at Janos, not only at Baelish, but at the fact that Stannis' threat sounded too natural. Hanging and flogging came to him as easily as breath. "Give her here," Ned said to the gold cloak holding Myrcella. The man hesitated. Stannis took one step, and the man's courage broke. He released Myrcella abruptly, as if she burned his hands. Myrcella stumbled toward Ned, trembling. Ned caught her gently, his hand steady on her shoulder. Tommen was lowered next, the gold cloak setting him down as if afraid of being cut in half by ice if he moved too quickly.
Tommen klotset er ned af Sleeve, shaking.
Ned's voice softened for the first time in the stairwell. "It's all right," he murmured, though it was a lie. "You're safe." Behind them, Stannis's men closed around Janos and his gold cloaks, disarming them with efficient brutality. Janos tried to protest, but a fist to the gut stole his breath. Stannis's eyes remained on Ned. "Baelish did this," he said. Ned's jaw clenched. "Yes," he replied, "and he will do worse if we let him." Stannis's mouth tightened. "Then we do not let him," he said. As Stannis's men dragged Janos away, Ned gathered Myrcella and Tommen close, guiding them back up the stairwell. The children moved like frightened deer, silent, wide-eyed. Behind them, the Red Keep stone swallowed the sound of Janos Slint's muffled cries, and Ned felt the keep tighten around them like a fist. The riot outside had been noise. This was the real war, quiet, close, fought in corridors where children could be carried like coin. Rain turned the gods' wood into a dark mirror. The leaves were slick, the earth soft beneath boots, and the heart tree's pale bark shone faintly in torchlight like bone. Ned stood beneath it with his hand on Ice's hilt, not drawing, but reminding himself that steel existed in a place where men preferred secrets. Peter Baelish came as if invited. He stepped between wet branches with a small smile, cloak dark, hair damp, eyes bright with the same calm that always made Ned want to grab him by the throat. The man looked as if rain could not touch him. It only made his smile sharper. "My lord," Peter said softly, "such a lovely night for prayer." "I don't pray to you," Ned replied. Peter's smile widened. "No," he murmured. "You pray to trees. I pray to men. We each have our habits." Ned's gaze was flat. "You tried to move the children," he said. "You used the riot as cover." Peter lifted his hands slightly, palms open. "I tried to secure them," he corrected gently. "You see enemies everywhere, Lord Stark. Sometimes a door is locked simply because it must be." Ned's jaw tightened. "You gave Janos Slint orders," he said. "You bought the watch." Peter's eyes glittered. "Bought?" he repeated. "Gold is not buying, my lord. Gold is persuading. Men prefer to feel compensated for their loyalty."
Ned stepped closer.
"You are playing with children's lives," he said. Peter tilted his head. "Children's lives are always played with," he murmured. "That's what makes them so valuable. People weep louder when the pieces are small." Ned's hand tightened on ice. "You will not touch them again," he said, voice low. Peter's smile did not falter. "You cannot forbid me from breathing," he replied. "Nor can you guard every corridor. You are a good man, Lord Stark. Good men are very brave in direct fights, but this city is not direct." Ned felt the urge to strike, quick, simple, honest. But Peter would turn his death into a knife in someone else's hand. He would die smiling, and the realm would still bleed. "You did this riot," Ned said. Peter's eyes softened as if amused by Ned's certainty. "The riot did itself," he said lightly. "I merely suggested a direction, like a man pointing a dog toward meat." A wet footstep sounded near the trees. Ned did not look, but he knew who it was. Varys watched. Varys always watched. The eunuch's presence was like a spider's web you didn't see until you felt it cling. Peter's gaze flicked toward the shadows and then back. "We are not alone," he murmured, voice sweet. "Good," Ned said. "Let witnesses see what you are." Peter's smile sharpened. "What am I?" he asked softly. "I am a man who keeps the realm functioning while kings swing hammers. I am the reason the city watch still gets paid, the reason merchants still bring grain, The reason your king can wage war without realizing how expensive his pride is. Ned's eyes burned. You are the reason Jon Arryn is dead, he said, and the accusation dropped into the rain like a stone. Peter blinked once. A single crack in the mask, then it sealed. Careful, he murmured. That is a very dangerous sentence to speak without proof. Ned held his gaze. I will find proof, he said. Peter's smile returned, mild. Then I wish you luck, he said. Luck is another thing good men rely on. Clever men prefer preparation. From the edge of the godswood, Ned sensed Stannis watching, rigid, impatient, as if he wanted to walk in and arrest Peter on the spot. Davos lingered beside him like a conscience. Ned felt the temptation. Let Stannis crush Baelish with law and iron. But Stannis's law would not stop with Baelish. It would roll onward, hungry for control, and it would not care who it flattened. Peter stepped closer, rain beating on his lashes. The city is frightened, he murmured. A queen died, a king is wounded, a lord in the west burns villages. A brother in the keep speaks of law as if it's a sword. Everyone will choose sides soon. Ned's voice was cold. And which side do you choose? Peter's smile was soft as a kiss. The winning one, he whispered. Then he stepped back, turned, and melted into the trees as if the godswood itself had swallowed him. Varys's shadow shifted slightly, as if amused. Ned remained beneath the heart tree, rain dripping from his hair, hands still on ice, and felt the weight of the truth. Peter Baelish could not be threatened into obedience. He could only be destroyed, and in King's Landing, destruction was never clean. In the Riverlands, honor rode into a trap. Beric Dondarrion's men moved through soaked woods, horses stepping carefully over roots slick with rain. The air smelled of wet leaves and smoke, because smoke had become the Riverlands' constant companion. Behind them, Thuras of Myr rode with a grin that looked out of place among charred villages and dead crows. He held a sword whose blade burned with orange flame, fire hissing as rain struck it, the light casting leaping shadows across men's faces. Beric kept his eyes forward, jaw set. He had seen burned houses and broken bodies, and the sight had sharpened him. He was still young, but there was less song in him now. The king's decree in his saddlebag felt heavier with every mile. They found the trail at dusk, fresh hoofprints in mud, broken branches, a child's doll lying face down like a fallen soldier. Beric's mouth tightened. He raised a hand, signaling his men to slow. Quiet, he murmured. Thuras leaned toward him, voice low. Monsters don't go quiet, he said, amused. They just wait. Beric's eyes flicked to him. Then we don't wait, he replied. They moved forward. The first arrow struck a man in Beric's front line, punching through mail at the neck. He fell without a sound, blood spraying dark. Another arrow followed, then another. The woods erupted with the sudden snap of bowstrings. Ambush! Someone screamed. Beric's men tried to form, tried to lift shields, but the arrows came from too many angles. Horses screamed. A man went down beneath his own mount. Beric drew his sword and spurred forward, refusing to retreat, because retreat felt like surrender and surrender felt like dishonor. Thuras's flaming blade swung, cutting arrows mid-flight only in songs, not in rain-soaked reality. Still, the fire unnerved, and Beric saw Lannister men flinch as flame lit their faces. Then Ser Gregor Clegane stepped out from behind a tree like a nightmare given armor. He was bigger than rumor, a mountain in black plate, helm narrowing his world to a slit. His sword looked too large for any normal man, a slab of steel meant for cleaving more than fencing. Beric felt the moment freeze. This was the king's quarry. This was the monster he had been sent to seize. Ser Gregor. Beric shouted, voice ringing despite fear. In the king's name, Gregor charged. There was no answer, no taunt. Only the thunder of armored boots through mud, the brutal certainty of violence. Beric met him, sword raised, trying to be brave, trying to be lawful. Their blades struck, sparks flying. The impact jolted Beric's arms to the bone. Gregor's strength was not human. It was something heavier, something that did not tire. Beric swung again, aiming for gaps, for joints, for the places armor gave way. Gregor's sword slammed down, and Beric barely twisted aside. The blade bit into Beric's shoulder, shearing through mail, pain exploding like fire. Beric staggered, breath leaving him in a harsh cry. Thuras shouted, flaming sword swinging, but a Lannister man drove a spear toward him. Thuras laughed wildly and slapped it aside, flame licking along the spear's shaft, making the man yelp and recoil. Beric's vision narrowed. Gregor loomed, relentless. Beric tried to raise his sword again, but his arm trembled. Gregor's next swing cut through Beric's guard like it was straw. Steel slammed into Beric's chest. The sound was dull, wet. Beric felt the world tilt. He fell onto his back in mud, rain on his face, the sky above him a gray blur through branches. He heard shouting, his men, Lannister men, horses. He heard Thuras's laughter turning into rage. He heard the hiss of flame and the crackle of wet wood catching fire anyway. Gregor stood over him, sword raised for the finishing blow. Beric's breath hitched. He thought of the king's decree. He thought of Robert Baratheon's rough voice. Do not die stupidly. He thought briefly of home. Then the sword fell, and Beric Dondarrion died in the mud, rain washing blood into the roots of Riverlands trees. Thuras screamed, not in grief but in fury, and the sound was like a prayer turned inside out. Night swallowed the battlefield, and the survivors crawled into ruin like wounded animals seeking a den. They carried Beric's body because they could not bear to leave him for crows. His armor was dented, blood-soaked, heavy as guilt. Each step they took felt like an admission. The king's justice had been crushed by a monster's sword. They found an abandoned chapel, half-burned, roof collapsed on one side, the seven-pointed star above the door cracked down the middle. Inside, the air smelled of old smoke and damp stone. A few shattered candles lay scattered on the floor like broken teeth. Thuras of Myr lowered Beric onto the chapel's cold stones and stared at him for a long moment. His grin was gone. The tavern bravado had been stripped away by blood and rain, leaving something raw and strange. Thuras's hands shook as he pressed them to Beric's chest, feeling nothing beneath armor but stillness. He's gone, a man whispered behind him, voice hollow. Thuras did not look up. He murmured. He knows. Another man swallowed. We should bury him, he said, as if burial could make sense of defeat. Thuras's eyes flicked to the cracked star above them. Bury him? He echoed softly. Then his gaze returned to Beric's pale face. For what? So the worms can have their share too. The men shifted, uneasy. They had followed Beric for honor. They had followed Thuras because Thuras laughed at fear. Now Thuras did not laugh. Thuras reached for a torch leaning against the chapel wall. He struck flint. Sparks jumped. Flame caught, and the fire's glow painted Beric's face orange, making him look briefly alive. Thuras bent close, murmuring words in a tongue that did not belong in Westeros. The sound was not prayer to the Seven. It was older, harsher, like a man calling to a storm and daring it to answer. What are you doing? One of the men whispered, voice trembling. Thuras did not answer. Sweat beaded on his brow despite the cold. He pressed his palms to Beric's chest harder, as if trying to push life back into him through sheer will. The torch flame flickered. For a heartbeat, it seemed to stretch, as if drawn toward Thuras's hands. Thuras's voice rose, urgent, not to the chapel, not to the gods carved in stars, but to something unseen. Come back, he hissed. Come back, you stubborn lordling. The king's justice isn't done with you. The men watched, transfixed, afraid to breathe. Then Beric Dondarrion's body jerked. It was small, an involuntary twitch, a shudder. Yet it hit the chapel like thunder. A man gasped. Another stumbled back, making the cracked star above the door creak. Thuras leaned closer, eyes wide, hands still pressed to Beric's chest. Again, he whispered fiercely. Breathe. Beric's lips parted. For a long moment nothing happened. Then a breath rattled out, wet and harsh, as if dragged from somewhere deep and unwilling. Beric's eyes opened. They were unfocused at first, blank as river stones. Then they found Thuris's face, and something flickered. Recognition, confusion, pain. Thuris laughed, and the sound was half sob, half mad joy. "There," he breathed. "There you are." Beric tried to speak. Blood bubbled at his lips. His chest rose again painfully. One of the men fell to his knees, whispering the Seven's names like a shield. Another made the sign against evil. Thuris's grin returned, but it was different now. Sharper, edged with something frightening. "The king wanted justice," he said softly, eyes gleaming in torchlight. "Well, justice just got harder to kill." Beric's hand twitched, fingers scraping stone. He tried to sit. Pain tore through him and he hissed, but he did not collapse back into death. Outside the chapel, smoke drifted through rain. Somewhere far away, wolves howled. Somewhere closer, crows argued. Inside, a dead man breathed, and the Riverlands war changed shape. Stannis took the sea the way he took everything, by refusing to let it belong to anyone else. Within days, black-sailed warships prowled the waters like wolves, and red-sailed Lannister supply ships began to vanish, swallowed by blockade and storm. Stannis did not announce his victories with songs. He sent ledgers of captured cargo, grain, salt pork, bolts of cloth, barrels of wine, each item a weapon taken from Tywin's hand. One morning, a Lannister convoy tried to slip past under cover of heavy weather, hoping that rain and rough water would hide them. Stannis met them anyway. He stood on the deck of his flagship with rain plastering his hair to his temples, eyes fixed on the red sails ahead. Davos shouted orders, voice hoarse, sailors scrambling like ants along wet planks. Grappling hooks flew through gray air and bit into wood. Ships lurched together with grinding violence, hulls striking like beasts colliding. The first boarders hit the enemy deck in a surge of steel and curses. Men slipped in blood and rainwater. Axes bit into shields. Spears thrust. A sailor screamed as a blade took his hand. Another went overboard, swallowed by black waves without ceremony. Stannis moved through the chaos like a man carved from iron. He did not flail. He did not shout. He simply pointed, directed, crushed resistance with relentless efficiency. His men fought harder because his eyes were on them, and Stannis's gaze felt like judgment. Davos cut down a man who lunged at him, then turned, breath steaming. "They're trying to burn their cargo," he shouted, pointing toward the Lannister ship's hold where men were dragging torches toward barrels. "Stop them," Stannis snapped. "I want the grain." Davos hesitated, then nodded and surged forward, cutting a path. The grain mattered. Grain was not only food. It was stability. It was leverage. It was a city's temper in a sack. When the last Lannister sailor threw down his weapon, shivering, Stannis did not offer mercy with a smile. He offered it like a contract. "Bind them," he ordered. "Send them ashore with the message." Davos wiped rain from his brow. "What message?" he asked. Stannis's eyes stayed on the captured ship, on the red sail sagging in defeat. "Tell Tywin Lannister," he said, voice cold, "that the sea no longer feeds his war." Davos swallowed. "And the king?" he asked quietly, because Davos could feel the tension in King's Landing even from the deck of a ship. Stannis's mouth tightened. "The king will appreciate results," he said. Davos looked at him, uneasy. "And if he does not?" Davos asked. Stannis's gaze flicked toward the storm clouds. "Then the realm will," he replied. When the convoy was secured, Stannis stood at the ship's rail and watched the gray horizon. Rain whipped his cloak. The sea hissed. The war felt cleaner out here. Steel and wood and salt, not whispers and riots and children used as coin. Yet even the sea could not keep him from King's Landing's rot. Ravens arrived on wet wings. Reports of riots. Reports of faith anger. Reports of Robert's wound worsening. Fever flickering. Reports of Renly and Tyrell's bargaining in silk while villages burned. Stannis held each report like a stone and stacked them in his mind. Order, law, control. He told himself that was what he fought for. But as the ship cut through rough water toward the city again, Davos watched Stannis's rigid back and wondered if control could become its own kind of hunger. The king's wound began to claim its debt. It started with a fever that came in the afternoon like a whisper and rose by nightfall into a blaze. Robert tried to laugh it off. He tried to drink through it. He tried to command it away. But fever did not respect crowns. Ned was summoned to the king's bedchamber after midnight, when lightning flashed behind shutters and the storm finally arrived in earnest. Rain hammered the roof. Wind made the windows rattle as if someone outside wanted in. Robert lay in bed with sweat soaking his hair and beard, face flushed too bright, eyes half-lidded. His hand still gripped his warhammer's haft even in sleep, as if he feared that if he let go, the world would take everything again. Pycelle hovered with a bowl of herbs, trembling so badly the liquid inside rippled. "Your Grace," the maester croaked, "you must rest." Robert's eyes snapped open, unfocused, wild. "Tywin," he rasped, voice thick. "Bring me Tywin." Ned stepped close, placing a cool hand on the king's forearm. "Robert," he said softly. "It's Ned." Robert stared at him for a long moment as if trying to remember what Ned was. Friend, hand, conscience, obstacle. Then Robert's expression twisted into something like fury. "They're laughing," he whispered. "They're all laughing." "No one is laughing," Ned lied. A shape at the foot of the bed made Ned's stomach tighten. Stannis Baratheon stood there rigid, arms folded until he unfolded one and revealed a sealed document in his hand. The wax glinted in lightning's brief flash. "We need it," Stannis said, voice low. Ned's eyes narrowed. "Not now," he hissed. Stannis's gaze stayed on Robert. "Now is precisely when," he replied. "If he dies." Robert's eyes flicked toward Stannis, and for a heartbeat clarity sharpened through fever like a blade through fog. "You," Robert rasped. "Always you." Stannis stepped forward a fraction, document in hand. "Sign," he said. "Name your heir. Make the realm stable." Robert's mouth curled, and his laugh turned into a cough that made blood spot his beard. "You want my crown," he wheezed. "I want the realm not to burn," Stannis said, and his tone did not change. Ned stepped between them, anger sharp. "He's delirious," Ned snapped. "You will not force ink into his hand like a jailer." Stannis's eyes were cold. "Delirious kings still die," he said. "And when he does, men will kill for uncertainty." A soft voice came from the shadows. Margaery Tyrell, present like a careful promise, eyes thoughtful. "If the king signs while fevered," she murmured, "men will say it was coerced. They will say the document is tainted." Stannis's jaw tightened, displeased, but he did not dismiss her. Even he understood perception was a kind of law. Robert's breathing grew harsher. His hand tightened on the hammer. "No one takes it," he muttered. "No one." Ned leaned down, voice low, urgent. "Robert," he said, "listen to me. You need to heal." Robert's eyes flicked toward him, wild again. "Heal?" he whispered. "I don't heal. I fight." "You can't fight a fever with a hammer," Ned said. Robert's mouth twisted. "Watch me," he rasped, and tried to lift the hammer. His arm shook. The hammer fell back onto the bedding with a dull thud. For the first time, fear flickered in Robert's eyes. Not fear of Tywin, not fear of betrayal, but fear of weakness. Fear of losing control. Lightning flashed again, illuminating Stannis's hard face, Pycelle's trembling hands, Margaery's composed gaze, Ned's grim worry. The room looked like a painting of a realm poised over an abyss. Stannis held the document tighter. "If you will not sign," he said quietly, "then at least speak it. Name me before witnesses." Robert's eyes blazed, fever-fed. "I name you," he rasped. "A pain in my arse." Stannis's mouth tightened. He did not react as a brother. He reacted as a man watching the realm slip. Ned turned on him, voice sharp. "Leave," he said. "You're not helping." Stannis stared at Robert one last time, document still in hand, then stepped back. "I will not let this city fall to chaos," he said to no one and everyone at once. "If you will not give order willingly, order will come anyway." He turned and left, cloak whispering over stone like a verdict. Ned watched him go, dread knotting in his chest. He turned back to Robert, who stared at the ceiling as if seeing ghosts in the rafters. Marjorie stepped forward slightly, voice soft. "He fears the realm," she murmured. Ned's eyes stayed on Robert. "He fears not controlling it," he replied. Robert's eyes closed. His breath rattled. Pycelle fussed with herbs, useless and frightened. Outside, thunder rolled, and rain battered the castle like an army testing walls. Ned sat beside the bed and held his friend's arm, feeling the heat through bandages and cloth, and understood with cold clarity. Tywin's banners were not the only threat rising. If Robert died now, the war would not simply continue. It would multiply, and the men standing closest to the throne, wolves, stags, roses, spiders, would tear each other apart for the right to decide what order meant. The fever made the king smaller without making him gentle. Robert Baratheon lay in bed like a storm trapped beneath blankets, breath rasping as if his lungs were filled with smoke. The wound beneath the bandages pulsed with its own ugly life, and the sweat that slicked his skin had the faint sourness of sickness no hammer could strike down. When lightning flashed through the shutters, his eyes snapped open, wild and bright, and for a heartbeat Ned saw the old Robert, the man who had roared on battlefields and crowned himself with victory. Then the light faded, and what remained was pain and rage, tangled so tightly they were indistinguishable. "There at the gates," Robert whispered. Ned leaned closer, keeping his voice low as if quiet could soothe the king. "No one is at the gates," he said. "The storm is only rain." Robert's fingers tightened around his hammer's haft, knuckles pale. The weapon lay across his chest like a talisman. "Lannisters," he rasped. "They're coming. I can hear them." Pycelle hovered at the bedside with a bowl of steaming herbs, trembling so badly the liquid quivered. "Your Grace," the maester croaked. Drink this, it will cool my arse?" Robert snarled, then coughed, and the cough dragged pain across his face. Blood spotted his beard. His eyes rolled toward Ned again, suddenly sharp. "Stark," he whispered, voice dropping. "Don't let him." Ned's heart tightened. "Don't let who?" he asked, though he suspected. Robert's gaze drifted toward the door where Barristan Selmy stood like a white wall. "My brother," Robert murmured, and the name carried more venom than affection. "He'll take it. He'll take it all and call it duty." Barristan's jaw tightened, but he did not move. Ned kept his hand on Robert's forearm, grounding him. "No one is taking anything tonight," Ned said. "You will live. You will heal." Robert laughed once, bitter and thin, the laugh of a man who had never trusted promises. "Heal," he whispered. "I don't heal. You must," Ned said. He forced the words through, not as comfort but as command, as if he could order Robert's body into obedience the way Robert ordered men. "You must, because the realm needs you." The realm. The word tasted like iron. Ned had used it so often these past days it felt less like a kingdom and more like a beast they were trying to keep from gnawing off its own limbs. Robert's eyes slipped shut. His breathing rattled. Pycelle dabbed at his brow with a cloth, hands fluttering uselessly. The maester's chain clinked softly, the sound absurd in a room where kings trembled. Ned's voice dropped. "Tell me truly," he murmured, for Pycelle's ears and for his own fear. "Is this wound only infected, or is there something else?" Pycelle's eyes darted, wet and frightened. "Your Grace was drinking on the hunt," he whispered, voice cracking. "Wine, strong wine, thins the blood. The boar. I know what a boar does." Ned snapped, then caught himself. He lowered his voice again. Could he have been aided? Pycelle flinched as if struck. I know, he stammered. The wound is deep. Infection is common. The gods are not in your bowl, Ned said coldly. Pycelle swallowed. I have given him milk of the poppy, he said. A little, to ease pain. Ned's eyes narrowed. Milk of the poppy. Sleep, weakness, dreams that made a man easier to guide. Ned thought of Stannis' sealed document and the way Stannis had looked at Robert's fever like a doorway. Less, Ned said. Give him less. I want him awake when he can be awake. Pycelle's hands trembled harder. He will suffer. He is king, Ned replied. Suffering is not new. Barristan shifted at the doorway, voice quiet. Someone is coming, he said. Ned looked up. Footsteps approached, measured and purposeful, not the shuffle of servants or the frantic rush of messengers. The door opened, and for a moment the draft carried rain and cold into the room. Stannis Baratheon stepped in. He did not wear armor. He wore a dark cloak and certainty. His eyes went immediately to Robert's face, to the hammer, to the sweat, and Ned saw no pity there, only calculation and urgency. He worsens, Stannis said. Ned rose slowly, putting himself between brother and brother like a shield forced into place. He needs rest, Ned said. Stannis' jaw tightened. He needs order, he replied, while he can still give it. Robert's eyes fluttered open at the sound of Stannis' voice. For a heartbeat, clarity sharpened through fever like a blade through fog. Get out, Robert rasped. Stannis did not move. Sign, he said quietly, and the word was not a request. Seal it. Name your heir. Robert's mouth twisted into a smile that was all teeth. I name you, he whispered. A cunt. Stannis' face did not change. Then name someone else, he said. But name them. Ned's voice snapped. Not here, he warned. Not like this. Stannis' gaze flicked to him, cold. If he dies tonight, Stannis said, your mercy becomes the realm's funeral. Ned felt anger flare, hot, sharp, unexpected. And your order becomes its executioner, he shot back. For a heartbeat, the room was held between them. Fevered king gripping a hammer, stern brother demanding ink, northern hand refusing both extremes. Outside, thunder muttered like distant drums. Robert's eyes closed again, breath rasping, and Ned understood the terrible truth beneath all their arguments. They were running out of time, and time did not care who was right. Stannis did not sleep. He sorted. In a corridor below the Red Keep's main halls, where stone held cold and the torchlight made every face look guilty, Janos Slynt knelt in chains. His lip was split, and dried blood darkened his chin. He tried to hold on to dignity, but dignity slipped easily when iron bit wrists and your men no longer looked at you like a captain. Stannis stood over him, expression carved from duty so hard it seemed it might cut. You took coin, Stannis said. Janos licked his lips, eyes darting. Everyone takes coin, he rasped, desperation swelling. The watch is underpaid. The city pays you to keep the king's peace, Stannis snapped. Not to sell his hostages to the highest bidder. Janos flinched. Hostages, he whispered, and the word tasted dangerous. Stannis leaned forward slightly. Who gave you orders? He asked. Janos's throat bobbed. Lord Baelish, he said quickly, too quickly, as if he thought speaking the name would buy him mercy. He told me, he said the children weren't safe. He said Robert might. Stannis' eyes narrowed. He said what would make you act, he said. And you acted because you wanted gold. Janos swallowed. I was protecting. You were profiting, Stannis corrected, flat as stone. He gestured, and one of his men handed him a parchment list. Names, places, payments. The skeleton of a conspiracy written in ink and greed. Davos shifted beside Stannis, uneasy. Lord, he murmured, voice low. The watch will turn if you break too many men at once. They'll fight like dogs. Stannis did not look at him. Then they will learn to fear the leash, he replied. Ned arrived then, cloak damp, face grim. Barristan Selmy walked at his side. Ned's eyes took in Janos in chains and the list in Stannis's hand. What are you doing?
Ned demanded.
Cleaning, Stannis said. Ned's jaw tightened. You are taking the city watch from Baelish, he said. I am taking it from corruption, Stannis replied. Baelish is merely the face of it.
Ned stepped closer.
You will not turn King's Landing into a prison yard, he warned. Stannis's eyes flicked to him, cold. You prefer it as a brothel, he said. Ned's hand went to the hilt of his sword, not drawing, but the instinct was there. Enough, he said. Baelish must be handled carefully. If you strike without proof. Stannis lifted the list slightly. Proof, he said. Names, payments, routes through Maegor's Holdfast. You wanted proof, Lord Stark. Here it is. Ned stared at the parchment, anger and relief mixing into something bitter. He knew lists could be forged, but he also knew Janoslin's sweat and fear had a smell you could not fake. Barristan's voice came quietly, steady. This could justify arrest, he said. If the king gives the order. Stannis's mouth tightened. The king is fevered, he said. He may not give any order again. Ned's eyes flashed. Then we keep him alive, he snapped. Stannis's gaze did not soften. We keep the realm alive, he replied. Janos Slint coughed, chains clinking. Please, he rasped, eyes on Ned now, pleading. Lord Stark, I'm a loyal man. Ned looked down at him, cold. You tried to steal children, Ned said. Do not speak of loyalty. Janos's face crumpled. Baelish made me, he whispered. Stannis's voice was iron. Baelish did not make you greedy, he said. He simply used what was already in you. He turned to his men. Take him, Stannis ordered, and take this list to the king's hand. Ned reached out and took the parchment, feeling its weight like a dagger. Names, payments, evidence that could topple Peter Baelish, if it was real, if it held under scrutiny, if it did not turn into a trap. Davos leaned toward Ned, voice quiet. Be careful, he murmured. Lord doesn't like half measures. But Baelish likes them too much. Ned met Davos's gaze and saw real worry there. Honest as salt. I know, Ned said. Stannis watched him, eyes hard. Arrest him, Stannis said. Tonight, before he slips away. Ned tightened his grip on the list. He could feel the keep's corridors above them. The way secrets ran through them like water. He could almost hear Peter Baelish's soft laugh at the idea of being caught. We will do this properly, Ned said. Stannis's mouth curled, faint and humorless. Properly, he echoed. Yes, that is what always saves lives. Ned did not answer. The list's ink seemed to darken in his hand, and he felt, with cold certainty, that whatever they did next would either save the realm from a spider, or snap the web and let the poison drip freely. Varys found Ned the way mist found cold stone. Quietly, inevitably, already there when you turned. It was a passageway near the rookery, where the air smelled of feathers and damp parchment. Somewhere behind a lattice, small birds rustled softly, their tiny movements casting shadows that fluttered against the wall like nervous hands. Varys stood beside the lattice with a small key between his fingers, as if he had been tending cages and not kingdoms. My lord hand, Varys said, voice smooth. You look as if you've swallowed a sword. Ned's eyes were hard. Perhaps I should, he replied. It would be simpler than carrying it. Varys' smile did not falter. Ah, he murmured. Simplicity. We speak of it often in this castle. We rarely see it. Ned held up the parchment list. Stannis claims this is proof, he said. Names, coin, routes. Varys' gaze flicked to the list with polite interest, as if it were a menu. Stannis Baratheon does not claim lightly, he said. He claims like a man laying stones. One day you look back and realize the road has been built. Ned's jaw tightened. And Peter Baelish? He demanded. Is this enough to take him? Varys turned the small key between his fingers. Enough? He echoed softly. In King's Landing, enough is never enough. It must also be convenient. Ned's gaze narrowed. Speak plainly. Varys sighed, theatrical in a gentle way. Lord Baelish is dangerous, he said, and for once there was little humor in it. Not because he has armies, not because he has dragons, but because he makes men do terrible things while believing they chose them. Ned's voice was flat. He tried to take the children, and he will try again, Varys replied. Or he will sell the rumor that you tried, or that Stannis did, or that the king did. Whichever story pays best. Ned felt the old anger sharpen. Then help me, he said. Varys's eyes softened, almost sad. I am helping, he murmured. That is why I have come. He leaned closer, voice dropping. Jon Arryn did not die of age, he said quietly. You already know this. But Lord Baelish is not the only hand that stirred the cup. Ned's stomach tightened. Lisa Arryn, he said, and the name tasted of distance and grief. Varys's smile returned. Faint. A widow's grief can be very persuasive, he murmured, and persuasion is Lord Baelish's favorite language. Ned's gaze burned. Do you have proof? He demanded. Varys lifted the small key. I have whispers, he said. I have frightened servants. I have letters that never reached their destinations. I have a boy who cleans ink from quills and hears too much. Whispers. Always whispers. Ned wanted something solid enough to swing. Down the corridor, Stannis watched, rigid and impatient. Davos lingered near him, uneasy, as if he feared Stannis might decide patience was a luxury the realm could no longer afford. Ned kept his voice low. If we move now, he said, Baelish will claim persecution. He will claim the crown is devouring its own. Varys's eyes gleamed. And if you do not move, he murmured, Baelish will make the crown devour itself anyway. Ned's jaw clenched. What do you suggest? He asked. Varys's smile was soft. Arrest him, he said, as if naming a simple chore. But do not do it in a corridor. Do it in a room full of witnesses. Do it with the list in one hand and a confession in the other. A confession, Ned repeated. Varys tilted his head. Janos Slynt confesses easily when he fears for his neck, he murmured. And fear is something Stannis Baratheon gives very generously. Ned looked down at the list again, feeling the ink's weight. If we fail, he said quietly, Baelish will escape and then... Varys's eyes softened again, and his voice turned almost kind. Then he will cut you, he said. Not with a blade, with your own honor. He will make you look like a tyrant in a man's cloak. Ned's mouth tightened. And you? He asked. What will you do while we bleed? Varys's smile did not reach his eyes. What I always do, he murmured. Try to keep the realm from breaking. Behind the lattice, a small bird fluttered, wings beating in frantic silence. Ned looked down the corridor toward Stannis, toward the hard line of his brother's patience, and felt the trap tightening. If they moved, they risked turning the city against them. If they waited, they risked letting Baelish slip his knives into places they could not protect. He folded the list carefully. Bring me Janos, he said to Varys, and bring me witnesses. Varys inclined his head. As you command, my lord, he murmured, and his gentle smile returned. Too gentle, too smooth, as if even this was part of a script written long before Ned arrived. As Varys drifted away, key glinting in torchlight, Ned felt Stannis's gaze on his back like a weight. The realm did not have room for two kings in one castle. It barely had room for one. The truth sounded different in the rain. Ned stood on the great September steps with a scroll in his hands and water running down his cloak. The city below him was a shifting mass of wet faces and flickering anger, candles replaced by damp torches and clenched fists. The High Septon stood beside Ned, crystal crown catching what little light the storm offered, looking less like a man and more like a symbol made flesh. Barristan Selmy and a line of gold cloaks held the lower steps, shields raised, spears braced. Their line looked thin against the crowd's volume, and Ned could feel how easily the city could overwhelm Iron if it decided Iron was its enemy. Stannis watched from the side, arms folded, face hard. He did not look at the crowd like a shepherd. He looked at it like a problem that could be solved with sharpness. The High Septon lifted his hands and called for quiet. The crowd's roar softened into a restless murmur, hungry, skeptical. Ned broke the seal on the scroll and began to read. He did not soften the words. He did not dress them in poetry. Truth, he had learned, was sharp enough without ornament. He spoke of the lineage book. He spoke of the investigation Jon Arryn had begun. He spoke of the confession Cersei had given, her own admission of adultery, her children's parentage. He spoke carefully of treason, of deceit, of the crown's right and the faith's witness. When he reached the part that named the children not Robert's, a wave of sound rolled through the crowd. Gasps, cries, angry laughter, sobs. A woman screamed the name Cersei as if it were prayer. A man shouted lies, and another shouted, "Seven curse her," and the words collided like thrown stones. Then stones actually flew. The first one struck a shield and bounced away, splashing water. The second hit a gold cloak's shoulder with a dull thud. The third whistled past Ned's ear and shattered against the Sept's stone. Barristan's voice snapped. "Hold!" The gold cloaks tightened, shields rising. The crowd surged forward a half step, and Ned felt the air change, the moment when people stopped listening and began tasting violence again. He raised his voice, forcing it to carry through rain and fury. "This is not the king's pleasure," he shouted. "This is the realm's protection. The children are kept alive. They are under guard. No harm will come to them by the king's command." The High Septon lifted his hands, voice rising in prayer. "The seven see," he intoned. "The seven judge. Let not wrath turn you into the stranger's servants." Some in the crowd bowed heads. Others spat. A thin chant began, uncertain, not yet unified. "Seven, seven." Stannis's gaze narrowed. He moved a step closer to the guard line, as if ready to push it forward into the crowd and break their spine with fear. Ned saw it and felt cold. If Stannis ordered a charge on these steps, the faith would never forgive it. The city would remember. Tywin would use it. Everything would burn. Ned turned his head slightly, voice low but sharp. "Do not!" He hissed towards Stannis without looking at him. Stannis's voice came back just as low. "If they surge," he murmured, "we break them." Ned's jaw clenched. "If we break them here," he whispered, "we break the crown too." A woman near the front began to weep, crying out the mother's name. A Septon stepped forward and held up a seven-pointed star, trembling. The crowd's chant steadied, not into rage, but into something like prayer. "Seven, seven, seven." The stones stopped, slowly, as if the crowd remembered it had hands as well as fists. The gold cloak's shields lowered a fraction. Barristan's posture eased, though his eyes remained hard. Ned finished reading. His throat ached. Rain ran down his face, indistinguishable from sweat. He rolled the scroll and held it up, showing the seal, showing the ink, showing that this had been spoken in the light the faith demanded. The High Septon stepped forward and raised his hands again. "The king has given the faith witness," he declared. "Let the realm now give the king obedience. Let not hunger turn to sin. Let not anger turn to murder." Some in the crowd bowed. Some turned away muttering. Some stayed, faces still hard, still doubtful, but quieter. Ned exhaled slowly, relief thin as thread. The city had not erupted. Not today. That was all he could claim. As he stepped back from the edge of the steps, his eyes met Stannis's for a heartbeat. Stannis's face held no gratitude, only calculation. Ned understood then. Stannis had watched this not as a moment of faith, but as a test. And the next test would not be held on holy steps. It would be held in blood and stone, behind closed doors, where mercy was harder to defend. Petyr Baelish met accusation the way he met everything, with charm sharpened to a point. He lounged in the small council chamber as if he owned it, wineglass in hand, boots crossed, posture relaxed in a room where men had screamed and died in lesser times. He smiled when Ned entered, and the smile was so easy it made Ned want to strike him just to see it falter. "My Lord Hand," Petyr said warmly, "you look drenched. I hope the gods appreciate your performance." Ned did not answer. Barristan Selmy stepped in beside him, white cloak clean despite rain. Stannis followed, rigid, eyes cold. Varys was already seated, hands folded, expression mild as if this were a routine meeting about tariffs. Behind them, Janos Slynt was dragged in, chains clinking, face pale. Petyr's eyes flicked toward Janos with the faintest hint of irritation, like a man noticing a servant had spilled wine. "What is this?" Petyr asked, smile still in place. Ned spread the parchment list on the table. Names, payments, routes, the skeleton of a scheme written in ink and greed. "This," Ned said, voice flat, "is what it is." Petyr leaned forward slightly, gaze skating over the list. He did not look surprised. He looked amused, as if the list were a child's attempt at imitation.
Ah, Petyr murmure.
"A list? How dangerous." Stannis's voice cut in like steel. "You ordered the city watch to move the children," he said. Petyr blinked once, smile gentle. "Ordered?" he echoed. "My lord, I do not order the city watch. I advise it. I fund it. I keep it from starving. Captain Slynt here may have misunderstood." Janos Slynt made a choking sound. "You told me," he rasped, desperation spilling. "You told me to move them. You said the king." Petyr's smile sharpened. "Janos," he sighed, and the softness in his voice was almost affectionate. "You were always a little slow. That's why you needed guidance." Janos's face twisted. "You paid me," he hissed. "I pay many people," Petyr replied smoothly. "That is what the master of coin does. If coin is proof of treason, then the realm is treasonous." Ned's jaw tightened. "You stirred the riots," he said. Petyr's eyes gleamed. "The riots," he murmured, "stir themselves. Hunger is a loud conductor." Stannis stepped forward, gaze cold. "Enough," he snapped. "You will be taken into custody." Petyr's smile did not move. "Custody," he repeated softly. "By whose authority? The king's? A king fevered in bed? Or yours, my lord? An authority you have not yet been given." Stannis's jaw tightened. His hand flexed at his side. "By the authority of law," he said. Petyr laughed quietly. "Law," he murmured. "You speak of it as if it's a sword you can wave at a room and make men obey." Varys cleared his throat softly, almost apologetic. "Lord Baelish," he said. "Captain Slynt's testimony aligns with other whispers." Petyr's gaze flicked to Varys, and for a heartbeat the warmth in his smile cooled. "Whispers," he said. "Of course, I should have known. Little birds pecking at crumbs." Ned's voice was hard. "You will answer for this," he said. Petyr leaned back, unhurried, as if enjoying the view. "Answer," he repeated. "To whom?" "To you, Lord Stark, who has no taste for this city's realities. To Stannis Baratheon, who would hang half the court if they forgot to bow correctly. Or to the king, who swings a hammer because it makes him feel strong." Stannis's eyes burned. "Take him," he ordered to the guards at the door. Petyr lifted his wineglass slightly, the motion casual. "If you take me," he said softly, "you take the realm's accounts with me. You take the city's pay. You take the coin that keeps the gold cloaks from turning into bandits." Ned's gaze did not waver. "Coin can be counted by others," he said. Petyr's smile widened faintly. "Can it?" he murmured. "Or will it vanish into pockets the moment I'm gone?" Barristan's voice came, calm as law itself. "Enough," he said. You will come peacefully. Peter's eyes narrowed, and for the first time Ned saw something like real danger beneath the charm. Peter set his wineglass down with care. Very well, Peter said softly. If you insist on making me a martyr, I will come. Janos Slint exhaled in relief that lasted only a heartbeat. Peter's gaze slid toward him, and the gentleness returned. Too gentle. Janos, Peter murmured. You were always useful in one way. You made a fine shield. Janos's eyes widened, confused. The door to the small council chamber opened suddenly, and a gold cloak messenger stumbled in, soaked and frantic. My lords, he shouted. There's fighting at the river gate. Lannister men. Somebody says they came in with wagons. The room snapped. Stannis turned sharply. Ned's stomach tightened. Barristan's hand went to his sword. Peter Baelish smiled. In the chaos of shouted orders and clattering boots, he moved, not running, not panicking, but slipping sideways like a man stepping through a door he had already opened. Ned lunged, grabbing for Peter's sleeve. Peter twisted just out of reach, voice soft in Ned's ear. Good men always look at the wrong hand, he whispered. Then he was gone, vanishing past the doorway as men surged toward the gatehouse alarm. Ned stood still for half a heartbeat, fury and dread flooding him. The riot at the gate could be real, could also be another distraction. Either way, Peter Baelish had escaped. Stannis's voice snapped. Seal the keep, he roared. Find him. Ned's eyes burned, but he forced himself to breathe. They had tried to catch a spider in a room full of doors, and the spider had done what spiders always did. It had slipped into the walls. Renly Baratheon learned quickly that smiles did not stop thunder. Storm's End was a fortress built to spit at storms, and tonight it did exactly that. Wind screamed against its walls. Rain hammered stone. Lightning flashed through high windows, briefly turning faces into pale masks. Storm lords gathered around a table. Men hardened by weather and war, their armor damp, their hands scarred. They did not trust King's Landing. They did not trust the Reach. They trusted strength and the smell of blood. Renly stood at the table's head, cloak heavy with rain, jaw tight with a determination that felt almost desperate. Loras Tyrell stood at his shoulder like a polished blade, bright even in gloom. We cannot hesitate, Renly said, voice cutting through wind. Tywin Lannister burns the Riverlands. The faith stirs the city. If we do not stand together now, we will be picked apart one by one. A broad-shouldered lord snorted. Stand with who? He demanded. With your brother who kills queens in the night? Or with the other brother who would hang men for breathing wrong? Renly's smile flashed, strained. With the crown, he said. With House Baratheon. Another lord leaned forward. And if the king dies? He asked. He's wounded. Everyone's heard. What then? Renly's throat tightened. He could feel Stannis' shadow even here, a cold presence on the edge of every question. We keep him alive, Renly said quickly. And we end Tywin before he can make the realm forget who sits the throne. Loras shifted beside him, eyes sharp. He placed a raven scroll on the table, seal broken. Mace Tyrell's seal, heavy with wax. My father will bring banners, Loras said, if the marriage is agreed. The Storm Lords murmured, interest sharpened. A Tyrell queen meant grain. It meant knights. It meant power. Renly seized the opening. The Reach feeds the realm, he said, and the realm is starving for certainty. A marriage binds the Reach to us, calms the city. It gives the crown strength. A lord with a scarred face spat. Strength, he muttered. Or a leash. Tyrells don't come without strings. Renly's eyes flashed. Every alliance has strings, he snapped. You're not children. You know how this works. Lightning flashed again. For a heartbeat, Renly's face looked older, harder. The softness of youth burned away by necessity. We ride, Renly said, voice firm. We gather Stormlands men. We march toward King's Landing not to threaten it, but to stand beside it. Tywin must see that the West cannot break the crown with fire alone. The scarred lord studied him, then nodded slowly. "If you march," he said, "we march. But if your brother Stannis tries to name himself king while Robert still breathes..." Renly's smile returned, thin. "Then Stannis will have to deal with me," he said. Loras's gaze flicked to him, and something fierce and proud lived there. Storm lords shifted, sensing steel beneath silk. As men began to agree, grudgingly, Renly felt the storm inside him steady slightly. He could gather banners. He could bring men. He could bring the reach. But as the thunder rolled and the hall's torches flickered, Renly could not shake the thought that haunted him like a ghost. He was racing not only against Tywin, but against time. Because in King's Landing, Robert Baratheon lay fevered. And if the king died before Renly arrived, no smile and no marriage could stop Stannis Baratheon from claiming the realm in the name of law. Tywin Lannister's camp smelled of oil, leather, and quiet certainty. Tents stretched in ordered lines like a city made of canvas. Campfires burned in disciplined circles. Men sharpened swords, repaired bridles, ate in silence punctuated by the occasional low laugh. The Westerlands did not gather like a mob. They gathered like a machine. In the largest tent, Tywin stood over a map, fingers resting on the Riverlands' veins. Rivers and roads that would carry armies like blood through a body. Red ink marked burned villages. Not because Tywin needed reminding, but because he liked to see consequences in visible form. Kevan Lannister stood beside him, face tight. A messenger waited near the tent flap, holding a letter with a seal Tywin recognized without needing to touch it. Jaime's seal. Tywin took it with calm hands and broke it. The wax cracked. He read without expression. When he finished, he set the letter down. Kevan's voice was low. "What does he say?" he asked. Tywin did not look up. "He says Cersei is dead," Tywin replied, as if repeating a weather report. "He says he is chained. He says the children are held. He says I should be careful." Kevan's jaw tightened. "Careful," he echoed, bitter. Tywin's eyes lifted at last, cold. "Careful does not mean gentle," he said. "It means effective." Kevan exhaled. "Stannis has blockaded the sea," he said. "Supply ships are being taken." Tywin's gaze remained steady. "Then we take roads," he replied. "If the sea is closed, we open the land with fire." Kevan hesitated. "The faith stirs King's Landing," he said. "There were riots." Tywin's mouth did not move, but something sharpened in his eyes. "Good," he said softly. "A city afraid is a city that demands someone be blamed." Kevan's face tightened. "You want them to blame Robert." "I want them to blame chaos," Tywin corrected. "And I want them to believe I offer order." Kevan looked down at the map. "And Jaime?" he asked quietly. Tywin's fingers tapped once on the parchment. "Jaime is alive," he said. "That remains useful." "And Cersei?" Kevan asked again, unable to stop himself. Tywin's gaze flicked to him, and for a heartbeat Kevan saw something beneath the iron, grief, perhaps, contained and buried. Then it vanished. "Cersei is gone," Tywin said. "The realm will mourn her if we make it profitable to mourn her." Kevan swallowed. "And the children," he said, "if they are harmed." Tywin's voice was flat. "Then the crown becomes unforgivable," he replied. "Which serves us?" Kevan flinched, hearing the cold arithmetic. Tywin pointed to a bend in the Riverlands. "Send riders," he ordered. "Not to burn now, to gather hostages. Minor lords, river lords' heirs. We will trade pain for leverage." Kevan nodded slowly. "And King's Landing?" Tywin's eyes narrowed. "We squeeze it," he said. "We cut roads. We buy mouths. We let the faith howl. We let hunger gnaw. And when the city begs for peace, we offer it, at a price." He looked toward the tent flap, where the night outside flickered with firelight. "Robert Baratheon thinks strength is swinging a hammer," Tywin murmured. "He does not understand the strength of making a man ask for mercy." Kevan's voice was rough. "And if Robert dies?" Tywin's eyes remained calm. Then the realm fractures, he said. Stannis will claim law, Renly will claim love, Stark will claim honor. And the children will become a banner for anyone who needs one. He leaned over the map, shadow falling across it like a hand. Prepare, Tywin said, because one way or another, the lions will have their due. Outside, the campfires crackled, steady and patient. Tywin Lannister's war did not rage like wildfire. It advanced like winter. Beric Dondarrion's second life began without songs. He rode through the Riverlands at night with bandages wrapped around his chest, every breath a reminder of steel and mud and death. His eyes were not the eyes of the young lord who had knelt before a king with fire in his heart. They were older now, haunted, as if he carried part of the grave behind them. Thuras of Myr rode beside him, grin returned and sharper, flaming sword casting orange light across broken fences and blackened timbers. Men followed, fewer than before, ragged cloaks, hollow faces, survivors who had watched death and then watched it refuse to stay. They came to a burned village where smoke still rose from damp ruins. A woman stood amid ash with a loaf of bread clutched to her chest like a child. When she saw them, she flinched. Soldiers always meant taking. Then she saw the crownless lord in bandages, and something in her face changed. Not trust, not hope, something like desperate curiosity. "Are you the king's men?" she whispered. Beric's mouth tightened. "We are the king's justice," he said, and the words sounded strange in his own throat. Justice. He had died for it. Now he breathed for it again. The woman's hands trembled as she held out the bread. "They burned us," she said. "They killed my boy." Thuras's grin faded briefly. "Monsters," he murmured. Beric took the bread gently, as if he feared crushing it. His fingers shook slightly. He remembered, too sharply, the feeling of his own chest splitting under Gregor's blade. He remembered rain on his face and the cold certainty of ending. "We will hunt them," Beric said, voice rough. "We will make them answer." A man behind the woman spat into ash. "Answer?" he snarled. "No one answers. Lords burn. Kings fight. Vidi." Beric's gaze held his. "Not if I can help it," Beric said. The man laughed, bitter. "Who are you to help it?" Beric felt Thuras's eyes on him, felt the weight of being a dead man returned. He swallowed. "I am a man who already died," Beric said softly, "and I do not intend to waste what was given back." Thuras lifted his flaming sword slightly, and the fire hissed. "We take what we need," he said to the villagers, voice carrying. "We pay when we can, we protect when we can, and we burn monsters when we must." The woman stared, tears spilling. "Protect," she whispered, as if the word were an old story. Beric looked over the ruined village, the blackened beams, the bodies wrapped in rough cloth near the sept's cracked star. His chest tightened with something that might have been grief or might have been rage. "We are not Tywin's war," Beric said quietly. "We are not his fire." Thuras grinned again. "No," he murmured. "We are worse for him." As they rode on, crows circled overhead, arguing in the dark. The Riverlands roads were full of fear and ash, but now there was also something else moving through them. Small, ragged, stubborn. A king's decree had died in the mud. Something harder had risen in its place. The argument returned to the same place all arguments did in King's Landing: power and what you did with it when you held it. In a chamber off the king's apartments, Stannis stood over a small wooden chest like a man guarding a weapon. Inside lay documents, seals, signet rings, tools that could turn a whispered claim into law. Barristan Selmy stood between Stannis and Ned like a quiet warning that steel still mattered when words failed. Davos lingered near the door, anxious, eyes darting. Marjorie Tyrell watched from the window with careful stillness, rain tracing lines down the glass like tears the castle refused to shed. Stannis's voice was low, controlled. "If Baelish is loose," he said, "then the children are not safe here." Ned's eyes burned. "They are not safe anywhere," he replied, "but they are safest under my watch." Stannis's jaw tightened. Your watch has already been tested, he said, and your mercy makes you predictable.
Ned stepped closer.
Do not mistake mercy for weakness, he warned. I will not let you ship them to Dragonstone like cargo. Stannis' eyes flashed. Dragonstone is a fortress, he snapped. It can be defended by sea. It is away from riots, away from faith mobs, away from Baelish's tunnels. It is also in your hands, Ned shot back. And you have made your wishes clear. Stannis' mouth compressed. My wishes are irrelevant, he said. The realm's stability is what matters. Ned's voice dropped, sharp. You want the realm stable so you can rule it, he said. Stannis' eyes hardened. If the king dies, he said, someone must, and I will not allow Renly to buy a crown with roses. Marjorie's fingers tightened slightly on the window ledge, but her face remained serene. Barristan spoke quietly. Enough, he said. The king lives. Stannis' gaze did not soften. For now, he said. Davos stepped forward a fraction, voice cautious. Lords, he murmured. If you tear at each other, Tywin wins. He wants the crown broken. He wants the city desperate. Ned exhaled slowly, forcing himself to unclench his hands. Davos was right. That was the worst part. Tywin did not need to breach the gates if the crown collapsed from within. Stannis' voice turned colder. Then we make choices, he said. We secure the children. We secure the city's coin. We secure the succession. Ned's jaw tightened. Not while Robert still breathes, he said. You will not turn his fever into your ladder. Stannis' eyes were ice. And you will not turn his fever into your excuse for delay, he replied. A muffled cough sounded from the king's bedchamber beyond. A wet, harsh sound that reminded them what the argument truly circled. A man dying in pieces. Ned's shoulders stiffened. If Robert has a lucid moment, he said, voice tight, I will speak to him. He will name his heir in his own voice with witnesses. Not forced, not coerced, not scribbled while he shakes. Stannis' gaze held his. And if he never has that moment? He asked. Ned's throat tightened. Then we will do what we must, he said quietly. Stannis' mouth did not move, but something like satisfaction flickered in his eyes. Not joy, never joy, but the satisfaction of a man hearing the world align with his logic. Barristan's hand tightened near his sword, not drawing, but warning. We are still brothers under one king, he said softly, as if reminding them of a truth the castle itself was trying to forget. Stannis looked toward the king's door, face hard. Then let the king speak, he said. Ned turned away, dread heavy. He could feel the moment approaching like thunder, inevitable, uncontrollable. And somewhere within the walls, Peter Baelish moved unseen, smiling in the dark, because every fracture between honorable men was a crack he could widen with a whisper. The rescue came the way treason always came in the Red Keep. Quiet, close, and too late to stop cleanly. It began with a dead gold cloak slumped against a wall. Throat cut so neatly the man's last breath had not even had time to become a scream. The torch in his hand had guttered out, leaving a smear of smoke on wet stone. The black cells did not care. They swallowed bodies like they swallowed light. Ned reached the stairwell with ice in his hands and Barristan Selmy at his shoulder, white cloak snapping behind him as they ran. Stark guards followed, boots pounding, torches flaring. The air below was cold and damp, and the smell of blood crawled up the stairs like a warning. When they reached the corridor of cells, they saw shadows moving, men in dark cloaks, daggers gleaming. One had a ring of keys, another held a short sword meant for narrow spaces. They moved quickly, purposefully, heading toward Jaime Lannister's cell like moths toward flame. Jaime stood at the bars, chains still on his wrists, eyes bright in torchlight. When he saw the cloaked men, something fierce and desperate lit his face. When he saw Ned and Barristan rushing in, that fierce light twisted into something like bitter amusement. Finally, Jaime murmured, voice carrying through iron. Ned's voice cut through the corridor. Drop the keys, he commanded. One of the cloaked men spun, eyes wide under a hood. He did not drop anything. He lunged. Steel clashed. Baratheon moved like a blade drawn by a practiced hand, his sword flashing in torchlight, cutting the first attacker down with terrifying economy. A Stark guard caught another man's dagger with his shield and drove his sword into the attacker's gut. The man folded, choking. The corridor filled with the sound of fighting breath, boots, steel biting steel. Torches shook, shadows dancing wildly across wet stone. Ned moved toward the man with the keys, ice-heavy and cold. The man saw the Valyrian steel and hesitated, fear flickering. Ned did not hesitate. He swung once, not wildly, not with rage, but with the clean finality of necessity. The blade cut through cloak and bone. The keys clattered to the ground, ringing like a bell in the dark. Jaime's eyes widened, then narrowed. "Still honorable," he rasped. "Even in a dungeon." Ned's breath came hard. "Who sent you?" he demanded of the last cloaked man, who had backed against the wall, dagger trembling in his hand. The man's eyes darted, frantic. I, he stammered.
Baratheon stepped closer, sword tip lifted.
"Speak," he said. The man swallowed, then spat. "Lannister," he hissed. "Always Lannister." He lunged at Baratheon in a final desperate move. Baratheon caught him and ended it with a single thrust that slid between ribs as if guided by prayer. Silence fell, broken only by the drip of water and the ragged breathing of men who had just survived. Ned stared at the bodies, at the keys on the ground, at the blood spreading in thin streams across stone. "They're inside the keep," he said softly, dread settling deeper. "They have men inside." Jaime's voice came from behind the bars, low and rough. "Of course," he said. "You thought my father would wait outside politely? He's already at war with your city." Ned turned, eyes hard. "You knew," he accused. Jaime's smile was thin, grief and rage twisting it. "I hoped," he corrected. "There's a difference." Ned bent and picked up the keys. His hand tightened around them until the metal bit his palm. He could feel the red keep above, its corridors, its whispers, its hidden doors. He could feel Peter Baelish somewhere in that maze, unseen. He could feel Tywin Lannister's reach stretching toward the cell with cold patience. And he could feel Robert's fever upstairs, burning through time like a candle burning down too fast. Barristan's voice came quietly. "We must tell the king," he said. Ned's mouth tightened. "If the king can hear," he replied. Jaime leaned close to the bars, chains clinking softly. "Tell him," Jaime whispered, eyes bright with something dangerous, "that lions don't need keys to get into a castle. They only need someone to open a door." Ned stared at him, cold and furious, and understood. The war was not only on battlefields and rivers and seas. It was here in stone corridors beneath the throne, where a single cutthroat could change a kingdom. And the doors were already opening. The dead lay where they fell, and the black cells drank their blood without comment. Ned stood with ice lowered, the blade's cold sheen catching torchlight in hard flashes that made the corridor feel narrower than it was. The stone beneath his boots was slick, and the air tasted of iron and damp. Barristan Selmy had knelt beside one of the hooded men, turning the body with the careful attention of a man who had seen too many corpses to pretend they did not matter. The intruder's hood had slipped back, revealing a face neither Ned nor Barristan recognized. Young, hard-eyed, a mouth set in stubbornness even in death. A cheap dagger lay near his hand. He had not been here for glory. He had been here for a door. Jaime Lannister stood at his bars like a caged lion, chains on his wrists clinking softly when he moved. His hands gripped iron as if he might bend it with fury alone. The torchlight painted his face in restless flickers. Handsome one moment, gaunt the next, grief and rage taking turns at the surface. "You're late," Jaime said hoarsely, and the bitterness in it was sharp enough to cut. "If they'd been quicker, you'd be reading your king's obituary instead of standing in piss and blood." Ned's jaw tightened. "If they'd been quicker, you'd be dead," he replied. Jaime's laugh was a quiet, ugly thing. "Alive," he murmured. In chains, while my father burns your realm. Tell me, Stark, how does it feel to hold the king's peace in your hands while it leaks out between your fingers? Ned ignored the bait. He crouched, careful not to let Ice's point touch the wet stones, and picked up the ring of keys that had clattered from the dying man's hand. The metal was slick with blood. He turned them, checking their cuts. A common ring the kind jailers carried. Not a master key. Not a miracle. How did they get in? Ned asked, voice low. Barristan's eyes lifted from the corpse. With help, he said simply. Ned's throat tightened. From above, he murmured. Barristan nodded once. A door was opened. Jaime's fingers tightened on the bars until the iron groaned faintly. A door is always opened, he said. Men like to pretend castles fall by ladders and siege towers. They fall by keys, by bribes, by tired guards who are promised coin and forgiveness. Ned's gaze cut to him. And you know this because you've lived it, he said. Jaime's mouth twisted. Because I've watched it, he replied, and the words carried Cersei's shadow like a stain. The Red Keep has more secret doors than honest men. A Stark guard stepped forward, torch held high. My lord, he said, voice tight. We found this on one of them. He held out a small strip of red cloth, torn and damp. A lanyard, a scrap of a banner. It was not proof of a Lannister house soldier, not in itself. Cloth could be taken, stolen, planted. But in the black cells, nothing was accidental. Ned took it and felt anger burn behind his eyes. They're inside, he said again, not as speculation now, but as certainty. Tywin's men, Baelish's men, someone's men. Barristan rose, sword still in hand, and his face was calm in the way only old steel could be calm. We must change the guard, he said. Now.
Ned nodded.
No more gold cloaks down here, he said. Only my men and Kingsguard. Jaime's laugh scraped out of him. Your men, he echoed. A northern lord guarding a southern dungeon, while the realm tears itself apart. What a song. Ned stepped close to the bars, voice low enough that only Jaime would hear. If you think this rescuer came only for you, he said, you're a fool. Jaime's eyes narrowed. Then what? He hissed. They came to kill you? They came to make chaos, Ned replied. They came to force a choice. Jaime stared at him for a long moment, then his mouth curled, not quite a smile. He whispered. That sounds like Baelish, or my father, or both. Ned turned away, heart heavy. Above them, in rooms lit by candle and pride, men argued about law and mercy and the shape of a kingdom. Down here, a single slit throat had nearly rewritten everything. He looked at Barristan. Get word to Stannis, he said, and double the watch at the children's doors. Not city watch, not Baelish's men, ours. Barristan inclined his head. At once, as they moved, Jaime's voice followed them through iron. Tell your king, he called softly, that lions aren't the only ones who bite in the dark. Spiders do too. Ned did not look back. He climbed the stone steps out of the black cells, carrying the weight of keys in his palm and the heavier weight of what those keys meant. The doors were opening, and the castle's walls were not the protection he had pretended they were. The small council chamber smelled of wet wool and tired men. They gathered there in the hour before dawn, when the keep's corridors were quieter and the city outside was held down by rain and exhaustion. A map lay spread across the table, stones marking roads and rivers like wounds. The ring of keys sat beside it, metal glinting, and the scrap of red cloth lay like a small accusation. Ned spoke without ceremony. There was an attempt on Jaime Lannister, he said. 3 men, 1 key ring, 1 dead gold cloak. Stannis's jaw tightened as if the words had physically offended him. And your conclusion? He asked. That they have men inside the keep, Ned replied. And someone opened a door for them. Stannis's eyes flicked to the keys, then to the cloth. Baelish, he said, voice flat. Varys's hands folded more tightly over his belly. Perhaps, he murmured. Or perhaps someone wishes you to believe it is Lord Baelish. Stannis's gaze snapped to him. "Do not play games," he said. Varys smiled faintly. "I do not play," he replied softly. "I observe." Davos shifted near the wall, face troubled. "If they can reach the black cells," he said quietly, "they can reach anywhere." Ned said, "including the children." Marjorie Tyrell's fingers tightened slightly on the arm of her chair. She had remained silent since arriving, watching the men around the table like a woman watching wolves circle a fire. Now she spoke, voice soft but clear. "Then keep them visible," she said. "Hidden children become rumors. Rumors become banners." Stannis's gaze flicked to her, cold. "Children become banners regardless," he said. "Not if they are seen," Marjorie replied. "Not if the realm hears they are alive and under guard and treated with dignity. The faith will care. The small folk will care." Stannis's mouth tightened. "The small folk care about bread," he said. "Not dignity." Ned cut in before the argument could become another crack. "We move them," he said. "Not out of the keep, not to Dragonstone, but to a place in the keep where secret passages are fewer." Stannis's eyes narrowed. "Where?" he demanded. "The White Sword Tower," Barristan answered before Ned could. His voice was calm, but there was steel beneath it. "Under the Kingsguard's watch."
Under mine.
Stannis stared at him, weighing. Barristan Selmy's honor was one of the few things in King's Landing that could not be bought easily. Finally Stannis nodded once. "Do it," he said.
Ned exhaled slowly.
"And the keep," he continued. "We seal it tighter. We change the guard rotation. We purge any gold cloaks who have been in Baelish's pocket." Stannis's gaze sharpened. "You should have done that already," he said. Ned's eyes flashed. "We tried," he snapped. Baelish slipped. "He's gone." A brief, dangerous silence fell. Varys's voice came soft. "Gone where?" he asked. Ned's jaw tightened. "That is the question," he said. Stannis leaned over the map, finger tapping the city gates. "He cannot leave easily," he said. "Not in storm, not with the city restless. Unless..." His eyes lifted. "Unless he already has a way." Varys's smile was almost sympathetic. "Lord Baelish always has a way," he murmured. Stannis's gaze turned sharp as a spear point. "Then we close every way we can," he said. "Seal the gates. Search the harbor. Arrest any man on that list. Now."
Ned hesitated.
The word arrest sounded simple. In this city, it was never simple. "If we start dragging men in the dark," he warned, "the faith will scream again. The streets will. They will obey," Stannis snapped. "Or they will bleed." Davos flinched, but said nothing. Ned looked at Barristan. "Get the children moved," he said quietly. "Now." Barristan inclined his head and turned to go. Stannis watched him leave, then looked back at Ned. "You keep saying properly," Stannis said. "Properly is a luxury when doors are opening for assassins." Ned's voice was tight. "Properly is what keeps us from becoming the thing Tywin says we are," he replied. Stannis's eyes narrowed. "Tywin will call you unlawful regardless," he said. "He will call you monsters regardless. Do not let his words chain your hands." Ned clenched his jaw, feeling the map beneath his fingertips like a living thing. The realm did not feel like 7 kingdoms anymore. It felt like one brittle object being twisted from too many directions. Varys rose slowly. "If you wish to find Lord Baelish," he murmured, "you should not only seal the gates, you should watch who stops breathing." Stannis's gaze sharpened. "Meaning?" he demanded. Varys's smile was mild. "Meaning the men who belong to him will suddenly feel very lonely," he said softly. "And lonely men seek new masters." Ned understood coldly. The spider's web did not vanish when the spider fled. The strands remained, sticky and dangerous, and now they would be tugged by anyone with hands. "Then we watch," Ned said. Stannis nodded once. "And we prepare," he replied. Outside, the rain eased slightly, but the storm's weight remained. The city held its breath, and in the Red Keep's stone heart, men tightened their grip on power like drowning men gripping driftwood. Moving children through a castle built on secrets was like carrying candles through wind. Barristan Selmy led the way, white cloak muted beneath a gray mantle, sword at his hip, eyes scanning every archway and shadow. Myrcella clutched her cloak tight, face pale, lips pressed together as if she feared sobbing would summon knives. Tommen walked beside her, small fingers wrapped around Barristan's gloved hand, trembling. Behind them came Stark guards and 2 Kingsguard, and behind them, at a slight distance, Sandor Clegane dragged Joffrey by the arm with the rough indifference of a man carrying an angry sack of grain. "Unhand me," Joffrey hissed, twisting. "I command you." Sandor's scarred face did not change. "Command your feet," he growled. "They're the ones stumbling." Joffrey spat a curse and tried to jerk away. Sandor tightened his grip until Joffrey winced. They passed a corridor junction where torchlight flickered strangely, and Ned's unease tightened. He had insisted on being there, walking in the middle of the group, because the children were the realm's tinder and someone was always carrying a spark. That was when he saw her. A Septa stood near the wall with her hood up, hands folded in pious patience. She looked like any woman who belonged to the faith. Plain, damp from rain, eyes downcast. But something in her stillness felt wrong. She was too close to the path, too ready. Ned's gaze caught the small pouch in her hand. Leather, tied with cord, Pycelle's herbs, milk of the poppy, powder, poison. In King's Landing, a pouch could be anything and everything. "Stop," Ned said sharply. The line halted, boots scraping stone. Barristan's hand moved to his sword. Sandor paused, eyes narrowing, sensing threat the way a dog sensed it. The Septa lifted her head slowly. Her eyes were too bright. "My lord," she murmured, voice soft. "I only..." Ned drew his sword in one clean motion, the steel flashing. "Drop it," he ordered. Myrcella flinched. Tommen's grip tightened on Barristan's hand. Joffrey's mouth curled in contempt even as he watched with hungry interest. The Septa's gaze flicked to the children. Too quick, too focused. Her fingers tightened on the pouch. Ned's voice hardened. Now, for a heartbeat, she seemed to obey. The pouch slipped from her fingers and hit stone with a soft thud. Then she moved. Not like a woman startled, like a woman trained. Her hand darted beneath her robe and came out with a slim blade, small, easily hidden, meant for throats, not duels. Barristan stepped forward, fast, but the Septa lunged past him. Am not at Barristan, not at Ned, but toward Tommen. Ned felt his blood turn to ice. Sandor moved first. The hound's hand shot out, grabbing the Septa's wrist mid-lunge and twisting with brutal strength. The blade clattered to the stone. The Septa screamed, high and furious, and tried to bite him like a cornered animal. Sandor slammed her into the wall hard enough to rattle torch brackets. "Stupid bitch," he snarled. Barristan had his sword out now, tip at the woman's throat. His face was calm, but his eyes were fierce. Ned stepped forward, voice low. "Who sent you?" he demanded. The Septa spat blood. Her hood slipped back, revealing hair cropped short, not the soft hair of a woman who spent her days in prayer. She laughed, ragged. "Everyone," she rasped. Ned's jaw tightened. He picked up the pouch and untied it carefully. Inside was pale powder, bitter-smelling even through wet air. Pycelle, or someone imitating Pycelle. Ned's stomach tightened. Robert's fever. Pouch like this could end a king. Barristan's voice was quiet. "This is not a Septa," he said. "No," Ned replied, cold. "It's a knife wrapped in prayer." The woman's eyes gleamed. "A knife is honest," she hissed. "Prayer is what men use to pretend they don't like blood." Joffrey leaned forward, eyes bright. "Kill her," he said eagerly. "Cut her throat." Myrcella made a small sound of horror. Tommen pressed his face against Barristan's cloak. Ned turned his gaze to Joffrey, voice like ice. "Enough," he snapped. Sandor shoved the woman down, pinning her with a boot. "What do you want me to do with her?" he growled. Ned looked at Barristan. "Take her," he said, "to Stannis. He'll pull truth out of her." Barristan's jaw tightened. He did not like that truth would likely come with pain. But he nodded once because tonight mercy was a fragile thing that threatened to get children killed. As the woman was dragged away, still laughing through blood, Ned gathered the children closer and resumed the march. The White Sword Tower's door loomed ahead like a promise. Ned kept his sword drawn until the children were inside. Only when the heavy door shut and the bolt slid home did he let himself breathe. And even then, he did not feel relief. He felt confirmation. Someone was hunting in the Red Keep, and they were not hunting grown men. They were hunting symbols small enough to carry. Robert's lucid moments came like lightning, brief, violent, and leaving the air smelling of burned things. Ned returned to the king's bedchamber with Rain on his shoulders and the pouch of powder in his hand. He did not announce himself with grandeur. He pushed the door open and walked into heat and sickness. Robert lay half upright, eyes open, breathing hard. The fever had stolen his color and his softness, leaving only bone and anger. The hammer rested beside him on the bed, his hand never far from it. Pycelle hovered at the bedside, pale and trembling, looking like a man who expected to be accused of murder at any moment. Stannis stood near the foot of the bed, rigid. He turned when Ned entered, and his gaze went instantly to the pouch in Ned's hand. Ned held it up. "Someone tried to reach the children," he said. "And someone brought this." Pycelle's eyes widened in horror. "What is that?" he croaked. Ned's voice was cold. "A question," he said. Stannis's mouth tightened. "And an answer," he replied. Robert's eyes sharpened, focusing through fever. "Poison," he rasped.
Ned nodded.
"Or something like it," he said. "It was meant to be carried, hidden, used quietly." Robert's mouth curled, and the curl was not a smile. "Quiet," he whispered. "Like her." Stannis stepped closer, parchment in hand. "This is what happens when the realm has no certainty," he said quietly. "Men move in shadows. They strike at symbols. If you die without naming." Robert's gaze snapped to him. "Shut up," he rasped. Stannis did not. "Then the city will drown," he continued, voice iron. "Tywin will say you died of your own rage. Renly will claim you promised him something in your last breath. Stark will try to hold the realm together with honor and fail. And the children." Robert's hand twitched toward the hammer. Ned stepped in, placing himself close, voice urgent. "Robert," he said softly, "listen. Not to him, listen to me. This pouch could kill you. This castle is full of knives. If you want your will respected, you must speak it." Robert stared at Ned, and for a heartbeat clarity burned bright. "My will," he whispered, and the pain beneath it was old. "They stole it." Ned's throat tightened. "Take it back," he said. Robert's breathing hitched. He coughed, and blood spotted his beard again. Pycelle moved forward with a cloth, hands shaking. Robert slapped him away weakly. "I'm not dead," Robert snarled. Stannis placed the parchment on the bed's edge, the royal seal beside it like a heavy coin. "Then prove it," he said. "Sign." Robert's eyes narrowed. "You want my crown," he rasped. Stannis's face did not move. "I want the realm not to burn," he said. Robert's gaze slid to Ned again. "You," Robert whispered, "you'll keep them alive."
Ned swallowed.
"Yes," he said, "as long as I draw breath." Robert's eyes flicked toward the door, where Barristan stood, straight as a vow. "Sell me," Robert rasped. Barristan stepped forward. "Your Grace." Robert's breath came harsh. "Witness," he said. "All of you, witness what I say, in case some bastard tries to twist it." Stannis's eyes sharpened. Pycelle looked like he might faint. Ned leaned closer, his hand steadying Robert's shoulder, feeling the fever heat through cloth. Robert's hand shook as he reached for the quill. It looked absurd in his grip, too small a weapon for a man who had always preferred iron. But ink had its own weight. He pressed the quill to parchment and began to write, slow and angry, each stroke a struggle. Ned watched the words form. Stannis Baratheon. Robert paused, breath ragged, eyes squeezed shut as pain surged. Then he wrote again. Is my rightful heir. Stannis's jaw tightened, not in triumph, but in focus. He reached for the seal, but did not touch it yet, as if afraid the moment would break if he moved too quickly. Robert's hand trembled. The quill scratched. And Eddard Stark is to hold the king's peace until the realm is secured. Ned's heart tightened. Protector, regent, the same burden Robert had tried to give him before, in a different world with different names. Robert's eyes opened, fever bright. No children harmed, he rasped, voice cracking. Not by me, not by him, not by anyone. Stannis's gaze flicked to Ned, cold, measuring. Ned held it without flinching. Robert pressed the quill down again, scrawling the words with brute insistence. Then his hand slipped, ink blotting. Pycelle made a small, strangled sound. Your Grace. Shut up, Robert snarled, and the effort of it cost him. His breath rattled. Stannis moved then, taking the royal seal, pressing it into wax with a steady hand. The stamp landed hard. Final. Barristan leaned in, reading, then nodded once. Witnessed, he said quietly. Ned felt the room shift as if a door had closed. Not a door of wood, a door of possibility. Robert's will had been written in ink and wax. It would not stop war. It would not heal the king, but it would shape the knives. Robert sagged back against the pillows, breath shallow. His hand reached for the hammer again, finding it like a child finding comfort. Stannis held the parchment as if it were a blade he had finally forged. It is done, he said. Robert's lips curled faintly. Good, he whispered. Now kill the spider. Ned's stomach tightened. Baelish, he murmured. Robert's eyes closed. All of them, he rasped. Kill the lies. His breathing slowed. The fever claimed him again, pulling him under like water. Ned looked at the sealed decree in Stannis's hand and felt the weight of it settle over the room like a crown made of iron. Because now, whether Robert lived or died, the realm had been given a line, and men would bleed to control it. By morning, the Red Keep moved differently. Word traveled fast inside stone. Not the full truth. Truth was too heavy to carry intact. But enough. The king had named his heir. The king had sealed his will. The king's brother now held paper that could become law the moment Robert's breath stopped. Stannis did not keep the decree hidden. He brought it into the throne room like a shield and a warning. He stood before the Iron Throne without sitting it, because Stannis understood symbols even when he pretended to disdain them. Sitting the throne while Robert lived would look like theft. Standing before it with a sealed decree looked like duty. Ned stood at his side, jaw tight, feeling the room's eyes on him. Barristan Selmy stood with the King's Guard, white cloak bright against dark stone. Marjorie Tyrell watched from near a pillar, hands folded, face calm, but her eyes sharp as needles. Varys lingered in shadow, soft and silent, watching as if counting breaths. Stannis lifted the decree and spoke, voice carrying. By the king's own hand and seal, he said, I am named heir. Lord Eddard Stark is charged to hold the king's peace until the realm is secured. Any man who acts against this order acts against the king. A murmur rippled. Fear, resentment, relief. Each face chose its own. Renly was not there. Renly was in the Stormlands, gathering banners, and the absence of his smile felt like a missing tooth. Stannis turned his gaze to the gold cloaks lining the walls. The city watch, he said, voice hard, has been compromised. Captain Janos Slint is in chains. Any gold cloak found taking coin from Lord Baelish will be arrested. The gold cloaks shifted, uneasy. Some looked at one another like men realizing their friends might betray them. Others stared straight ahead, trying to look loyal enough to survive. Stannis gestured, and Baratheon men stepped forward, disarming gold cloaks at the edge of the hall with brisk brutality. Spears were taken, swords were seized. A few gold cloaks protested quietly because loudly meant death. Ned's mouth tightened. "Careful," he murmured to Stannis. "Humiliation breeds resentment." Stannis's eyes did not flicker. "Resentment is preferable to treachery," he replied. Barristan stepped forward then, voice clear. "The King's Guard remains sworn to the king," he announced, "and to the king's lawful heir." His gaze moved briefly across the white cloaks, testing. Ned watched too, feeling old unease. Men like Ser Mandon Moore were too expressionless to trust. Men like Ser Boros Blunt had always been soft in the spine. The white cloak did not guarantee a white heart. Stannis's gaze swept the hall again. "Lord Peter Baelish is hereby stripped of office," he declared. "Master of coin no longer. He is wanted for conspiracy, bribery, and treason against the king's peace." Marjorie's fingers tightened slightly. Varys's smile was faint and unreadable. "And if he is found," Stannis continued, voice cold, "he will be tried swiftly." Ned's jaw tightened. "And lawfully," he added louder, forcing the word into the hall. Stannis's eyes flicked to him, hard, but he did not contradict. "Lawfully," he echoed, and the word sounded like a concession. A messenger hurried in, breathless, soaked. He bowed low. "My lords," he panted. The harbor, ships leaving. A small vessel, no flag, slipped out with the tide. Stannis's face hardened. "Baelish," he said. Ned felt his stomach sink. "Or a decoy," he murmured. Stannis's gaze snapped to him. "Everything is a decoy to you," he said. Ned's voice was quiet, fierce. "Everything is a trap in this city," he replied. Stannis turned back to the hall. "Double the harbor watch," he ordered. "Close the river gates at dusk. Anyone leaving without my seal is arrested." Varys's voice drifted, soft as silk. "Seals can be forged," he murmured. Stannis's gaze cut to him. "Then we hang forgers," he said. The hall fell silent again, the kind of silence men wore like armor. Ned looked up at the Iron Throne and felt the weight of it pressing down on them even though no one sat it. Robert's fevered scrawl had drawn a line. Stannis was now using that line to bind the city in iron. It would bring order. It would also bring enemies. And somewhere beyond the walls, Tywin Lannister would be smiling to himself, because a realm that feared its own king's brother was a realm already half-broken. Renly's army moved like a promise and a threat in the same breath. Stormland's banners snapped in the wind, stags on black and gold, while Reach banners streamed beside them, green and gold bright against mud and wintergray fields. Knights rode in polished armor, their horses heavy, their breath steaming. Wagons creaked behind, laden with grain and barrels, because the Reach understood that food was as powerful as swords. Renly rode at the front with Loras Tyrell beside him, and his smile. So often his armor was gone. His face was set, eyes fixed forward, as if he could see King's Landing's walls already and was willing them to arrive before something irreversible happened. A raven sat on his gauntlet, black feathers ruffled by wind. Renly read the message once more, then crumpled it in his fist. "Stannis, decree." Robert's hand, sealed. Renly's mouth tightened until it was almost a line of pain. Loras watched him, quiet. "Your brother has what he wants," Loras said softly. Renly laughed bitterly. "He always has what he wants," he murmured. "He just calls it duty so no one can hate him for it." Loras's eyes narrowed. "Do you hate him?" he asked. Renly's gaze stayed forward. "I hate what he will do," he said. "He will turn King's Landing into a gallows and call it order. He will treat every whisper as treason. He will squeeze until men break." Loras's voice was low. "And you?" he asked. "What will you do when you reach the city?" Renly exhaled. The cold air burned. "I will stand beside Robert," he said, and the words sounded almost like a prayer. "If Robert still lives." Loras's gaze sharpened. "And if he does not?" Renly did not answer at once. The question was a blade, and he could feel how easily it could cut him into what men already suspected he was. Ambitious, hungry, willing. He looked at the banners, Stormlands and Reach, and felt their weight. He had promised lords a cause. He had promised Highgarden a queen. He had promised himself he would not be left behind again. "I will not let Stannis take everything," Renly said finally, voice tight. "Not with ink written by a fevered man. Not while the realm needs something more than cold law." Loras's hand brushed Renly's arm, brief and steady. "Then be careful," he murmured, "because Stannis will not hesitate." Renly's laugh was thin. "Neither will Tywin," he said. Behind them, campfires smoked. Men sang sometimes, soft songs to remind themselves they were alive. But even the songs carried unease. The realm was shifting. Everyone could feel it. Renly looked toward the road ahead and imagined King's Landing. Riots, faith, Stannis with paper in his hand, Ned Stark trying to hold the city together with stubborn honor, Marjorie waiting in silk, and Robert, wounded, burning himself alive with rage. He pressed his heels to his horse and pushed onward. Because if he arrived too late, he would not be riding to support a king. He would be riding to decide which brother wore the crown. Tywin Lannister did not siege King's Landing at first. He strangled it. The Crownlands were softer than the Westerlands. Smaller holds, lesser lords, men who had grown used to the idea that the crown would protect them. Tywin made that idea bleed. A minor holdfast near the King's Road fell without heroic battle. Its gates opened after a single night of fire arrows and the quiet knowledge that no relief would come. By morning, the lion banner flew over the gate. Tywin stood in the courtyard while bound hostages knelt in the mud. Sons and cousins of Crownlands lords, terrified, mouths tight. Soldiers stood in disciplined lines, unmoving. Kevin lingered with a raven scroll. And beside Tywin, for the first time in this war, stood Tyrion Lannister. He looked out of place next to his father's carved certainty, shorter, cloaked against cold, eyes sharp with a cynicism that had learned to survive. His mouth twisted as he watched the hostages kneel. "This is charming," Tyrion murmured softly. "Nothing says, 'I bring order' like kneeling children." Tywin's gaze did not shift. "These are not children," he said. "They are leverage." Tyrion's eyes flicked toward him. "So are we," he replied quietly. Kevin cleared his throat. "Reports from King's Landing," he said. "Stannis holds the harbor. The city watch is being purged. Baelish is declared traitor." Tywin's eyes narrowed a fraction. "Baelish," he repeated. Tyrion's mouth curled. "The little man slipped?" he asked. "How shocking." Tywin did not indulge him. "Where is he?" Tywin asked. Kevin hesitated. "Unclear," he admitted. "A vessel left the harbor without flag. Some say." Tywin lifted a hand. "Rumors," he said. Tyrion watched the hostages, expression dark. "If Baelish is loose," he murmured, "then the city is more rotten than you've accounted for." Tywin's gaze finally turned to him, cold. "Do not mistake rot for chaos," Tywin said. "Rot can be guided." Tyrion's eyes held his father's. "And chaos?" he asked. Tywin's mouth did not move. "Chaos can be blamed," he replied. A bound hostage sobbed softly. One of Tywin's men shoved him, forcing his face back into the mud. Tyrion flinched, a brief flash of anger. "Must we?" he muttered. Tywin did not look at the man. "Yes," he said. Kevin stepped closer, voice lower. "There was an attempt to free Jaime," he said. "It failed." Tywin's eyes sharpened, just slightly. "Good," he said, and the words sounded like a door closing. Tyrion stared at him. "Good," he echoed, bitter. "Because my brother remains in chains? Or because your men are already inside the keep?" Tywin's gaze stayed cold. "Because the attempt revealed doors," he said. "And doors can be used again." Tyrion's mouth tightened. "You want to kill Robert," he said, not as accusation, but as recognition. Tywin did not deny it. "If Robert dies," he said calmly, "the realm fractures. Stannis will clamp down. Renly will posture. Stark will try to hold the pieces together with honor and fail. In that failure, the city will beg for someone who can stop the bleeding. Tyrion's eyes narrowed. You, he said. Tywin's gaze moved back to the hostages. Order, he replied, as if naming a virtue. Tyrion exhaled slowly. And what of the children in King's Landing? He asked quietly. Your grandchildren. Tywin's eyes did not soften. They are alive, he said. And their survival is useful. Tyrion's mouth twisted. Useful, he murmured. The Lannister prayer. Tywin turned, voice steady. Send ravens, he ordered, to the Crownlands holds. Tell them their heirs kneel in my courtyards. Tell them that if they wish their sons to breathe, they will close their roads to King's Landing and open them to me. Kevin nodded. And if they refuse? Tywin's gaze was cold. Then they learn what refusal costs, he said. Tyrion looked away, jaw tight. He had seen cruelty before. He had lived inside it. Still, watching it laid out like a strategy made him feel sick in a way wine could not fix. As the lion banner snapped above them and the hostages trembled in mud, Tywin Lannister's war tightened around the capital like a noose, and the city, already hungry and afraid, began to feel the rope. The Riverlands did not know kings. It knew boots, torches, and who screamed first. Beric Dondarrion's band moved through the mud like ghosts that had decided to become men again. They were not an army. They were not even truly soldiers anymore. They were survivors and broken knights and small folk with knives, drawn together by the simple truth that nobody else was coming to save them. They found a Lannister supply wagon on a road lined by bare winter trees. Red cloaks, a few armored men. A driver hunched against rain, and behind the wagon, chained in pairs, small folk prisoners trudging with heads bowed. Beric watched from the trees, breath fogging. He felt the chains in his own memory like a wound. He had died. He had returned. Every time he blinked, he saw mud and Gregor's sword. Thuras grinned beside him, flame licking along the blade he held. Ready, Thuras whispered. Beric's voice was rough. Yes, he said, and he stepped out into the road. His men surged from the trees like hunger given shape. Arrows flew. A Lannister guard dropped with a shaft in his throat. Another guard spun, sword half drawn, and Thuras's flaming blade kissed his face. The man screamed, hands clawing at fire, and fell into mud. Beric moved toward the wagon, sword raised, and he felt something strange inside him. Not the old pride of a king's decree, but a colder, steadier purpose. He did not shout in the king's name. He did not speak of law. He spoke only the truth of the Riverlands. Drop your weapons, Beric called, or burn. A Lannister soldier stumbled back, eyes wide at Beric's bandaged chest, at the way he moved as if pain was an old friend. The soldier's gaze flicked to Thuras's flame, and his courage broke. He dropped his sword with a clatter. Another soldier did not. He lunged, swinging hard, and Beric met him.
Stil ran.
The soldier's eyes were bright with fear and duty. Beric's eyes were dark with something older. Beric knocked the sword aside and drove his blade into the man's shoulder, not killing, but disabling. The soldier screamed and fell. Thuras cut the prisoner's chains with quick, brutal strokes. Iron snapped. Small folk stumbled free, disbelief on their faces. Run, Thuras barked, grin fierce. Run before the lions remember they own roads. A woman grabbed her child's hand and ran. A man limped, sobbing, toward the trees. Another stood still, staring at Beric as if seeing a ghost. Who are you? The man whispered. Beric's mouth tightened. The old answer, King's Justice, felt too clean for a world this filthy. We are what's left, Beric said softly, and we don't kneel. A Lannister soldier fell to his knees in the mud near Beric, hands raised. Mercy, he begged, voice shaking. Please. Beric stared down at him. Mercy had almost gotten children killed in the Red Keep. Mercy had not stopped Gregor from carving villages open like animals. And yet Beric felt the weight of death in his chest, and he remembered how it felt to return to breath. He lowered his sword. "Leave," he said. "Tell Tywin his wagons bleed." The soldier blinked, stunned, then scrambled away into rain. Thuras watched Beric, grin fading briefly. "You're learning," Thuras murmured. Beric's eyes stayed on the freed prisoners disappearing into trees. "I died," he said quietly. "I don't want them to." Thuras's flame hissed as rain fell harder. "Then we keep moving," he said. Beric nodded once, and his band melted back into the woods with stolen food and freed lives. Behind them, the wagon burned anyway, a beacon in the rain, small, defiant, cruelly bright. In a war of great lords, Beric Dondarrion's band was a thorn, and thorns did not need crowns to draw blood. The faith did not like being ignored. It liked being obeyed. The High Septon came to the Red Keep again, and this time he did not come with incense and polite admonition. He came with septons behind him holding 7-pointed stars like weapons, and with the sound of small folk gathering beyond the gates. Candles in the rain, prayers turning into pressure. Stannis met him in a hallway rather than on the Iron Throne steps, because Stannis did not grant symbols more power than they deserved. But even in a hallway, the crystal crown gleamed, and the High Septon's presence turned stone into a tribunal. "You have executed men without faith witness," the High Septon said, voice thin and sharp. "You have seized the city watch. You have purged and threatened and spoken of hanging as if it were prayer." Stannis's face did not move. "I have restored order," he said. "Order without mercy is tyranny," the High Septon replied. Stannis's eyes hardened. "Mercy without order is chaos," he said. Davos shifted behind him, uneasy. He looked as if he wanted to apologize to the gods for standing next to this argument. Ned arrived before the words could become a blade. He stepped between them, rein on his shoulders, face tight with exhaustion. "Enough," he said. "We do not fight the faith while Tywin burns the realm." The High Septon's gaze fixed on Ned. "And yet you allow this," he said, gesturing at Stannis. "You allow law to become cruelty." Ned's jaw clenched. "I allow nothing," he said. "I try to prevent worse." Stannis's voice was cold. "Worse is a riot that kills 100, he said. "Worse is a city that eats itself. Worse is allowing Baelish's paid men to guide mobs while we debate piety." The High Septon's crystal crown caught a flash of light, and his eyes narrowed. "The king promised witness," he said. "He promised humility before the gods." "The king promised truth," Stannis replied. "He did not promise to kneel while the city burns." Ned's voice dropped, firm. "The king is ill," he said. "His will is sealed. The realm has enough fear without the faith adding more." The High Septon's mouth tightened. "Fear is what happens when kings kill queens in darkness," he replied. "Fear is what happens when rulers forget they are mortal." Stannis's eyes flashed. "And what happens when priests forget they are not kings?" he snapped. A ripple went through the Septons behind the High Septon. Their hands tightened on their stars. Outside the gates, muffled through stone, Ned could hear chanting, small folk voices in rain. Not yet a riot. Not yet, but close enough. Davos leaned toward Stannis, voice low. "Lord," he murmured. "This won't help." Stannis did not look at him. He looked at the High Septon like a man staring at a stubborn law he could not rewrite. Ned made a decision before either side could. "I will meet the faith," he said louder. "Tonight, I will speak to the small folk. I will promise bread distribution from the Red Keep stores, and the faith will send men to calm them, not inflame them." The High Septon's eyes narrowed. "Bread," he said. "You think hunger is the only sin?" Ned's voice was tight. "Hunger makes every sin easier," he replied. Stannis's mouth tightened. "And while you speak," he said, "Baelish moves." Ned met his gaze. "Then you search," he said. "But you do not turn the faith into your enemy. Not yet." "Not yet," Stannis echoed, and the words sounded like a threat he was storing for later. The High Septon held Ned's gaze a moment longer, then inclined his head slightly. Very well, he said. The faith will watch.
Ned exhaled slowly.
The faith always watches, he murmured. As the High Septon turned away, Septons following like a procession of judgment, Ned felt the hallway's tension ease only slightly. He looked at Stannis, voice low. Do not push them, he warned. If the faith turns fully against the crown, we will not have a city to defend. Stannis's eyes stayed hard. If the crown bends to the faith, he replied, we will not have a realm to rule. Ned felt the truth settle like cold rain. Between lions and stags and spiders and gods, the realm was being pulled apart by forces that all believed they were saving it. Peter Baelish did not flee like a hunted man. He fled like a man executing a plan. In a passage behind a tapestry, where stone corridors ran narrow and old, Peter moved with a lantern's small light in one hand and a boy's fate in the other. He did not drag Joffrey by force. He guided him with words, and words were always Peter's strongest rope. Joffrey stumbled over uneven stone, breathing hard, rage and fear battling in his face. Where are we going? He hissed. This is filth. I want out. You want to live, Peter murmured softly, voice gentle as a lullaby. And you want to be king. Joffrey's eyes flashed. I am king, he spat. Peter's smile was faint. Not in that castle, he said. Not with Stannis Baratheon holding paper and Ned Stark holding swords. Not while your father coughs blood into pillows. Joffrey flinched at the word father. The lie had been spoken aloud too often now for even Joffrey to ignore it, and hatred did not erase doubt. It only covered it. A hooded gold cloak moved ahead of them, lantern held low. The man did not speak. He did not need to. He was paid, and payment was his prayer. Joffrey's voice cracked, furious. My mother would never. Peter's voice slid in, soft, sharp. Your mother is dead, he murmured. And the men in that castle will use you the way men always use boys, as a banner. Joffrey's breath hitched. Then I'll use them, he snarled. Peter's smile widened slightly. There, he whispered. That's the spirit. They reached a small door banded in iron, hidden behind stone that looked like any other stone. Peter produced a key, already warm, already waiting, and turned it. The lock clicked. The door opened onto a narrow stairwell leading down toward the river, toward water, toward escape. Joffrey stared into the darkness below. What is this? He demanded. Freedom, Peter said. A boat. A place where Stannis Baratheon cannot reach you easily. A place where stories can be written before they become truth. Joffrey's eyes narrowed. And you? He asked. What do you get? Peter's smile was gentle. I get to serve, he murmured, as I always have. Joffrey snorted, distrust warring with need. You're a liar, he whispered. Peter's eyes gleamed. Yes, he said softly, and liars survive. Above them, in the keep's corridors, a door opened. Footsteps, a low growl of recognition. Sandor Clegane. The Hound had not been told. The Hound was not part of Peter's plans unless Peter needed him, and tonight Peter did not. Sandor's voice echoed, rough and sudden. Joffrey! Joffrey froze. His breath caught. Fear flared, real fear, because Sandor was the one brute in his world that had always been present, always loyal in the way loyalty was understood by men who had never had much else. Peter's hand tightened on Joffrey's arm, not harsh, just firm. Do not answer, he whispered. If he finds you, he brings you back. And if he brings you back, Stannis Baratheon will decide what you are worth. Joffrey's eyes widened, hatred and terror mixing. He swallowed hard. Sandor's footsteps grew louder, running now. Joffrey, he barked again. The sound edged with something almost like concern, though Sandor would have denied it with his last breath. Peter guided Joffrey down the stairwell quickly. Lantern light shook. Joffrey stumbled, caught himself, breathing hard. Move, Peter murmured. Be a king. Kings don't hesitate. Sandor's boots thundered behind the tapestry above. A shout, guards. Confusion. Doors slamming. Joffrey's face twisted with furious fear as he ran down into darkness. Behind him, Peter Baelish's smile did not fade. It sharpened, because now the keep would erupt with panic. The false prince missing, the city's rumor mill ignited, Stannis furious, Ned desperate, Robert fevered and unreachable. And Tywin Lannister, out west, would hear that the boy who had once been called Crown Prince had vanished into the night. A banner, stolen from the crown's hands, carried into the dark by a spider who understood one simple truth. A realm did not need truth to burn. It only needed a story. The Blackwater took the boat the way it took everything, without caring who sat inside. Rain fell in needles and sheets, turning the river into hammered iron. The hooded man rowing kept his lantern shielded beneath his cloak, letting only a thin seam of light spill onto wet planks. Each stroke of the oar was quiet, practiced, the movement of someone who had done this before with heavier cargo than a boy's pride. Joffrey crouched near the bow, knees drawn up, daggers in his eyes and in his hand. He had stolen the blade from somewhere. Joffrey always found blades, even when doors were locked and men watched him like a curse. The dagger's point trembled slightly with the boat's motion. His mouth was set in a hard line, but every so often his eyes darted back toward the city, toward the walls and towers receding into rain. Peter Baelish sat beside him like a shadow that had learned to speak gently. He kept one hand on the boat's edge, steadying himself, and the other close to Joffrey's shoulder without touching, as if he understood that boys like Joffrey mistook any touch for control. "You lied," Joffrey hissed, voice raw with fury. "You said they couldn't keep me locked. You said." "I said you would be used," Peter murmured. "And you will. That is what power does to boys. It turns them into banners and then into corpses." Joffrey's dagger flashed up a fraction. "I am not." "You are exactly," Peter said softly, and the softness was sharper than any shout. "A name, a face, a story, and stories are the only thing in the world that can kill a king without drawing a sword." Joffrey's breath hitched. He wanted to scream, to deny, to strike. The river rocked them, indifferent. The hooded oarsmen kept rowing. Peter's gaze remained on the dark shape of King's Landing. The walls were still visible, an uneven line of torchlight broken by rain and distance. The Red Keep's silhouette loomed above, a black bruise against the storm. "They will tell the city you ran," Peter said. "They will tell the faith you were stolen. They will tell your father that you are a problem to be solved." Joffrey flinched at the word father, the lie and the truth fighting behind his eyes. "Robert will," he began, then stopped, because even in Joffrey there was enough instinct left to understand that Robert's hammer did not reach across water. Peter's mouth curved faintly. "Robert Baratheon can barely reach his own breath," he whispered. "Stannis Baratheon will reach for you with law, and Eddard Stark will reach for you with honor, and both will squeeze until you break." Joffrey's dagger point lowered a fraction, then rose again as fear turned back into rage. "I'll kill them," he whispered. Peter's eyes gleamed in the lantern's seam. "Yes," he murmured. "One day you may, but first you must live long enough to choose your targets." The boat slid beneath a low stone arch where the river narrowed and the walls rose high. The rain sound changed there, echoing heavier. Somewhere above, a guard's torch bobbed, only briefly, then vanished. A laugh floated down, muffled by water and distance. Men above did not look down. They never looked down until it was too late. Joffrey's fingers tightened on the dagger. "Where are you taking me?" he demanded again, voice cracking. Peter leaned in, close enough that his breath warmed Joffrey's cheek. "To a place where law cannot find you quickly," he whispered. "To a place where your mother's enemies cannot reach you without paying dearly. To a place where you can become what you believe you are." Joffrey stared at him, hate and need tangled. "And you?" he asked. "What do you become?" Peter smiled, and the smile was as small as a knife. "I become indispensable," he murmured. Behind them, King's Landing receded into storm and shadow. Ahead, the river opened into darker water, and the boat's lantern seam became the only thin line of light in a world that suddenly felt too large. Sandor Clegane hit the riverside like a battering ram. He came out of the Red Keep's underbelly with rain streaming off his hair and his cloak half torn from squeezing through stone passages built for smaller men. His sword was already in his hand, not drawn for show, but because Sandor did not trust a city full of whispers to let him keep both hands empty. He shoved through the dockyard, boots splashing in puddles, shoulders clipping men aside. Fishermen turned, startled. Dockhands froze. Gold cloaks stepped forward, spears raising. "Hound!" one of them shouted. "Hold!" Sandor didn't slow. "Move!" he growled, and the sound was a warning a sane man listened to. A spear point slid across his path, and Sandor batted it aside with the flat of his blade. The gold cloak stumbled back, swearing. "Prince Joffrey!" Sandor roared into the rain, and the name came out like a curse and a plea in the same breath. No answer, only water and the hiss of rain on river. He saw it then, not the boat itself, but the river's surface, the thin, vanishing scar of a wake cutting across Blackwater, moving away from the city with quiet purpose. The lantern seam was gone, hidden, swallowed, but the wake was proof that something had left. Sandor surged toward the edge, jaw clenched. A gold cloak grabbed his arm. Sandor's elbow drove back into the man's ribs with a crack. The gold cloak wheezed and folded. More spears came up. "Enough!" a voice snapped. Eddard Stark rode in with 2 Stark guards, his horse slick with rain, his face hard. He swung down before the animal fully stopped and stepped between Sandor and the gold cloaks, hand on his sword. "What did you see?"
Ned demanded.
Sandor's breath came in harsh pulls. "A boat," he snarled. "A boat leaving. With the boy." Ned's throat tightened. "Who took him?" he asked. Sandor's scarred face twisted. "Littlefinger," he spat, and the name came out like phlegm. "I heard him, smelled him. That little bastard was leading him through the tunnels. I chased, too late." Ned's eyes narrowed. He wanted proof. He wanted certainty. But Sandor's rage was too raw to be a performance. Behind Ned, Stannis Baratheon stepped from beneath an awning, cloak dark, posture rigid. Davos Seaworth hovered at his shoulder, eyes troubled. Stannis's gaze swept Sandor like a judge scanning a criminal. "You lost him," Stannis said. Sandor's head snapped toward him. "I didn't." "You lost him," Stannis repeated colder. "And now the realm's most dangerous banner is loose." Sandor's fist clenched. "He's not a banner," he growled. "He's a problem," Stannis cut in. "And you are either incompetent, complicit, or careless." Sandor took a step forward, sword lifting a fraction. Ned moved with him, palm raised, not to stop Sandor's anger, but to stop the stupidity of drawing steel near Stannis. "Enough," Ned said, voice sharp. "Sandor, did you see anyone with him?" Sandor's nostrils flared. "A hooded gold cloak," he said. "And Baelish, that's all I saw. But Baelish doesn't move without men." Stannis's gaze turned to the river. The wake had already vanished into rain. "Seal the water," he snapped. Davos blinked. "Lord." "Now," Stannis said. Davos bowed his head and turned, shouting orders toward the harbor watch. Men moved. Horns began to sound, low and urgent. Ned looked out at the river, rain blurring the distance, and felt the cold truth settle in him. If Joffrey disappeared into the realm, every faction could claim him, deny him, weaponize him. A missing boy could ignite a war faster than any army. Sandor stood rigid beside him, breathing hard, eyes fixed on water as if he could yank the boat back with sheer fury. "Bring him back," Sandor said, voice low. Ned's gaze remained on the river. "We'll try," he said. Sandor's laugh was bitter. "Trying," he muttered, and spat into the rain. Dawn did not bring clarity. It brought momentum. Stannis turned the missing boy into a proclamation before the city could shape the story itself. He dragged order out of chaos the way a man dragged a stubborn animal by the neck. hard, unlovely, effective. In the throne room, the torches burned low and smoky. Rain still tapped at high windows. Men gathered in damp cloaks with eyes too wide and mouths too tight. The Iron Throne loomed above them like a reminder that every argument in this kingdom ended in blood. Stannis stood before it, decree in hand, and his voice cut through murmurs like steel. "Prince Joffrey Baratheon has been abducted," he announced, "by traitors, by men who would use him to break the realm." A ripple went through the hall, gasping, muttering, the quick sharpening of fear. Ned felt it like a wave. This was the moment where lies multiplied. Stannis raised a hand. "The gates are sealed," he said. "The harbor is closed. The river is under patrol. No man leaves King's Landing without my seal." Ned stepped forward, forcing himself into the space Stannis would otherwise fill entirely. "By order of the king," Ned added, voice hard, "and by the king's hand. Anyone hiding Lord Peter Baelish or aiding his escape will be tried for treason." Stannis' eyes flicked to him. Approval, perhaps, or simply satisfaction that Ned had finally used the language of iron. Then Stannis turned back to the room. "Davos Seaworth," Stannis called. "You will take the patrols. You will search every vessel. You will stop every or that tries to slip down river." Davos bowed once, face grim. "Aye," he said. Stannis turned his gaze to the gold cloaks, and the hall chilled. "The city watch failed to secure the keep," he said. "They failed to secure the gates. They failed to secure the prince. They will be reorganized. Immediately." A gold cloak captain took a half-step back, fear flickering. Stannis did not look at him. He looked through him. Baratheon men moved down the line, stripping captains of command, reassigning posts, taking names. The gold cloak's pride cracked under it. Some men glared. Others lowered their eyes and tried to survive. Varys watched from shadow, hands folded, expression mild. Ned wanted to shake him until secrets fell out. Instead, he held his tongue, because Varys' silence was sometimes more useful than his words. Stannis pulled a map onto a table near the throne. Blackwater channels, piers, inlets. His finger stabbed at the river mouth. "If Baelish used the water," he said, "he will try to exit to open sea or slip to shore upriver. He will not linger where nets can catch him." Ned's jaw tightened. "Unless he wants to be seen," he said quietly. "Unless this is meant to be known." Stannis' eyes narrowed. "Everything is a scheme to you," he said. "Because everything is a scheme here," Ned replied, and the bluntness of it tasted strange in his mouth. A messenger arrived breathless, bowing low. "My lords," he panted. "The hound says he saw Baelish with the boy." "I know what he says," Stannis snapped. "I want what he can prove." Ned stepped in. "Sandor Clegane knows the tunnels," he said. "Use him." Stannis' gaze sharpened. "Or hang him if he lies," he said. Ned's stomach tightened. "No," he said. "Not without proof. We are not Tywin." Stannis' mouth curled faintly. "Tywin would already have the boy back," he said. Ned flinched at the truth in that. Tywin would have used knives and gold and corpses without hesitation. Stannis used law like a hammer. Ned used honor like a shield. The boy had slipped between them because none of those tools were made for catching spiders. Stannis' voice hardened again. "Search the brothels. Search the counting houses. Search the docks. Baelish cannot vanish without leaving hungry men behind." "Hungry men talk." Varys' soft voice drifted. "Hungry men also lie," he murmured. Stannis' gaze cut to him. "Then we starve liars," he said. Ned felt the hall tighten again, the air thick with fear and command. Somewhere upstairs, Robert Baratheon breathed in fevered fits. Somewhere out on the river, a small boat cut through rain. Somewhere in the city, Peter Baelish smiled. And now the realm had a new truth to choke on. The prince was missing, and every mouth in King's Landing would decide what that meant by noon. The White Sword Tower was quiet in a way the rest of the keep had forgotten how to be. Its stone walls held the hush like a vow. The air smelled faintly of oil and old parchment, and a small brazier burned with steady heat that did not flicker in the draft. Kingsguards stood at the door in white cloaks, their faces set, their hands never far from swords. Myrcella and Tommen sat together on a bench, cloaks wrapped tight, knees drawn up. Tommen's fingers twisted in his lap, knotting invisible rope. Myrcella's eyes were red, her mouth trembling as she tried to keep herself from breaking. Barristan Selmy stood nearby, posture calm, as if his stillness could shelter them. Ned came in quietly, shedding rain from his cloak. For a moment he simply looked at them, children caught in a war they had not chosen. Innocent, yes. Dangerous, yes. Both truths lived in them now, and the world would not allow only one. Myrcella looked up first. "My lord," she whispered, voice small. "Where is Joffrey?" Ned knelt before them, lowering himself to their height, because towering over children felt like cruelty. His knee ached, his chest felt heavier. "He's gone," Ned said carefully. "Not dead. Not yet." Words mattered too much. Myrcella's breath hitched. "Gone where?" she asked, and her voice cracked on the last word. Ned's throat tightened. "We don't know," he admitted. Tommen's eyes widened. "Did he run away?" he whispered, as if a prince could simply run and become safe. Ned's gaze softened. "Someone took him," he said. Myrcella's hands clenched in her cloak. "Someone will hurt him," she whispered, and the fear in it was real. For all Joffrey's cruelty, he was still her brother, still the familiar center of her childhood's orbit. Barristan's voice came softly. "No one will hurt you here," he said. "You are guarded." Tommen swallowed hard. Are we prisoners?" he asked, and the word was too heavy for his small mouth. Ned held his gaze. "You are protected," he said. "That protection looks like locks because the world outside has knives." Myrcella's eyes filled again. "My mother?" she began, then stopped, because grief was too big to speak aloud in a tower where white cloaks stood like statues. Ned's voice lowered. "I am sorry," he said. "It was inadequate. It was all he had that did not become another lie." Tommen's lip trembled. "Will we see her again?" he whispered. Ned's chest tightened. "No," he said, and the honesty hurt. Myrcella's breath broke into a sob she could not swallow. Barristan took one step, then stopped, caught between duty and the knowledge that comforting the wrong way could be seen as weakness. Ned reached out instead, placing a hand gently on Myrcella's shoulder. "You are not to blame," Ned said softly. "Neither of you." Myrcella's eyes snapped to him, desperate. "But they hate us," she whispered. "They hate us because of what she did."
Ned swallowed.
"Some will," he admitted. "That is why you must stay close, and why you must listen to Ser Barristan." Tommen stared at Ned with a child's brutal clarity. "Will Stannis Baratheon kill us?" he asked. The question landed like a stone. Ned's hand tightened slightly on Myrcella's shoulder. He looked at Barristan. The old knight's face did not change, but something pained flickered in his eyes. "No," Ned said firmly. "No one is allowed to harm you. The king himself wrote it." Tommen's fingers twisted again. "But the king is sick," he whispered. Ned's jaw tightened. "Then we keep him alive," he said, though the words sounded less certain than he wanted. Myrcella wiped her cheek with her sleeve, eyes fierce beneath tears. "If Joffrey comes back," she whispered, "he will kill you." Ned met her gaze, and in it he saw the truth. Even a gentle child understood what Joffrey was. "If he comes back," Ned said softly, "we will try to make him safe too." Barristan's voice came like a bell, quiet but firm. "You will rest," he told them. "Eat, sleep. The realm is loud, but this tower is not." Myrcella nodded, though her eyes stayed fixed on Ned as if clinging to him could keep the world steady. Tommen's gaze followed, fearful and trusting in the way children were before the world taught them better. Ned rose, feeling the weight of their questions on his shoulders. Outside this tower, men spoke of banners and leverage. Inside, two children asked only whether someone would kill them. and Ned had to keep answering no, even as the realm kept proving how easily no became yes. Varys did not search the docks. He searched the mouths. In a small hidden chamber behind a panel of carved wood, he knelt before a child with wet hair and wide eyes. The child's hands shook as they held a note, ink blurred by rain, but still legible enough for a man who made his life from scraps. Varys' smile was gentle, the smile of someone's favorite uncle. It was also a mask so perfect it could have fooled the gods. "Well," Varys murmured, voice soft. "What did you see?" The child swallowed. "A man," the child whispered. "A little man, with pretty clothes. He gave a coin to a boatman." Varys' eyes did not widen. "And the boat?" he asked. "Not big," the child said, hands trembling. "Not a ship, a river boat. It went under the bridge with the broken gargoyle." Varys nodded slowly, as if listening to a bedtime story. "And the boy?" he asked. The child's eyes darted. "He didn't look like a prince," the child whispered. "He looked angry." Varys' smile softened as if amused. "Angry boys often become princes," he murmured. He took the wet note carefully, as if it were precious. The ink named a place, Rosby's Lesser Dock, a quiet landing used for fish and private cargo, a place where a small boat could be swapped for horses without drawing attention. Varys rose, moving to the map pinned on the wall. His finger traced the Blackwater's curve, past the city's teeth, toward the countryside's softer throat. "Rosby," he murmured. A rustle came from the bird cages in shadow. Tiny movements, tiny eyes, little lives used as ears. Varys turned back to the child. "You have done well," he said, and pressed a coin into the child's palm. The child's fingers closed around it like a lifeline. "Will they kill me?" the child whispered suddenly. Varys' smile remained kind. "No," he said. "You are too small to matter to them." The truth of it was the cruelest comfort. When the child slipped away through the hidden panel, Varys stood alone, candle flame steady, and allowed himself a brief moment of stillness. He could feel the castle's new rhythm. Stannis' iron tightening, Ned's honor straining, Robert's fever burning, Baelish's web tugging even as its maker fled. He took the map down and folded it neatly, as if folding up a problem to carry. Then he went to find Eddard Stark. By the time King's Landing realized the prince was truly gone, Peter Baelish had already put walls between himself and the city's reach. They reached a Crownlands inn before noon. A low building of dark timber crouched near a muddy road. Smoke rose from its chimney in a thin line. Men inside drank quietly, heads lowered, as if the storm outside had taught them that attention was dangerous. Peter took the upper room. He always took the upper room. A fire burned low in the hearth. Wet cloaks hung near it, steaming. The air smelled of damp wool and smoke and the faint sourness of ale seeping into wood. Joffrey paced near the window, dagger in hand, jaw clenched. Every time he looked out, he expected to see gold cloaks pouring into the yard, or Stark wolves at the door, or Stannis Baratheon's hard eyes staring through rain. Instead, he saw only mud and gray sky and a stable boy feeding a horse. Peter sat at the table and wrote. 2 letters, 2 seals. He did not hurry. Hurry made men sloppy. On one letter, he pressed a falcon into wax. On the other, he pressed a lion. Joffrey stopped pacing long enough to sneer. "You're writing to them," he said. "To my enemies." Peter did not look up. "To your opportunities," he murmured. Joffrey's eyes flashed. "Tywin Lannister is not." "Your grandfather," Peter finished softly and finally looked up. "Yes, he is, whether Stannis Baratheon likes it or not." Joffrey's grip tightened on the dagger. "And the falcon?" he demanded. Peter's smile was faint. "A widow with a mountain between her and the world," he said. "A woman who hates the Lannisters and fears the crown. A woman who can shelter you while the realm decides what you are." Joffrey's mouth twisted. "What I am," he spat, "is king." Peter's voice stayed gentle. "Then we must make others say it," he replied. A hard-eyed knight waited in the corner, hood up, hands resting loosely near his belt. He was not a man of Peter's courtly circles. He was steel hired by coin, and his eyes kept flicking to the door as if expecting it to explode inward. "Will Stannis follow?" the knight asked quietly. Peter folded the letters. "He will try," he said. "He will close gates. He will threaten men. He will call it law." "And the Stark?" the knight asked. Peter's smile warmed, almost affectionate. "He will try to do the right thing," Peter murmured, "which is always a gift to men like us."
Joffrey spun, furious.
"Stop speaking as if I'm not here," he snarled. "I'll have your tongue out." Peter's eyes did not flinch. "You could," he said softly, "and then you would sit alone in a room with no plan, no allies, and a dagger too small to stop an army." Joffrey's breath hitched, rage sputtering against the wall of truth. He looked away, jaw trembling. For the first time, the boy's fear was not performative. It was real. Peter's voice softened further. "You want vengeance," he murmured. "You want your mother's enemies to kneel. I understand. I can help you, but you must let me steer." Joffrey turned back slowly, eyes burning. "If you betray me," he whispered, "I will kill you." Peter smiled, and the smile was almost tender. "Yes," he murmured, "that is exactly why you will succeed." He rose, took the letters, and handed one to the hooded knight. "Falcon first," he said, "Lion second, and ride like your life depends on it." The knight nodded and slipped out. Peter returned to Joffrey. "Eat," he said softly. "Sleep if you can. Tomorrow you may be a prince again, or you may be a weapon." Joffrey's dagger lowered slightly, then rose again. He stood by the window and watched rain soak the yard, and in his eyes lived a promise that the realm would soon regret letting him vanish into the dark. Tywin Lannister read Peter Baelish's letter the way he read the world, as leverage arranged into sentences. The war tent was warm with braziers and smelled of leather, ink, and oiled steel. Maps lay spread across a table, Crownlands roads, river crossings, holdfasts marked with small stones. Outside, rain turned the camp to mud, but inside Tywin's order held. Kevin stood nearby, face tight. Tyrion leaned over the map with a cup of wine in his hand, eyes narrowed as if trying to drink without tasting the bitterness. When the letter arrived with a lion seal pressed into wax and a hand that smelled faintly of perfume, Tywin did not look surprised. He broke the seal and read. His eyes paused on one phrase, "Prince Joffrey." Tywin set the letter down, fingers flat. Silence in the tent stretched. Tyrion's mouth curled. "Well," he murmured, "our spider has stolen a fly." Kevin's jaw tightened. "He claims to have the boy," Kevin said. Tywin's gaze remained steady. "He claims," he replied. "Claims are cheap." Tyrion took a slow sip of wine. "Baelish doesn't spend cheap coin," he said quietly. "Not when he's the one holding the purse." Tywin looked at his son. "And what purse does he believe he holds?" Tywin asked. Tyrion's eyes glinted. "A banner," he replied. "A story. A knife in Stannis' ribs." Kevin exhaled. "If the boy is alive and out of King's Landing," he said, voice low, "the crown loses its hostage. Stannis loses his leverage.
Ned Stark loses."
"Stark loses control," Tywin finished calmly. "And a man who loses control bleeds." Tyrion's smile faded. "And the boy," he said, "our grandson." Tywin's gaze did not soften. "If he lives," he said, "he is useful. If he dies, he is useful. The difference is which men scream louder." Tyrion flinched, then recovered with a bitter humor. "Always a comfort, father." Tywin ignored him. He turned to Kevin. "Send riders," he ordered, "to Rosby, to every crossing. Baelish says he will deliver the boy to a place of safety. I want to know which place." Kevin nodded. "And if Baelish contacts the Vale?" he asked. Tywin's eyes narrowed a fraction. "Then Lysa Arryn will be reminded," he said, "that mountains do not protect against gold." Tyrion's gaze sharpened. "You want the boy," he said. Tywin's voice remained calm. I want options, he replied. If Stannis sits the throne, he will destroy the city to make it clean. If Renly reaches the gates with Reach grain, he will buy the people's love. If Stark holds the peace, he will try to keep children alive and call it virtue. Tywin's fingers tapped the table once. A missing boy disrupts all of them, he said. Therefore, the boy belongs to whoever can hold him. Tyrion stared at his father, wine forgotten. And if Baelish wants payment? He asked. Tywin's eyes were cold. Then Baelish will be paid, he said. In the only currency he truly values. Kevin hesitated. Gold? He asked. Tywin's mouth did not move. Safety, he replied. For as long as it benefits him. Tyrion laughed softly, without joy. You'll kill him the moment he stops being useful, he murmured. Tywin's gaze held his. Of course, he said. Outside, rain hissed on canvas. The war-tense warmth felt like a sealed room inside a storm. Tywin lifted the letter again and read the final line, the line Peter had written with careful humility. For the realm's peace, and your house's survival. Tywin's eyes narrowed. The realm's peace, Tywin murmured. How generous. Then he folded the letter and began to plan how to take a boy from a spider without letting the spider know the web had already been cut. Renly learned of the missing prince beneath the open sky, in a camp that smelled of wet horse and smoke. The army had paused to rest, banners drooping under rain. Knights sat hunched near fires, hands wrapped around cups, speaking in low voices about roads ahead and rumors behind. The Reach wagons creaked in place, heavy with grain, and the Stormlands men eyed them with suspicion and hunger in equal measure. A raven came in with black feathers slicked down and a message that made Renly's mouth tighten. He read it once, then again slower. Prince Joffrey, gone. Baelish fled. Gates sealed. Stannis purging. Robert, fevered. Renly crushed the parchment in his fist until it was pulp. Loras Tyrell watched him, face tense. This changes everything, Loras said quietly. Renly laughed once, sharp. Everything was already changing, he replied. Now it's changing faster. A Stormlands lord stepped close, eyes hard. If the boy's gone, the lord said, then Stannis has no hostage. He'll do what he wants. Renly's mouth twisted. He'll do what he wants anyway, he said. He just calls it law. Loras's gaze flicked toward the knights listening. And the people, he murmured. A missing prince will become 1,000 stories by noon. Renly's eyes burned. Yes, he said, and Stannis will answer stories with hangings. Ned Stark will answer stories with truth. Neither will satisfy a hungry city. A Reach knight spoke softly, cautious. If the boy appears again, he said, some lords may rally to him, even if he is illegitimate. Renly finished, voice tight. Say it. The realm will. It will spit the word like rotten meat. Loras's jaw clenched. Then Stannis's decree is stronger, he said. Because if the boy is gone, Stannis becomes the only line. Renly's gaze snapped to him. Stronger, he repeated. Or uglier. A crown held by a man everyone fears is a crown everyone wants to break. Loras held his gaze. And what do you want? He asked low. Renly's breath fogged. He thought of Robert's laugh, now turned into fevered coughs. He thought of the Iron Throne, hungry and sharp. He thought of Marjorie waiting in King's Landing like a promise that could become a chain. I want my brother alive, Renly said, and the honesty surprised him. I want Tywin beaten. I want Stannis contained. I want the realm not to drown in this. A Stormlands lord snorted. And crowns? He asked. Renly's mouth tightened. Crowns are what men fight about when they can't admit they're afraid, he said. The lord stared, then nodded slowly, as if understanding more than he liked. Loras stepped closer, voice quiet. If Stannis has the decree, he said, and if Robert dies, Stannis will claim everything before you reach the gates. Renly looked out over the camp. Men and banners and wagons and firelight reflected in wet armor. An army was power you could see. Paper was power you could not stop easily. "Then we ride," Renly said. Loras's eyes sharpened. "Now?" he asked. Renly nodded once, hard. "Now," he said. "We ride hard. We arrive before the city decides Stannis is its only choice. We arrive before Tywin's noose tightens. We arrive before Baelish sells the boy to the highest bidder." He looked at the men around him, Stormlands and Reach, and forced his voice to carry. "Saddle up," he commanded. "King's Landing is bleeding. We do not crawl. We do not hesitate." As the camp surged into motion, Renly felt the war inside him sharpen. Love for a brother, hatred for another, fear of the realm cracking before he could reach it. And somewhere out in the rain, a missing boy moved through darkness like a lit fuse. They found Baelish's trail where Baelish always left it, among numbers. The counting house stank of ink and damp wood. Ledgers lay stacked in neat towers until Stannis's men arrived and turned neatness into chaos. Torches flared. Books hit tables. Coins spilled across boards and rolled into shadows like fleeing rats. A clerk trembled behind the main desk, face pale, hands ink-stained. He tried to speak, to explain, to plead. Stannis grabbed him by the collar and hauled him forward with the rough certainty of a man who did not believe in innocence unless it had proof. "Where did he go?" Stannis demanded. My lord, I only count," the clerk stammered. Stannis's eyes narrowed. "Then count how many bones you have," he snapped, "and decide which you'd like to keep." Ned stepped in, voice sharp. "Enough," he warned. Stannis did not look at him. "He stole a prince," Stannis said. "He tried to steal children. He bribed guards. He ignited riots. Tell me why I should spare an accomplice." "Because you are not king yet," Ned said, and the words came out colder than he intended. Stannis's grip tightened on the clerk. "And you are not a fool," he replied. "Do not pretend you don't see what this is. Baelish is trying to force the realm to choose." Ned held up a sealed note Varys had brought. Blotted ink, quick hand. Rosby. Oduk. A name that smelled of quiet escape. "He went upriver," Ned said. "Toward Rosby." The clerk's eyes widened, fear cracking his mask. "I don't know," he began too quickly. Stannis shoved him against the desk, making coins jump. "You know," Stannis growled. "You took coin, or you took orders, or you watched and said nothing. Which is it?" The clerk's breath hitched. "A boat," he whispered finally. "A boat was arranged. Not from the harbor. From Rosby," Ned finished, eyes hard. The clerk nodded frantically. "Yes," he rasped. "Rosby, a fisherman. A wagon waiting. He said it was for special cargo." Stannis's gaze burned. "And you didn't ask what cargo was worth burning a city for?" he snarled. The clerk sobbed. "He said it was the realm's peace," he whispered. Stannis laughed once, harsh. "Peace," he spat. Ned's jaw tightened. He looked at the ledgers spread like entrails across tables. "If he took coin," Ned said quietly, "we'll find it here. Payments. Names." Davos leaned closer, voice low to Ned. "M'lord," he murmured. "If Stannis pushes too hard, he'll make every clerk in the city into an enemy."
Ned exhaled slowly.
"He's already making enemies," he replied. Stannis released the clerk abruptly and turned to his men. "Take the ledgers," he ordered. "Take every scrap of paper. Burn nothing. I want to know whose hands Baelish has kissed with gold." Ned watched the clerk collapse to his knees, sobbing. He did not feel pity. Not tonight. Not when children were being carried like sacks through tunnels. Stannis turned back to Ned, eyes hard. "We go to Rosby," he said. Ned nodded once. "We send riders," he replied. "And ships." Stannis's gaze flicked to Davos. "Do it," he snapped. Davos bowed and hurried away. As the counting house emptied, Ned pocketed the note and felt the city around him like a tightening snare. Baelish had moved first. Now they had to move faster, or they would spend the rest of the war chasing stories while the realm burned. The Blackwater gave them a prize and stole the truth in the same breath. Davos Seaworth took the patrol galley downriver under a sky as heavy as iron. Rain lashed his face. The oars moved in disciplined rhythm, water slapping against hull. Men scanned fog with narrowed eyes, lanterns shielded, listening for the wrong sound. Or dipping too quietly, a boat drifting where no boat should be. They found the small vessel near a reed-choked bend, half hidden, low in the water. Davos's men threw grappling hooks, iron-bit wood. The boats bumped together with a dull thud. "Hold!" Davos barked, and his voice cut through rain. They hauled the boat alongside and peered in. A hooded gold cloak lay dead in the bottom, throat cut, eyes staring at nothing. There was no boy, no petit Baelish, only blood, and a lantern that had been extinguished carefully, like a man putting out a candle before sleep. Davos's stomach tightened. "A decoy," he muttered. One of his sailors pointed through fog. "There!" the man shouted. Farther downriver, a faint lantern seemed flickered once, then slid behind fog and vanished as if swallowed. Davos's jaw clenched. "Row!" he roared. The galley surged, oars biting water harder. Men shouted. "Fogtitskenet." Rain blurred everything until the world became nothing but water and effort and the dim hope that speed could catch a story. On the shore, Sandor Clegane stood in the rain with his sword lowered, watching the chase like a man watching a knife fall and knowing he cannot reach in time. His scarred face was tight with fury. He heard the oars. He saw the decoy boat dragged into light. He saw the dead man in a gold cloak, and something cold settled in him. "Littlefinger," Sandor growled, and the name was a promise. He turned back toward the city, boots splashing through mud. Behind him, the galley's lanterns vanished into fog, chasing a ghost. Inside King's Landing, the Red Keep's doors were bolted tighter, and still the castle felt full of holes. Ned Stark stood in a corridor outside the king's bedchamber, listening to Robert's ragged breathing, and felt the sealed decree's weight like a chain around his throat. Robert stirred, eyes half opening through fever. "Joffrey," he rasped. Ned's chest tightened. "He is safe," Ned lied, because truth would be a hammer blow Robert's body could not survive. Robert's fingers twitched toward his hammer. "Bring him," he whispered. Ned swallowed, tasting iron. "Soon," he murmured. Robert's eyes closed again, breath rattling. The lie hung in the room like smoke. Outside, beyond walls and fog and river, a small boat slipped along the Crownlands shore, lantern hidden, carrying a boy with a dagger and a spider with a smile toward the next trap. And in the dark, the realm listened not for truth, but for the story that would let it choose who to hate. Rosby's Landing was the kind of place men used when they wanted to be unseen. Too small for harbor officials, too ordinary for the city's gossip to linger. The rain made it even quieter, washing away footprints and sound, leaving only mud and the dull slap of water against rotting posts. Ned's horse sank to the fetlocks as he rode up. He swung down and tasted river cold in the air. Stannis followed, cloak plastered to his shoulders, eyes already scanning for pattern. Where a boat had tied, where men had stood, where a lantern would have been shielded from sight. Baratheon men fanned out with torches that hissed in rain, their boots cutting fresh tracks across older ones. Varys waited beneath a leaning willow with a small child at his side, the child's face half hidden by a hood too large. The child's fingers twisted nervously at the edge of the cloak, eyes flicking from Ned to Stannis, as if trying to decide which man was more dangerous. Davos Seaworth stepped up from the riverbank, water dripping from his sleeves. "We caught a decoy," he said quietly. "Dead gold cloak. No boy." Stannis's jaw tightened. "Baelish likes decoys," he said. Ned followed the wagon tracks with his eyes. They ran from the dock into the trees, deep and heavy. 2 wagons, perhaps, or 1 wagon with a load that made the wheels sink. Not a fisherman hauling nets. Not a drunk carting ale. Purpose. Varys spoke softly. "A wagon was waiting," he murmured. My little friend here saw it. 2 men, one with a hood, one with a fine cloak under the hood. Stannis's gaze cut toward the tracks. How long ago? The child swallowed. Before dawn, the child whispered. They didn't talk much. The little man talked. The angry boy didn't. Ned's chest tightened. And which way did the wagon go? He asked, keeping his voice calm as if gentleness could keep the child from shattering. The child pointed toward the trees, toward the road that curved away from the river and toward the King's Road like a vein seeking the heart. That way, the child whispered. Stannis stepped forward immediately, boots sucking in mud. Riders, he snapped to his men. Fast, cut ahead. If they aim for the King's Road, they aim for the Vale or the west. Davos hesitated. Or the Crownlands holds, he murmured. Stannis's eyes hardened. Baelish doesn't hide behind small lords. He hides behind mountains and widows. Ned felt the name sitting unspoken in the air like a knife edge. Lysa Arryn, the Eyrie, the Bloody Gate, a place where a boy could be held beyond reach while the realm tore itself apart arguing about who had stolen him. Ned looked to Varys. Any word from the Vale? He asked. Varys' smile was faint and too kind. Only silence, he murmured. Silence is not always ignorance. Stannis turned his face toward the trees, voice cold. Then we make it noisy, he said. We bring the boy back before he becomes a war. Ned's stomach tightened. The boy was already a war. The only question was how many bodies would be laid down to write the story men wanted. They found the boatman in a shack that smelled of river rot and cheap wine. He was a thick-armed man with cracked hands and eyes that had learned to look away from trouble. He tried to deny everything before anyone asked, which was how Ned knew he knew. I just row, the man stammered. I row when men pay. I don't. Stannis didn't waste words. He seized the man by the throat and slammed him against a dock post hard enough to make the wood creak. The boatman's feet kicked in mud, fingers clawing at Stannis's wrist. You rode a prince, Stannis said, voice flat and terrible. And you will tell me where you delivered him. The boatman wheezed. I don't know. Stannis tightened his grip until the man's eyes bulged. Ned stepped forward and caught Stannis's forearm, yanking him back with a force that surprised even Ned. Enough, Ned snapped. Stannis turned on him, eyes like cold fire. He will lie, Stannis said. He will speak when he can breathe, Ned replied, voice hard. You are not Tywin. Davos shifted, guilt and urgency tangled in his face. Lord, he murmured to Stannis. We need his words, not his corpse. Stannis's jaw worked. Then he released the boatman abruptly. The man collapsed into the mud, coughing like he was vomiting up his own soul. Ned crouched beside him, voice low. Listen, he said. If you help them, you've already chosen a side. Choose the side that keeps you alive. Where did you take them? The boatman's eyes darted, terrified. Upriver, he whispered. A landing by the old stone steps. A wagon waited. A man in a hood. Another man, small, talked pretty. Peter Baelish, Ned said. The boatman nodded frantically. Aye, he paid. He said it was for the realm. Stannis's laugh was thin and without humor. The realm, he echoed. Ned forced the question into the open. Did they head toward the King's Road? The boatman swallowed. Yes, he rasped. Toward the East Road, toward the hills, toward the Vale, Davos finished quietly. A second man, wagon driver, knelt nearby, hands bound, face bruised. He stared at the broken lantern on the ground as if it might explain why he'd been caught. When Ned's gaze fell on him, he flinched. Who hired you? Ned asked. The driver's lips trembled. I was told to drive, he whispered. No names, just coin. A boy who wouldn't stop cursing, and a man who smiled like he owned the road. Stannis stepped closer, looming. How many guards? He demanded. 2, the driver said quickly. 3 maybe. One night with hard eyes. He kept looking back. Ned stood, rain dripping from his brow. "They're not far," he said. Stannis's gaze was fixed outward, beyond the trees, beyond Rosby, as if he could see straight through distance by force of will. "Then we cut them off," he said. Ned felt cold settle. Cutting them off meant riders on roads, ambush at passes, steel meeting steel with a boy at the center. "If we rush," Ned warned, "Baelish kills the boy out of spite." Stannis's eyes did not soften. "If we hesitate," he replied, "Baelish sells the boy to someone who will." Davos's voice was low. "Either way," he murmured, "the boy's life is coin." Ned stared at the wagon tracks vanishing into trees and felt the realm narrowing down into a single road with a single child on it, as if the Seven Kingdoms had become nothing but a chase. The road toward the Vale was a ribbon of mud and decision. Peter rode with his hood up, rain beating and sliding from dark cloth. The hard-eyed knight kept ahead, watching every bend, every copse of trees, every place an ambush might bloom. Joffrey rode behind, dagger in hand, refusing to sheath it even when his wrist cramped, as if a blade could make him less afraid. "You said I would have men," Joffrey snapped. "You will," Peter murmured. "But first you must be in the right hands." Joffrey's eyes flashed. "My hands are the right hands." Peter's smile was faint. "Of course," he said, voice warm as honey. "That is why we are doing this." They reached a crossroads where a stone marker leaned, half sunk, its carved letters worn by weather. A rider waited there. Vale steel under a wet cloak, a falcon seal on a letter held carefully like something holy. The Vale Knight's gaze slid to Joffrey, then to Peter. "Lord Baelish," the knight said. Peter inclined his head. Polite.
"Sir," he replied.
"I come bearing something precious." The knight's jaw tightened. "The Lady Lisa says..." He stopped himself, eyes narrowing. "She says you are to come quickly, quietly." Peter's smile deepened. "Quiet is my favorite music," he murmured. Joffrey leaned forward, dagger catching a gray glint. "Who is she?" he demanded. "Where are you taking me?" The Vale Knight's eyes flicked to the dagger, unimpressed. "To safety," he said curtly. "If you can behave like a lordling and not like a butcher's pup." Joffrey's face went purple with rage. He raised the dagger. The hard-eyed knight behind Peter moved, hand on sword. Peter lifted a hand gently, calming both sides as if smoothing a quarrel at court. "He is frightened," Peter said softly. "Frightened boys bite." Joffrey's breath hitched, fury and humiliation tangled. "I'm not frightened," he hissed. Peter turned to him, voice too gentle. "Then prove it," he murmured. "Put the dagger away and let men protect you." Joffrey's hand trembled. He wanted to strike Peter. He wanted to scream. But he also wanted desperately to be safe, to be important, to be held as something more than a problem. Slowly, with a hatred that felt like swallowing bile, he lowered the dagger. The Vale Knight nodded once, approval minimal. He held out the falcon-sealed letter. Peter took it, broke the wax, scanned the lines quickly. "Good," Peter murmured. "She is eager." The knight's gaze sharpened. "You have enemies close behind," he said. "Stannis Baratheon's men."
"Stark men."
"They are searching." Peter's smile remained. "Let them search," he said. "Searching makes men tired. Tired men make mistakes." He reached out and took Joffrey's reins, guiding the boy's horse toward the Vale rider. "Here," Peter said softly, as if handing over a prize. Joffrey's eyes widened. "You're giving me away?" he spat. Peter leaned in close. "I'm placing you," he whispered, "where your story can grow." Then he straightened, and his voice returned to calm. "Ride," he told the Vale Knight, "to the Bloody Gate. Tell Lady Lisa the realm is about to beg for a king again." The Vale Knight nodded, took the reins, and turned his horse. Joffrey twisted in the saddle, glaring back at Peter with a promise of future murder. Peter only smiled. As the boy was carried eastward under the Falcon's shadow, Peter Baelish watched the road behind them and listened. Not to hoofbeats, but to the coming thunder of choices. They reached the crossroads too late, and the evidence was insultingly small. A falcon feather lay in the mud, stuck to a stone like a quiet confession. The tracks turned east. Light now, fewer horses, moving faster. The wagon had peeled away earlier. Now it was riders, and one of them belonged to the Vale. Ned crouched and touched the feather. It clung to his glove. "He handed the boy off," Ned said softly. Stannis stared at the road leading east as if he could burn it with his eyes. "To Lysa Arryn," he said. Davos arrived with 2 men, mud up to his knees, breath hard. "We caught another boat," he panted. "Empty, just blood. He's using decoys to slow us." Stannis's mouth tightened. "He's ahead," he said, voice flat with fury. Ned stood, rain dripping from his cloak. "If the Vale has him," he said, "we cannot simply ride in." Stannis's gaze snapped to him. "Why not?" he demanded. "Because you fear offending a widow?" "Because the Vale is a fortress," Ned replied. "Because the Bloody Gate is a throat that can close. Because if we attack the Vale, we open another front while Tywin strangles the Crownlands." Stannis's jaw clenched. "And if we do nothing," he said, "Baelish will present the boy to the realm like a miracle. The faith will weep. The small folk will riot. Renly will claim rescue. Tywin will claim custody. And my claim, sealed by the king's hand, will be called theft." Ned felt the sealed decree like a chain on his own neck. "We send a demand," he said, "to Lady Lysa. The king's hand demands the boy returned." Stannis laughed once, harsh. "Demand," he spat, as if Lysa Arryn ever obeyed a demand. Davos looked between them, troubled. "Lords," he murmured, "if the boy's in the Vale, Stannis's ships can't reach him, and Tywin's gold might." Stannis's eyes narrowed. "Then we cut the gold," he said. Ned's gaze sharpened. "How?" Stannis's voice was cold. "We seize Baelish's remaining accounts," he said. "We choke his network. We arrest any man who has carried his letters. And we send ravens to every lord. Joffrey is missing, and any man claiming him is a traitor." Ned felt dread. "That will sound like you're trying to erase him," he warned. Stannis's eyes were iron. "I am trying to prevent him being used," he said. "Used against the realm." Ned stared at the east road. "A child," he murmured. "A banner," Stannis corrected. The wind shifted, and for a heartbeat the rain eased. The crossroads felt too exposed, too open, like the realm itself, stripped of certainty. Ned made a decision with a tight jaw. "We return to King's Landing," he said. "We cannot chase him into the Vale blind. We must prepare the city for the story." Stannis's face tightened. "Preparation," he echoed. "Yes, your favorite delay." Ned's voice hardened. "If you ride to the Bloody Gate with swords, you will turn the Vale into Tywin's ally," he said. "And you will lose the city while you chase a shadow." Stannis held his gaze, and Ned saw something in it. Frustration, yes, but also the cold respect of a man realizing the other was not entirely foolish. "Fine," Stannis said at last. "We return. We seal the city tighter, and we send ravens. But understand this, Stark. If Lysa Arryn refuses, I will not ask twice." Ned's stomach tightened. "And I will not let you burn the realm to catch a boy," he replied. Stannis's mouth did not move. "Then pray your honor can hold the flames," he said. They turned their horses back toward the capital, leaving the east road to the Vale and to whatever story Peter Baelish was already writing there. The Eyrie received the boy like a secret and a prize. Joffrey's ears popped as the climb ended and cold air snapped into his lungs. The castle above the clouds was not warm. It was clean in a way that made him feel small, and the people who lived there looked at him as if he were both precious and poisonous. Lysa Arryn took him into a chamber where stone arched like ribs and a round opening yawned in the floor. The moon door. Joffrey stared at it, instinct screaming. He had never seen a hole that looked so eager. Lysa's hands gripped his shoulders, too tight, her eyes bright with a fever of her own. "My sweet prince," she whispered, voice trembling with excitement. "You are safe now. Safe from those monsters. Joffrey's mouth twisted. I'm not. He began, then stopped, because her grip hurt and the guard's eyes were sharp. Petyr Baelish stood behind Lysa like an answer to her need. His smile gentle, his posture relaxed as if he had not just stolen a boy from a king's castle. He looked at Joffrey with the same calm he looked at ledgers, with interest, with calculation, with ownership disguised as affection. Robert Arryn clung to Lysa's skirt, pale and shaking, sucking at his thumb. His wide eyes stared at Joffrey as if seeing a creature from a nightmare. Is he a bad boy? Robert Arryn whispered. Joffrey's eyes flashed with rage. Petyr's voice slipped in, soft. Hush, he murmured. You're among friends. Joffrey turned on him, hatred sharp. I'll kill you, he whispered. Petyr's smile warmed. Yes, he murmured back, almost fond. That's why you're useful. Lysa stroked Joffrey's hair as if he were a doll she had always wanted. They say you are not King Robert's, she whispered, voice thick with scandal. They say. Joffrey jerked away from her touch. Lies, he spat. Petyr's eyes gleamed. Stories, he corrected gently, and stories can be rewritten. Lysa looked up at Petyr, desperate and adoring. What do we do? She whispered. Petyr stepped closer, voice low, intimate. We wait, he said. We let Stannis Baratheon tighten his fist until the city hates him. We let Eddard Stark try to hold the peace until it breaks his hands. We let Tywin Lannister squeeze until the realm chokes. Lysa's eyes widened. And then, Petyr's smile sharpened. Then, he whispered, we open the moon door for the right man. Joffrey's gaze snapped to the hole in the floor, then back to Petyr's face. Fear crawled up his spine despite his rage. He understood, suddenly, that Petyr Baelish was not rescuing him out of kindness. He was placing him in a castle where people fell through doors. Lysa turned to the guards. No one leaves, she commanded. No ravens without my word. No one sees him unless I say. Petyr's smile did not change. In his mind, ravens would fly anyway. Doors would open anyway. The Eyrie had stone walls, but Petyr's webs did not care about stone. Joffrey stood rigid, dagger at his side, and felt the world narrow into one truth. He had escaped one cage and entered another, higher, colder, and more dangerous. Back in King's Landing, the missing prince became a wound in every conversation, and Robert Baratheon felt it even through fever. Ned sat beside the bed with the sealed decree in his hand, the wax stamp dark and final. Stannis stood near the foot of the bed like a sentry guarding the future. Pycelle hovered, sweating, pleading with hands that shook. Robert's eyes were open, too bright, too sharp. For a moment, clarity held. Boy, Robert rasped. Ned's chest tightened. He's being searched for, he said carefully. Robert's fingers twitched toward the hammer. Bring him, Robert whispered, voice cracking. Bring him. You can't swing at water, Ned said softly. Robert's mouth twisted. Then swing at men, he rasped. His eyes slid to Stannis. Did you take him? Stannis's face did not move. No, he said. Robert stared, as if trying to decide if he believed it. Then who? He whispered. Ned's voice dropped. Petyr Baelish, he said. We have tracks to Rosby, a handoff toward the Vale. Robert's eyes widened, fury flaring through fever. Baelish, he hissed. That little. He coughed, and blood flecked his beard again. Pycelle made a small sound and moved forward with a cloth. Robert slapped weakly at him. Milk, Robert rasped, eyes snapping to Pycelle. You drugging me, old fool? Pycelle went pale. Your grace, only to ease pain. Robert's gaze burned. Pain keeps me awake, he growled. Awake keeps me alive. Ned's jaw tightened. Less poppy, he ordered. Now. Pycelle's mouth trembled. He will live or he will die, Stannis cut in. But he will not die asleep while men steal princes. Robert's eyes flicked to the decree in Ned's hand. That paper, he whispered. You made me sign. Ned's voice was steady. You wrote it, he said. You demanded witnesses. Robert's gaze shifted, suspicious. And you, he rasped to Stannis. You stamped it. Stannis did not deny. Yes, he said. Because it must hold. Robert's mouth curled in a fevered grin. Hold, he whispered. Hold the realm. Hold my peace. Hold. He coughed again, harder, and his grin collapsed into pain. If I die, he rasped. Kill Baelish. Ned's throat tightened. We are trying, he said. Robert's eyes snapped open wider. Trying, he spat. Always trying. Ned Stark always tries. Stannis always... He swallowed, breath rattling. Always counts. Stannis's jaw tightened. If you die, he said quietly, the decree stands. Robert's gaze fixed on him, hatred and fear tangled. If I live, Robert whispered, I'll smash your teeth for talking like I'm already dead. Stannis did not flinch. Then live, he said. For a moment, the two brothers stared across a bed like a battlefield. Hammer and paper, rage and law. Ned sat between them with wax and ink in his hand and felt the realm balancing on breath so thin it could snap. Outside, thunder rolled again, and in the pause between storm sounds, Ned realized the worst truth of all. Even if they brought the boy back, the crown would never feel whole again, because now everyone knew how easily a prince could be stolen. Renly arrived like a storm that wanted to call itself relief. The city saw banners first, green and gold, black and stag, rising from the King's Road's gray line. Then came the sound, the thud of hooves, the creak of wagons, the low rumble of men moving with purpose. People pressed toward the walls to stare, hungry for any sign that someone, somewhere, had control. Renly rode at the front with Loras Tyrell beside him, and his posture was proud even when the rain tried to drag it down. He raised a hand as he approached the gatehouse, signaling peace, signaling brotherhood, signaling that he had come to help and not to take. Gold cloaks lined the walls above, spears angled downward. Their faces were tense. No one trusted an army outside a gate, even when it wore friendly colors. Ned stood at the gatehouse with Stark guards, rain dampening his hair, eyes already aching with the knowledge of what this could become. Behind him, Stannis stood on the battlements, rigid as a statue, gaze cold on the banners below. Renly called up, voice carrying. Open the gates, he shouted. I come for my brother. Stannis's voice came down like iron. Your brother is ill, he called back, and your army is not welcome inside his walls. Renly's smile tightened. I brought grain, he shouted. The city is starving. Do you want riots again? Stannis's gaze did not soften. I want control, he answered. Ned lifted a hand, forcing himself between them with voice and presence. Renly, he called, you will enter with a small escort, not an army. The grain can be unloaded under guard. Renly's eyes flashed. Under whose guard? He demanded. Stannis's. Stannis's voice cut down. Under mine, he said. Renly laughed. Sharp. Of course, he shouted. You'd like to guard everything while you hold a piece of paper and pretend it's a crown. Stannis's eyes burned. It is the king's seal, he replied. The king's will. Renly's mouth twisted. Written while he was burning with fever, he snapped. Ned's stomach tightened. That was the blade Renly had been waiting to use. If Renly undermined the decree publicly, the realm would fracture faster than Tywin ever could. Enough, Ned called, voice hard. You will not fight here, not at the gates. Renly looked at Ned, and for a heartbeat some old trust flickered, then resentment swallowed it. I'm not fighting, Renly said. I'm saving the city from Stannis. Stannis's voice was cold. Save it by leaving your army outside, he said. Loras leaned toward Renly, speaking too softly for Ned to hear. Renly's jaw worked. Then he lifted his hand again, signaling his men to halt. Fine, Renly called up. I will enter with 20 men. No more. But if you starve the city out of paranoia, They'll tear your decree to pieces. Stannis's gaze remained hard. If they try, he answered, they will be stopped. Ned felt the hair on his neck lift. This was the beginning of something that did not end with brotherly reunion. It ended with banners in the streets and brothers bleeding each other dry. The gates creaked open slowly, grudgingly, and Renly rode in with Loras and a small escort. His army remained outside, camped and watchful, a visible reminder that love could become pressure. As Renly passed beneath the gatehouse arch, his eyes met Ned's. "Where is he?" Renly asked quietly. Ned's throat tightened. "In bed," he said. "Fevered." Renly's face softened for a fraction. "Then I came in time," he whispered. Above, Stannis watched his brother enter and did not move an inch. The city had gained grain and gained another Baratheon inside its walls. It had also gained another spark. The faith smelled blood the way wolves did. Not literal blood yet, but the blood of uncertainty. By evening, the great September steps were packed again. Candles flickered in rain-damp hands, their flames stubborn and small. Faces stared upward, hungry and frightened, and the chant that rose from the crowd had a single sharp question. "Where is the prince?" The High Septon raised both hands, crystal crown glittering. "The Seven see," he called. "The Seven judge. The realm demands truth." Renly stood on one side of the steps with his cloak wet and his face set, watching the crowd like a man gauging whether love could be commanded. Stannis stood on the other, rigid, watching the crowd like a man deciding where to strike first if it surged. Ned stood between them with Barristan Selmy at his shoulder, and the space between brothers felt like a blade's edge. A stone clattered near the guard line, thrown, not yet aimed. Men shifted. Gold cloaks tightened their grip on spears. The crowd's chant rose again, louder. "Where is the prince?" Renly's voice came low to Ned. "They think Stannis killed him," he murmured. Stannis heard anyway. His gaze snapped. "Let them think," he said coldly. "Then they will learn consequences for slander." Renly's mouth twisted. "Consequences," he echoed. "That's your answer to everything." Stannis's eyes narrowed. "Order is my answer," he replied. Ned stepped forward and raised his voice, forcing it to carry. "The prince was taken," he shouted. "Taken by traitors. He is being pursued. The king's hand swears, no harm will come to Princess Myrcella Baratheon or Prince Tommen Baratheon, and every effort is being made to return Prince Joffrey alive." The word alive made the crowd shift. Some gasped, some scoffed. A woman wept openly as if her grief had found a cause. The High Septon's voice rose. "If the prince is alive," he declared, "then show the realm your mercy. Show the realm your humility. Do not let fear turn the crown into a butcher." Stannis's jaw tightened. Renly's eyes gleamed as if he'd been handed a weapon. "Hear that?" Renly murmured. "Even the gods prefer mercy." Stannis's gaze turned hard. "The gods prefer obedience," he snapped. Ned felt it slipping. The crowd's mood was turning from question to accusation. That was the danger. Questions could be answered. Accusations demanded blood. A man in the crowd shouted, "Stannis stole him." Another shouted, "The stag eats his own." Laughter and screams collided. A candle fell and went out in mud. Barristan's voice came like steel. "Hold," he warned the guard line. Renly took one step forward, voice raised. "I will find him," he shouted, seizing the crowd's attention. "I swear it on my brother's name and my own. I brought grain for you. I will bring your prince back too." The crowd roared, some in approval, some in disbelief. Renly's words were sweet. Sweet words were dangerous in a hungry city. Stannis's mouth tightened. "Promises," he muttered. Ned turned his head sharply. "Do not," he warned. Stannis's eyes burned. "He is buying them," he said, "with words." "And you would sell them fear," Ned replied. The High Septon lifted his hands again, chanting prayers, trying to pull the crowd back from the edge. For a heartbeat, it worked. The chant softened. The stones stopped, but the question remained. hanging over the city like thunder. Where is the prince? And the longer they could not answer, the more the realm would decide someone had to pay. The Eyrie was high enough that it made men believe the world below could not touch them. Lysa Arryn believed this with a devotion that bordered on madness. She sat in her solar with Petyr beside her, fingers wrapped around his wrist as if holding him could keep him from vanishing again. Her cheeks were flushed, her eyes shone. Petyr let her hold him. He always let people hold what they thought was theirs. "He's perfect," Lysa whispered, nodding toward Joffrey. Joffrey sat at the table like a sulking cat, dagger beside his plate, eyes burning. The food was finer than the Crownlands inn, but he ate as if every bite were an insult. Petyr leaned in close to Lysa's ear, voice soft. "He is valuable," he murmured. "Perfect is a word for songs." Lysa's smile trembled. "Stannis Baratheon will demand him," she whispered. "The Stark will demand him. The Lion will." Petyr's fingers rested lightly on her wrist, calming. "Let them demand," he murmured. "You are the Vale. You are above their noise." Robert Arryn watched from a corner, thumb in mouth, eyes narrowed with jealousy. "He's mine," the boy whispered suddenly. Lysa turned, frantic tenderness rising. "No, sweet Robin," she crooned. "No one is yours. Mother is yours." "Mother!" Petyr's gaze slid to Robert Arryn, gentle as a knife wrapped in silk. "A prince is a dangerous toy," he murmured. "Better to have him as a guest." Lysa nodded quickly, eager to please. "A guest," she repeated. "A guest under my protection." Petyr reached for a raven message, already written. The Falcon seal waited in wax. "We send letters," he said softly. "We tell the realm we shelter the boy from chaos. We tell them we will return him when a lawful council can be assembled. When the king," he paused delicately, "recovers." Lysa's eyes widened, thrilled by the thought of kings begging her. "Yes," she whispered. "Yes, they will have to come to me." Joffrey's head snapped up. "I'm not a guest," he snapped. "I'm king." Petyr turned to him with a gentle smile. "Then act like it," he murmured. "Kings do not shout in safe rooms. Kings wait until the room belongs to them." Joffrey's dagger hand twitched. "I'll kill Stannis," he whispered. Petyr's smile warmed. "One day," he said. "But first you let men fight about you. That's the first lesson of rule." Lysa pressed her lips together, excited and afraid. "And if they come with swords?" she whispered. Petyr's voice was soft. "Then the bloody gate remains closed," he replied, "and the realm bleeds outside while you sit above it." He pressed the Falcon seal into wax, stamping the letter. The raven's wings rustled, impatient. Robert Arryn began to whimper, jealous and anxious. Lysa soothed him, eyes never leaving Petyr. Petyr watched the raven carried away and felt the web tightening across mountains, across rivers, across crowns. The boy was in the Vale now. The story would fly faster than any rider. The raven from the Vale arrived like a slap in the face. Ned broke the Falcon seal with fingers that felt suddenly clumsy. The letter was polite. That was the most infuriating part of it. Lady Lysa Arryn regrets the unrest in the realm. The boy called Prince Joffrey is under the Vale's protection, safe from the violence of King's Landing. He will remain sheltered until a lawful council of the realm can determine his proper custody and ensure his safety. The Vale will not be threatened. Lysa Arryn, Lady of the Eyrie, Defender of the Vale. Renly read over Ned's shoulder and let out a sharp laugh. "A council," he said. "She wants the realm to crawl to her mountain." Stannis' face went stone hard. "She is harboring a stolen banner," he said. Varys' voice drifted, calm. "She is harboring a story," he murmured. "Stories are rarely returned without a price." Loras Tyrell's eyes narrowed. "If the Vale holds him," he said quietly, "then every lord will look to the Vale for legitimacy, or for excuse." Renly's mouth tightened. "Baelish," he spat. "This reeks of him." Stannis' gaze burned on the letter. "It does more than reek," he said. It declares defiance. Ned's voice was tight. It declares protection, he corrected. And if we threaten the Vale, we fracture the realm further. Stannis slammed his fist on the table. The stones on the map jumped. The realm is already fractured, he snapped. Tywin strangles the Crownlands. Baelish runs free. The Faith howls. A prince sits in the clouds, and you want me to ask nicely? Renly leaned forward, eyes gleaming. Ask nicely? He echoed.
No.
We send me. I can talk to her. I can charm her. I can. You will not. Stannis cut in. You will not go to the Vale and make promises you cannot keep. Renly's face flushed. You don't want me to go because you don't want anyone else touching the story, he hissed. You want the boy hidden so your decree stands uncontested. Stannis's eyes narrowed. I want the realm stable, he said, and I want a traitor's hostage returned. Ned's voice rose sharper than he liked. He is a child, he said. Stannis turned on him. He is a spark, he snapped, and Baelish has placed him above dry tinder. From behind the closed door to the king's chambers, Robert's cough sounded, wet, distant, a reminder that the debate's clock was made of breath. Barristan Selmy's voice came quietly. We must be careful, he said. If we move against the Vale, we may lose allies we cannot afford to lose. Stannis's jaw tightened. Allies, he muttered. The Vale is not an ally. It is a fortress hiding behind grief. Varys's smile was faint. A fortress can be persuaded, he murmured, with the right letters, the right gold, the right fear. Renly's gaze slid to Varys, suspicion sharp. And whose fear? He asked. Varys's eyes remained gentle. Everyone's, he murmured. Ned folded the letter slowly, feeling the weight of it settle in his palm. We send a formal demand, he said, with the king's seal, with witnesses. We give Lisa a path to comply without losing face. Stannis's eyes burned. And if she refuses? He demanded. Ned's throat tightened. Then we decide, he said. Stannis leaned forward, voice low and cold. Then I decide, he corrected. Renly's mouth tightened into a dangerous smile. Not if I'm in the city, he murmured. The room went still, wolf, stag, spider, each measuring the others. Outside the council chamber, the city waited for news. Inside, the realm's next war was being drawn not on maps, but in eyes and grudges. And far above, behind a moon door and a falcon seal, a boy with a dagger sat in a mountain castle, listening to a spider whisper how to become a king again. The fuse was lit. Now it was only a question of who would be burned first. The Vale's letter sat on the table like a stone dropped into still water, every ripple spreading outward into the realm's soft places. Renly read it again as if the words might change. Stannis read it once as if he were weighing how many men would die because it existed. Varys watched everyone's faces instead of the ink, because faces were the only pages that mattered in King's Landing. Barristan stood by the door, silent, a white presence that made the room feel less like a den of thieves and more like a court that still pretended to have honor. Ned felt the king's sealed decree in his own mind like a brand. The wax had cooled, but the decision behind it was still hot enough to burn. She wants a council, Renly said at last, voice edged with contempt. A mountain council, where she decides who may speak and who may breathe. Stannis's mouth tightened. She wants leverage, he said. She wants the realm to kneel. She wants attention, Renly corrected. And Baelish wants time. Ned's gaze lifted sharply. Time for what? He asked. Renly's smile was thin. For Robert to die, he said, too bluntly, and the room's air seemed to stiffen. Marjorie's fingers tightened on the fabric of her sleeve. Varys's smile remained mild. Barristan's eyes flicked once toward the door that led to the king's chambers, as if the cough behind it might hear. Stannis did not flinch. If Robert dies, he said coldly, the decree stands. Renly's gaze sharpened. If Robert dies, he countered, The city stands between you and your crown, and the city doesn't love you, Stannis. Fears you. Fear breaks. Stannis's eyes were ice. Love starves, he replied. Fear obeys. Ned put his palm on the letter, forcing the argument back to the present. We need the boy returned, he said. Not as a banner, not as a prize. Returned. Alive. Stannis's gaze pinned him. Then we demand, he said. Renly snorted. Demand, he echoed, as if tasting the word. A demand sent to a widow who's hidden behind the bloody gate her whole life? She'll wipe herself with it. Varys's voice drifted in, soft as smoke. Not if the demand comes wrapped in something she wants, he murmured. Stannis's gaze cut to him. And what does she want? He asked. Varys's eyes flickered, thoughtful. Safety, he said. Validation. A world where she is not the frightened girl who watched her husband die, but the Lady of the Vale who decides the realm's fate. Renly leaned forward, eyes bright. Then we give her that, he said. We offer a great council here, in King's Landing, not in her nest. We invite her, we flatter her, we make her feel important, and we bring the boy back under guard. Stannis's expression hardened. A council gives legitimacy to the theft, he said. It tells the realm that if you steal a prince, you earn a seat at the table. It tells the realm we are not tyrants, Renly snapped. Stannis's eyes narrowed. Tywin will still call you tyrants, he said. He will still burn villages. He will still strangle roads. Your softness does not change his teeth. Ned felt the argument pulling in two directions, law and optics, iron and hunger. He closed his eyes for a heartbeat, then opened them and made the only choice he could. We send 2 ravens, he said. 1, a formal demand with the king's seal, return the boy at once, or the Vale is declared in defiance of the crown. 2, an invitation, formal, witnessed, offering the Vale safe passage to a council in King's Landing to resolve custody and secure the boy's safety. Stannis's jaw tightened. You want to threaten and flatter in the same breath. Yes, Ned replied, because the realm is not one thing. It is 7, and each listens to different words. Renly's smile returned, sharp and pleased. A wolf learning politics, he murmured. Stannis did not smile. And if she refuses? He asked. Ned's throat tightened. Then we know, he said. And we plan. Stannis's gaze held him. You plan, Stannis corrected. I act. Ned met his eyes without blinking. If you act like Tywin, you become his best argument, he said. For a moment, the only sound was the torch crackle and the faint, distant cough of the king behind the door. Then Barristan spoke, quiet as truth. Send the ravens, he said, and strengthen the tower guards. The boy is gone. The other children remain. We must not lose them too. Ned nodded once. Send them, he said. Now. And as Varys rose to set little birds into motion, Ned felt the realm shift again, subtle like a blade turning in a sheath, because somewhere high in the Vale, Peter Baelish would already be smiling at the idea of a council. A council meant voices. Voices meant chaos. Chaos meant opportunity. Renly fed King's Landing the way he did everything. Loudly, publicly, with the kind of warmth that made men forget how hungry they were until the bread touched their fingers. The wagons rolled in from the King's Road under guard, their wheels sinking into mud, their sides painted with reach green. The smell of grain followed them like a promise, and in Flea bottom promises could start riots faster than insults. Renly knew that, so he met the wagons himself, stepping up onto an overturned cart as if it were a dais and not a piece of street rubbish. Bread! A woman shrieked, and the sound was half prayer, half animal. Renly raised his hands. Order, he called, voice carrying. Order, and you will eat. Loras Tyrell stood nearby with Reach Knights, their armor gleaming wetly. Their presence was a wall made of steel and polish, and it kept the crowd from crushing itself, barely. Gold cloaks watched from the edges, uneasy, because every loaf thrown was a coin of loyalty spent in public without their permission. Renly lifted a loaf and tossed it to a man near the front. Hands lunged. The loaf nearly vanished. Then another, and another. The crowd's roar shifted. Less rage, more gratitude. The dangerous kind of gratitude that turned quickly into expectation. A child cried, and Renly leaned down and handed the child a crust with a smile. The mother wept and kissed his hand. Men in the crowd began to chant his name softly at first. Renly, Renly. Ned pushed through the press, rein on his shoulders, jaw tight. He hated how effective it was. He hated that hunger could be bought with flour. He hated, most of all, that this kindness was also a weapon. Stannis stood at the edge of the street beneath an awning, dark cloak blending with shadow. His face was carved from disapproval. Renly saw him and smiled wider, as if daring him to object in front of starving mouths. "See," Renly called over the crowd. "This is what a crown is for. Feeding the realm." Stannis's gaze burned. "A crown is for enforcing law," he called back, voice cold and carrying. A murmur ran through the crowd. Some booing, some hissing, some simply staring. They did not love Stannis. They feared him. Fear did not taste like bread. Renly laughed lightly. "Law doesn't fill bellies," he shouted. Stannis took one step forward, and the gold cloaks stiffened instinctively, uncertain whether they should block him or obey him. "Bread does not fix treason," Stannis said. Ned stepped between them, voice hard. "Enough," he snapped, not to one man but to the city. "You will not fight in the street." Renly's smile faltered. "I'm not fighting," he said, eyes flashing. "I'm saving the city from starving." "And you're teaching it to love you," Stannis replied. Renly's gaze sharpened. "And you're teaching it to hate you," he shot back. The crowd surged, not toward violence this time, but toward the wagons, toward the promise of more. A gold cloak shoved a man back, and the man swung. A fist hit a helmet. The spear half rose. The street tightened, ready to become a riot again with a single wrong push. Loras barked an order, Reach Knights stepping in, forming a line. Their steel held the crowd back with practiced pressure, not stabbing, not killing. Yet, Renly raised both hands, voice turning softer, almost pleading. "Easy," he called. "Easy. Everyone eats." Ned looked at Stannis and saw it. Stannis wanted to end this with fear, with a block and an axe, with a reminder that the crown had teeth. Ned looked at Renly and saw it too. Renly wanted to win this with love, and love could turn into madness when men got hungry again. He leaned close to Stannis, voice low. "Let him feed them," Ned said. "If the streets are calm, we can hunt Baelish's men without a riot at our backs." Stannis's jaw tightened. "He is buying them," he murmured. "And you would sell them terror," Ned replied. Stannis's eyes stayed on the crowd. "Terror lasts," he said. Ned's voice hardened. "So does hatred," he answered. Renly tossed another loaf and the crowd cheered. Somewhere, above the street, a Septon watched and whispered a prayer, trying to decide whether bread was a blessing or temptation. And in the wet air, with hunger momentarily soothed, Ned felt the deeper danger. The city was beginning to choose which Baratheon it wanted. Not by law, by appetite. Tywin did not smile when he learned the boy was in the Vale. He smiled when he realized what the boy could do from there. The war table held maps and stones and ink, but the true battlefield was inside Tywin's eyes. Cold, patient, measuring. Tyrion sat with a cup of wine and a grim look that grew darker as he read the copied Falcon-sealed lines Baelish had sent for Tywin's amusement. "A lawful council," Tyrion murmured. "God's father. He's turned kidnapping into etiquette." Tywin's fingers rested on the Kingsroad's line. "He has turned it into leverage," Tywin corrected. Kevin's voice was low. "If Lysa Arryn shelters the boy," he said, "the Vale becomes the story's owner. Lords will gather around that." Tywin's eyes narrowed a fraction. "Lords gather around whoever looks safest," he said. "The Vale always looks safe until someone pays enough to open its gates." Tyrion's mouth twisted. "And Baelish wants to be the hand that holds the coin," he said. Tywin did not deny it. Baelish wants to be necessary, he replied. Necessary men are always dangerous. Tyrion leaned forward. Do you trust him? He asked. Tywin's gaze did not waver. No, he said. That is why he is useful. Kevin tapped the map near Rosby. Stannis is hunting, he said. Ned Stark is trying to keep the city calm. Renly is feeding the streets. Tywin's mouth did not move. Renly's bread will become their expectation, he said. When it runs low, they will riot again. And when they riot again, they will blame Stannis. Tyrion exhaled slowly. And when they blame Stannis, Stannis will hang them, he murmured. Good, Tywin said softly. Let the city learn to hate him. Kevin hesitated. And the decree? He asked. Tywin's eyes moved toward the parchment. Wax seal, Robert scrawl, Stannis named heir. Paper, Tywin said. Paper only holds if men choose to believe it. Tyrion's gaze sharpened. So we give them something else to believe, he said. Tywin looked at him. Yes, he replied. We give them a prince. Tyrion swallowed a bitter laugh. Our prince, he said. Tywin's voice stayed calm. A prince in the Vale is a problem for Stannis, he said. A prince in my hands is a problem for everyone else. If Baelish is delivering him, we pay him until we no longer need him. Kevin's jaw tightened. How? He asked. Tywin pointed to the Crownlands holds he had seized. We continue tightening, he said. We take more hostages. We choke more roads. We starve the city's confidence. And we send quiet gold to the Vale. Tyrion's eyes narrowed. To Lysa? He asked. Tywin's gaze was cold. To her gatekeepers, he said. To her captains. To her fears. Gold is not a key. It is a hand that turns keys. Kevin nodded slowly. And if the Vale refuses? He asked. Tywin's eyes returned to King's Landing on the map. Then we make King's Landing fall apart, he said. And when it falls apart, men will beg the Vale to save them with their prince. Tyrion stared at his father, seeing the war's shape. You're not marching on the city, he said quietly. You're waiting for it to drown. Tywin's mouth did not move. Yes, he replied. And when it is drowning, it will accept any rope I throw. Outside the tent, the rain eased, and the camp's order remained. Tywin Lannister folded Baelish's letter with careful hands and set it aside like a tool. Then he began writing his own letters, not to threaten, to purchase. In the Eyrie, letters were weapons because swords were slow to climb. Lysa Arryn sat at her desk with Peter beside her, his hand resting lightly over hers as he guided the quill's angle, as if teaching her to write a fate she had always wanted. Her cheeks were flushed. Her eyes shone with the same hungry certainty Robert Baratheon wore when he lifted his hammer. Only Lysa's weapon was ink and the belief that she was finally important. Make it firm, Peter murmured. Not cruel. Firm. Like a mother. Lysa nodded rapidly. I am a mother, she whispered. Robert Arryn chose that moment to whimper, thumb in mouth, face red with jealousy. Mother, he cried. Lysa flinched, then turned toward him with frantic tenderness. Sweet Robin, she cooed. Mother is here. Mother. Peter's hand squeezed her wrist, gentle pressure, guiding her back to the letter. The realm waits, he murmured. Joffrey paced like a trapped animal, dagger flashing in the cold light. I want my army, he snapped. I want my throne. I want. You want obedience, Peter said softly without looking at him. Joffrey's eyes flared. Yes, he hissed. And I'll have it. Peter smiled as if proud. Good, he murmured. Then you must learn to make men obey you without swinging first. Joffrey's dagger hand trembled. I'd rather swing, he spat. Lysa wrote, lips moving silently as she formed the words Peter had given her. Lawful counsel, protection, safety, disorder in King's Landing, the boys' welfare, the Vale's rights. Each phrase was a stone placed in a wall. When she finished, Peter pressed the Falcon seal into wax. The stamp landed with finality. Lisa's breath came quick, thrilled. "They will have to come," she whispered. Peter's smile warmed. "Yes," he murmured. "They will." Joffrey stopped pacing and stared at the seal. "And what do I get?" he demanded. Peter turned toward him, voice gentle. "You get time," he said. "Time for Stannis to become hated. Time for Renly to become feared. Time for Tywin to become desperate. Time for your name to grow larger than the truth." Joffrey's eyes narrowed. "And my father?" he asked, voice cracking on the lie without meaning to. Peter's smile did not change. "Your father is dying," he said softly, "and a dying man cannot stop stories." Joffrey's jaw tightened, rage masking fear. He looked toward the moon door room beyond, toward the cold hole in the floor. The area did not feel like safety. It felt like a threat wrapped in sky. A knock sounded at the door, Vale guards uneasy. "My lady," a voice called. "A messenger from Gulltown. A man bearing gold." Lisa's eyes widened, thrilled and afraid. "Gold?" she whispered. Peter's gaze sharpened, calm. "Open," he murmured. "Let's see who wants to buy your mountain." And as Lisa rose with her skirt whispering over stone, Peter Baelish watched Joffrey's dagger and Robert Arryn's tears and smiled to himself. Because now the realm was sending money up a mountain for a boy, and whoever paid most would eventually ask for more than a boy. The pouch forced the truth out of Pycelle the way a blade forced blood. Slowly, unwillingly, and with a stink of cowardice. They brought him to the infirmary rather than the council chamber, because sick rooms had fewer ears. Even so, the air felt crowded with fear. A mortar and pestle sat on a table beside crushed herbs. A servant girl trembled nearby, cheeks wet, hands clasped so tight her knuckles were white. Ned placed the pouch on the table. "What is it?" he asked Pycelle. Pycelle's eyes flicked from the pouch to Stannis' face and back, and in that darting Ned saw the truth. The old man feared Stannis far more than he feared the gods. Herbs," Pycelle stammered. "For fever. For..." Stannis leaned forward, voice cold. "For sleep," he said. "For silence." Pycelle swallowed hard. "Milk of the poppy," he whispered. "A little. Only a little." Ned's jaw tightened. "And the powder?" he demanded. The servant girl made a small sobbing sound. Stannis' gaze snapped to her. "You," he said. "Speak." She shook her head desperately. "I didn't," she whispered. Ned softened his voice slightly. "Just enough. We saw you near the children," he said. "We saw the pouch. If you were forced, say so." The girl's lips trembled. "A man," she whispered. "A man with a ring. He said if I didn't carry it, he'd kill my brother." Stannis' eyes narrowed. "What ring?" he demanded. The girl swallowed. "A lion," she whispered. Pycelle flinched as if struck. "No," he croaked. "No, E." Ned's gaze burned. "They reached you," he said. "They reached the king through you." Pycelle's mouth worked soundlessly. "I serve the crown," he pleaded. "You served whoever frightened you last," Stannis snapped. Barristan's voice came quietly. "The king's fever," he said. "Was it worsened?" Pycelle's eyes watered. I gave him poppy," he whispered, "to ease pain. I swear." Stannis' voice was ice. "And if someone swapped your herbs," he said, "you would not notice, because you are careless or complicit." Pycelle shook, tears spilling. "I am old," he rasped. You are dangerous," Stannis corrected. Ned felt cold anger settle. If Lannister gold had reached this deep, into servants, into infirmaries, then Robert's fever was not merely fate. It was a battlefield. He turned to the servant girl. "The man," he asked gently. "Where did he go after he gave you the pouch?" She swallowed. "Into the walls," she whispered. "Into a passage behind the tapestry of the dragon." Ned's gaze snapped to Stannis. Secret passages. Doors. Always doors. Stannis' mouth tightened. "Search it," he ordered. Ned held up a hand. "Quietly," he warned. "If we start tearing tapestries down in public, We ignite another riot. Stannis' eyes burned. Then we ignite it, he said. Ned's voice hardened. No, he replied. Not yet. Stannis stared at him for a long moment, then looked back to Pycelle. You will be confined, he said. Under guard. You will not touch the king again without witnesses. Pycelle sagged, sobbing. Ned looked at the pouch one last time and felt the truth like iron in his mouth. Tywin did not need to breach King's Landing's walls to kill a king. He only needed one frightened servant and one open door. Tywin's envoy arrived under a flag of truce, as if truce were a courtesy he offered, not a request he made. The gatehouse opened just enough to admit a small party. A Lannister knight in red and gold, 2 guards, and a maester with a scroll sealed in heavy wax. Their horses were clean despite the mud outside the walls, an insult in itself, as if Tywin's war could not be dirted by the world. Gold cloaks watched with tense faces. Baratheon men watched with harder ones. On the battlements above, Stannis stood like a storm cloud that refused to rain. Ned met them at the inner yard with Renly at his side, and the contrast between them felt like a lesson. Wolf and smiling stag, honor and charm, both out of place in a city that ate such things. The Lannister envoy bowed. Lord Hand, he said, voice smooth. Lord Renly. Renly's smile was sweet as poison. You're brave, he said lightly. Walking into the city your father is trying to starve. The envoy ignored the barb. He held out the sealed scroll. Terms, he said. Ned broke the seal with calm fingers. The words inside were cold, measured, written as if Tywin's hand had held the quill. Release Ser Jaime Lannister to Lannister custody. Return Prince Tommen and Princess Myrcella to House Lannister protection. In exchange, Lord Tywin Lannister will cease hostilities in the Riverlands and Crownlands and recognize King Robert's authority until his natural death. If refused, hostilities will intensify. Renly barked a laugh. Recognize his authority, he echoed. How generous. Ned's jaw tightened. The children are under the king's protection, he said. They are not bargaining chips. The envoy's eyes remained steady. They are already bargaining chips, he replied, whether you admit it or not. Stannis' voice came down from the battlements, cold and carrying. Tell Tywin Lannister, he called, that Ser Jaime Lannister remains in chains for treason. Tell him the children remain under crown custody. And tell him his hostages will not save him from justice. The envoy looked up, face tightening. Lord Stannis, he said, voice respectful in tone, resentful beneath. My lord asked me to remind you that starving a city is not justice. It is cruelty. Stannis' eyes narrowed. Cruelty is burning villages, he called back. Tywin knows cruelty. Renly leaned close to Ned, voice low. He's going to make this into a holy war, he murmured. Ned felt it too, the way words hardened, the way compromise died. He lifted the parchment again, forcing himself into the only space that might still hold peace. Tell Tywin, Ned said to the envoy, voice steady, that we will discuss exchange only if he ceases attacks immediately and releases the hostages he has taken in the Crownlands. The envoy's smile was thin. He will cease, he said, when he gets what he wants. Renly's eyes gleamed. Then he won't cease, he murmured. Stannis' voice came again, harder. Leave, he commanded, before I forget what truce means. The envoy bowed once more, stiff, and turned. As his party rode out beneath the gatehouse arch, Ned watched them go and felt the truth settle. Tywin had offered peace the way a man offered a knife, by pressing it against your throat and asking you to thank him for the choice. Renly's smile faded as he watched the truce party disappear. He wants Jaime, Renly said quietly. He wants the city, Ned replied. Stannis' voice from above was iron. He will get neither, he called. Ned did not answer, because he could already imagine the letters Tywin would send next. Not to negotiate, to break them. In the Riverlands, the war was not decided by seals and councils. It was decided by who showed up when the scream started. Beric Dondarrion rode into a burned town square where the posts still smelled of smoke and the ground was churned with mud and blood. Lannister men had tied hostages to a beam. Small folk, a minor lord's cousin, a boy too young to shave, leaving them as warnings the way Tywin left banners. Beric's band struck like a bruise appearing under skin. Sudden, dark, inevitable. Thoris's flaming sword hissed in rain. Men shouted. A Lannister captain drew steel and died with surprise still on his face. The square filled with movement and fear, and then, when the ropes were cut, it filled with sobbing relief. A woman stumbled forward and clutched Beric's sleeve. "My boy!" she cried. "My boy!" Beric's eyes flicked to the child trembling near the post, wrists raw. He pulled his cloak off and wrapped it around the boy's shoulders, hands gentle despite the blood on his gloves. "Run," Beric said softly. "Run to Riverrun. Tell them someone still fights." The woman wept and dragged the boy away. Thoris laughed, wild. "They'll make songs," he called. Beric's mouth tightened. "No," he murmured. "They'll make graves." He looked over the square. Burned houses, broken bodies, men who had been protected by neither king nor lord. He felt the weight of being alive again, not as gift, but as debt. "We keep moving," he said to his band. "We hit wagons. We hit patrols. We make Tywin pay for every mile he takes." A ragged man nodded, eyes fierce. "What are we?" he asked. "Outlaws? Kingsmen?" Beric stared at the ruined town and felt the old answer crumble. "We are the realm's teeth," he said quietly. "When lords forget, the small folk exist." Thoris's flame hissed brighter, and the band melted back into the rain, leaving behind freed hostages and a square that, for one moment, had belonged to someone other than the lions. Far away, in warm rooms, men argued about councils. Here, in mud and smoke, justice was a sword and a choice. The next knife wore white. It happened in the White Sword Tower, where everyone told themselves the children were safest because honor stood guard. Honor, Ned learned, could be worn like a cloak by men who wanted to be trusted. Barristan heard the smallest sound first, the faint scrape of metal not meant to scrape. He turned, and for one heartbeat he saw it as clearly as a nightmare. A Kingsguard's hand slipping beneath a white cloak, a dagger's dark point emerging, angled not at an enemy knight but at a small boy's throat. Tommen froze, eyes wide, breath caught. Myrcella's hand flew to her mouth so fast the sob became a silent scream. Barristan moved. His sword cleared its sheath in a single smooth flash, and the blade struck the Kingsguard's wrist hard enough to send the dagger clattering across stone. The man recoiled, then lunged, desperate now, exposed. Barristan's eyes were sad for half a heartbeat. Then duty took over. Steel slid into the man's chest. The white cloak bloomed red. The Kingsguard staggered, eyes wide, mouth working soundlessly, then collapsed to the floor like a fallen statue. Tommen began to shake, a child's whole body trembling with the sudden understanding that even white cloaks could kill. Myrcella's knees buckled. Barristan caught her before she hit the stone, steadying her with a gentleness that looked almost like grief. The door banged open and Ned burst in with Stark guards, sword drawn, eyes wild. "What happened?"
Ned demanded.
Barristan looked down at the body, then up at Ned, and his voice was quiet as a grave. "Treason," he said. Ned's gaze flicked to the dead man's face. Recognition struck like cold. "Ser Boros," he whispered, and the name tasted bitter. A man who had always been soft, always been bought in small ways, now bought in the largest way. Ned knelt and searched the body quickly. He found a small ring inside the man's pouch, lion-shaped, gold-cold against blood. He found a scrap of parchment with a single line of ink. "For the West." Ned's jaw clenched so hard it hurt. Barristan's hand rested on Tommen's shoulder, steadying the shaking boy. "He would have killed him," Barristan said softly, "and then called it mercy, or law, or accident." Ned stood, rage burning behind his eyes. "They are trying to remove every piece we can protect," he said. one by one. Myrcella looked up, tears silent. Why? She whispered.
Ned swallowed.
Because children were banners. Because banners made wars. Because men like Tywin and Baelish and even Stannis spoke of stability while children bled. Because grown men are afraid, Ned said softly. Outside the tower, bells began to ring. Small alarms shouted orders. Stannis would hear. Renly would hear. The Faith would hear. The city would hear. And every ear would turn this into the story it needed. Ned looked at Barristan, voice low. No one enters this tower without you, he said. No one. Not a septon. Not a clerk. Not a brother of the king. Barristan nodded once, face hardening into the only thing left that could hold: duty. And Ned realized with cold clarity that if a white cloak could be bought, then the throne itself was already bleeding. Robert Baratheon demanded his brothers, as if he could command his own death, to wait outside the door. The fever had eased for an hour, one of those cruel gifts sickness sometimes gave, a moment of clarity that arrived not to save you, but to make you understand what you were about to lose. Ned was there when Renly entered, wet cloak trailing, face drawn. Renly tried to smile and failed. When he saw Robert's pallor, the smile died entirely. He knelt at the bedside, and for once the younger Baratheon looked like a boy again. "Robert," he whispered. Stannis entered behind him, rigid, face hard, but something tight flickered in his eyes when he saw his brother's state. He did not kneel, he did not soften, but his hands clenched once at his sides, and that was the most grief Stannis allowed himself. Robert lay with the warhammer beside him, as if the weapon might keep his heart beating. His eyes were clear, too clear. He looked at Renly first, then at Stannis, and the old bitterness rose like bile. "You too," Robert rasped. Always pulling." Renly's throat worked. "I came to help," he whispered. Stannis's voice was clipped. "I came because the realm needs order," he said. Robert laughed, thin, then coughed. "Order," he spat. "Love, law, gods. I should have married a damn ledger." Marjorie stood in shadow near the window, hands clasped, face unreadable. Ned watched her watch, and wondered how many futures she could see from that stillness. Robert's gaze snapped back to his brothers. "Listen," he rasped, and the command in it was old and familiar. "No more fighting in my city. No more. No more making me a joke." Renly's eyes brimmed. "You're not." "I am," Robert cut in. "I am a wounded stag bleeding in a bed while lions and spiders steal my house." Stannis's jaw tightened. "Your decree," he began. Robert's eyes flashed. My decree," he snarled. "I signed because I was tired, because I was angry, because I wanted the realm to stop shaking when I blinked." He reached a trembling hand toward Renly. Renly grabbed it like a drowning man. Robert looked at him, voice roughening. "You," he whispered, "you want crowns. Don't lie." Renly flinched, tears spilling. "I want you alive," he whispered. Robert's mouth twisted. "Then prove it," he rasped. "Stop trying to outshine your brother while I'm still breathing." Renly nodded rapidly, shame and grief tangled. "I will," he whispered. "I swear." Robert's gaze slid to Stannis. "And you," he rasped. "You cold bastard. You always wanted to be right." Stannis's face did not move. "I wanted the realm not to rot," he said. Robert's eyes burned. "Then don't make it rot worse," he growled. "You've got paper. You've got seals. Don't drown the city in hangings just because it makes you feel clean." Stannis's jaw flexed. "Order requires consequence," he said. Robert's voice turned fierce despite weakness. "Order requires men believing you're worth obeying," he snarled. "Not just fearing you." Stannis's eyes flicked, a crack of something human, then sealed again. "As you command," he said stiffly. Robert coughed, breath ragged. Ned leaned closer, ready to steady him. Robert waved him off weakly. Bring the children," Robert whispered, and the words made the room tighten.
Ned swallowed.
Myrcella and Tommen are safe, he said. Joffrey is alive, Robert demanded, eyes snapping sharp. Ned held his gaze and lied with iron steadiness. Alive, he said. Robert's eyes closed briefly. Good, he whispered. Then keep them alive. Not for Tywin. Not for you. His eyes opened again, burning at Ned now. For the realm. No more dead children in my name. Ned's throat tightened. I will, he said. Robert's fingers tightened weakly around Renly's hand. If I die, he whispered, and the room went still. You two don't tear my house apart. Swear it. Renly sobbed. I swear, he whispered. Stannis's jaw tightened. I swear to uphold the king's peace, he said, and it was not the oath Robert wanted. But it was the only one Stannis could give without choking on it. Robert's breath hitched. He stared at the ceiling as if seeing the old gods and the new and all the ghosts between. Good, he whispered. Then, gods damn you, make it worth it. The clarity began to fade. The fever's tide returned. And Ned knew with cold certainty that even Robert's final command would not be enough to stop what was coming. The next hour proved how little oaths mattered when the realm wanted blood. A messenger came running through the Red Keep's corridors with blood on his sleeve and panic in his eyes. My lords, he gasped, nearly falling as he bowed. Scouts, West Road Lannister banners. They're closer than they should be. Riders in red. Tywin was tightening the noose faster. Stannis turned sharply, hand already on his sword. Close the gates, he snapped. Now. Renly's face hardened. He grabbed Loras's arm, voice low and fierce. If Stannis seals the gates with my army outside, he hissed, he'll call it order and I'll call it war. Loras's eyes sharpened. Then don't let him, he murmured. Ned was already moving, boots pounding stone. He heard the shout, heard the word banners, and felt the keep's balance shift. He shot toward the White Sword Tower first, because if Tywin moved, the first target would be the children, always the children. As he ran, he caught a glimpse of Varys in a shadowed archway, watching with calm eyes as if he had already seen this hour in 100 Little Birds reports. Ned's voice snapped as he passed. Where? He demanded. Varys's smile was faint. Everywhere, he murmured. That is the trouble. Outside a window slit, through rain, Ned saw it, distant, blurred, but unmistakable. A line of red on a ridgeline, banners like wounds against gray sky. The city would see them soon. The city would panic. The faith would howl. The small folk would riot for bread and for princes and for someone to blame. And inside the keep, Stannis and Renly would look at each other with the same thought. If the gate's close with the wrong men outside, this becomes a siege not against Tywin, but against each other. Ned reached the White Sword Tower and found Barristan already there, sword drawn, face hard. They tried again, Barristan said, voice tight. Not the children, this time the guards. Someone poisoned a man at the door. Ned's stomach dropped. Poison, he whispered. Again. From behind them, footsteps, many urgent. Stannis arrived with Baratheon men, sword out. Renly arrived with Loras, face tight, anger barely leashed. The corridor became a battlefield without blows. Stannis's gaze snapped to Barristan. Double the tower guard, he ordered. No one enters without my word. Renly's eyes flashed. Your word, he snapped. Or the king's. Stannis's face went stone hard. The king's decree, he said coldly, and lifted the sealed parchment as if it were a shield. Renly's mouth twisted. Written while he was dying, he spat. Ned stepped between them, voice like iron. Stop, he commanded. If you start this here, Tywin wins without drawing a sword. Stannis's eyes burned. Tywin is already drawing, he said. Look outside. Renly's voice was low. And you're drawing too, he replied. Just with paper. For a heartbeat, the corridor held its breath. Then another shout echoed deeper in the keep. Panic, not command. The king! Someone screamed. The king's breath. Ned's blood turned cold. He ran again, leaving brothers and banners and decrees behind, because none of it mattered if Robert Baratheon's chest stopped rising. Behind him, Stannis and Renly stood in a corridor with steel and pride, both hearing the same scream, both understanding the same truth. If Robert died tonight, the realm would not merely continue the war. It would split into new ones, and somewhere high in the Vale, a boy with a dagger would smile when he heard the story, because the realm's fuse had been lit, and now the fire was finally reaching the powder. The scream that ran through the Red Keep wasn't the kind that came from battle. It was the kind that came from a body giving up. Ned hit the king's door hard enough to rattle the hinges and found Barristan already there, sword half drawn. His face set as if he were guarding the realm itself from whatever waited inside. "Go," Barristan said, and stepped aside. Heat and sickness hit Ned like a wall. The room smelled of sweat, wet cloth, and the bitter sweetness of crushed herbs. Robert Baratheon lay half upright, eyes open and bright with a terrible clarity, breath coming in short, broken pulls that sounded like a man drowning on dry land. His warhammer lay beside him, and his fingers kept searching for it as if the weight of it could anchor his heart. Pycelle hovered with a bowl he could barely hold without spilling. He looked less like a maester and more like a guilty servant caught with poison in his sleeve. Stannis stood at the foot of the bed with the sealed decree in his hand, rigid as a grave marker. The paper looked obscene next to the king's ragged breathing, ink and wax pretending to be stronger than blood. Renly stumbled in a heartbeat later, soaked through, hair plastered to his brow, eyes wide as if he expected this to be a trick. He took one look at Robert's face and went pale. "Robert," Renly whispered, and the name broke in his mouth. Robert's gaze snapped to him. "You," he rasped, and there was accusation even in the word, because Robert accused everyone when he was afraid.
"Come closer."
Renly crossed the room as if walking toward a pyre and dropped to his knees by the bed. His hands hovered, uncertain, then finally gripped Robert's forearm the way a child clung to a father's sleeve. Robert's eyes flicked to Ned. "Stark," he whispered. "Hear me." "I'm here," Ned said, and forced steadiness into his voice as if steadiness could be stitched into a dying man. Robert's breath rattled. "No more, no more," he swallowed, the movement small but brutal. "No more of them using children." Ned's throat tightened. "They're guarded," he said. "Myrcella and Tommen are safe." Robert's eyes flared. "Safe," he whispered. "Safe is a lie." He coughed, and the cough dragged blood into his beard again. "Safe is what men say when they've already lost." Stannis's voice came flat. "Your Grace," he said, and he hated using the title as if the title might vanish mid-sentence. "You must rest." Robert turned his head slowly, eyes fixing on Stannis. "You," he rasped, "you don't get to tell me when to rest." Stannis did not blink. "I'm telling you," he said, "because you are dying." Renly made a small sound, half sob, half rage. "Don't," he whispered. "Don't say it." Robert laughed. One harsh breath that wasn't laughter so much as defiance. "He's right," Robert rasped. "I'm dying. And you too." His gaze moved between Renly and Stannis. "You'll tear my bones apart for the marrow." Renly shook his head rapidly. "No," he said, voice cracking.
"No."
"I." Robert's fingers tightened weakly around Renly's hand. "Swear," he whispered. Renly swallowed hard. "I swear," he said, and tears slid down his cheeks without shame. Robert's gaze returned to Stannis. "And you," he whispered, "swear you won't hang the city until it's clean enough for your taste." Stannis's jaw flexed. "I swear to uphold the king's peace," he said, and it sounded like a blade being drawn slowly. Robert's lips curled. "Always the same," he wheezed. "Always the law." He stared at Ned again, and for a heartbeat the old friendship flickered. Two boys, snow and laughter, a world before crowns. "Ned," he whispered, "don't let them make me a story." Ned's chest ached. "You're not a story," he said, and hated the lie as soon as it left him. because kings became stories the moment their breath faltered. Robert's hand finally found the warhammer's haft. He gripped it weakly, knuckles whitening. "If I had had 10 more years," he whispered, "I'd have smashed it all straight." His eyes drifted, then sharpened again with sudden purpose. "The decree," he rasped. "Read it." Stannis hesitated, then lifted it slightly. The wax seal caught torchlight like a cold eye. Robert's breathing stuttered. "It stands," he whispered. "Stannis heir." He swallowed. "Ned holds peace." He coughed again. "No children harmed." Ned nodded once, as if sealing it with his own soul. "No children harmed," he repeated. Robert's gaze fixed on Renly. "Don't be stupid," he whispered. Renly's mouth trembled. "I won't," he promised. Robert's eyes slid back to Stannis. "Don't be cruel," he rasped. Stannis's face did not move. "I won't be weak," he replied. Robert's lips parted as if to laugh, but the breath didn't become laughter. It became a long, trembling exhale, and then Robert Baratheon's chest stopped rising. The room did not roar. It did not shake. It simply went empty, as if the air itself had been pulled out when Robert's breath left. Renly froze first, still gripping Robert's forearm, as if the warmth might return if he held tight enough. His mouth opened, and nothing came out. Then a sob broke loose, raw and ugly, and he bowed his head onto the bedclothes like a boy kneeling at a grave. Ned stood rigid, staring at the hammer in Robert's hand. The great weapon looked ridiculous now. Too heavy for still fingers, too late for justice. Ned felt something crack inside him, not grief alone, but the sudden, sick awareness that the realm had just lost the one thing holding its shape. Even broken, even furious, Robert had been a single center men could point to and say, "King." Stannis did not move for a long time. He stood at the foot of the bed with the sealed decree in his hand, eyes fixed on Robert's face as if waiting for the king to cough, to curse, to rise again out of spite. When Robert did not, Stannis's jaw tightened until it looked painful. Pycelle dropped to his knees with a wet thud, the bowl of herbs spilling across the floor like wasted hope. He made a thin, keening sound, half prayer and half panic. Barristan Selmy lowered his head in silence. The white cloak on his shoulders looked heavier, as if the weight of the Kingsguard's oath had doubled with the king's death. Stannis's voice, when it came, was quiet and terrible. "The king is dead," he said. Renly's sobbing grew harsher.
Ned swallowed, throat burning.
"He was your brother," he said softly. Stannis's eyes flicked to him. For a heartbeat, something human flickered. Grief, rage, old resentment, all pressed into one tight point. Then it sealed behind duty the way a wound sealed behind scar tissue. "He was my king," Stannis replied. Renly lifted his head, eyes red and furious. "And now you think you're mine," he hissed. Ned snapped, voice sharp. "Not here," he warned, "because if this became an argument over a corpse, the realm would not survive the morning." Stannis did not look at Renly. He looked at the decree. "Witnesses," he said, voice flat. "Barristan, Eddard, you saw his hand. You saw the seal. This stands." Renly's laugh was broken. "He wrote it while he was burning," he spat, "while you hovered like a vulture." Stannis's head turned then, slow, and his eyes found Renly. "Say that again," he said quietly. The words were not a threat shouted. They were worse, a promise spoken softly. Ned stepped between them. "Stop," he commanded. "If you spill blood in this room, Tywin Lannister wins before dawn." For a heartbeat, they held. Renly shaking with grief and fury, Stannis rigid with law and loss. Then Barristan stepped forward, voice calm as steel. "The king's body must be secured," Barristan said. "The faith must be informed. The court must be informed. The city must not learn this from rumors."
Ned nodded.
"Yes," he said, quietly, controlled. Stannis's gaze returned to the decree. "Controlled," he repeated, and it sounded like the only word he trusted. Renly stood slowly, wiping his face with the back of his hand, anger hardening over grief like ice over water. "If you think I'll kneel," he whispered to Stannis, "you don't know me." Stannis's face remained carved. "I know you," he replied. "I know you would rather the realm burn than admit you lost." Renly's eyes flashed. "And I know you'd rather the realm freeze than admit you're afraid," he snapped. Ned closed his eyes for one brief heartbeat. Robert was dead, and already the stags were goring each other in the dark. When he opened them, he spoke the only thing that mattered. "Myrcella and Tommen," he said. "Double the tower guard. Now." Barristan nodded once and turned, white cloak swaying. Stannis looked down at Robert's still face one last time, then lifted the decree as if lifting a sword. "Prepare the throne room," he said. Ned felt the morning's shape forming like a storm cloud. "For a coronation?" he asked. Stannis's eyes were cold. "For order," he said, and outside the shuttered windows, the city kept breathing, unaware that its king had stopped. The throne room smelled of smoke and wet stone, and it held the kind of silence that came before execution. Stannis did not sit the Iron Throne. He stood before it, wearing Robert's crown, a circlet of gold set with stag antlers that looked almost absurd on his hard face until you understood what it meant. The symbol had passed, and the man beneath it did not care if anyone liked the fit. Ned stood beside him with the sealed decree in hand, feeling the wax stamp like a weight on his palm. Barristan Selmy and the Kingsguard lined the steps in white, faces set, eyes watchful. Some looked relieved to have a clear line again. Others looked uneasy because clear lines often ended in blood. Renly stood off to the side with Loras Tyrell, and the tension around him was visible. He didn't shout. He didn't sneer. He simply watched Stannis wearing the antlers as if the sight itself were an insult. Varys lingered in shadow, calm as ever, eyes taking measurements no one could see. Stannis's voice carried through the hall. "By the king's death," he said, "and by the king's sealed will, I am Stannis of House Baratheon, first of my name, king of the Undulls and the Rhoynar and the First Men, lord of the Seven Kingdoms and protector of the realm." A murmur rippled, small and sharp. Titles did not soothe fear. They simply gave it a name. Stannis lifted the decree slightly. "Lord Eddard Stark is confirmed as the king's hand and charged to hold the king's peace," he continued. "Any man who breaks that peace breaks it against the crown." Renly's mouth tightened. "Peace," he murmured, low enough to be insolent without being overt. Stannis heard anyway. His gaze flicked to Renly like a knife. "Peace," he repeated, colder. "Yes, the thing you've never valued." Renly stepped forward a fraction, eyes bright. "The thing you don't understand," he shot back. "You can't command love with a crown and a threat." Stannis's voice sharpened. "I don't need love," he said. "I need obedience." Ned stepped in, voice firm. "The city must be informed," he said, cleanly, without panic. Stannis nodded once. "It will be," he said. "The bells will ring. The faith will be notified. The gold cloaks will be placed under stricter command." Renly's eyes flashed. "You mean under your fist," he said. Stannis's jaw tightened. "Under law," he corrected. Loras Tyrell's hand rested on Renly's arm, a steadying touch, but Renly's anger didn't soften. Barristan Selmy spoke, voice carrying. "The Kingsguard recognizes King Stannis," he announced, "as it recognized King Robert." A few white cloaks nodded. A few did not move. Ned watched them closely, cataloging every twitch, every flinch. If white cloaks could be bought, then crowns could be stolen in a heartbeat. Stannis turned his gaze to the hall's edges where Baratheon men disarmed gold cloaks. "Any man found taking coin from Peter Baelish will be arrested," Stannis said. "Any man found aiding Lannister agents will be hanged." Renly's laugh was harsh. "Hanged," he echoed. "There it is, your favorite word." Stannis's eyes burned. "It will become everyone's favorite if they enjoy breathing," he snapped. Ned felt the room tightening like a rope. This coronation was not a unifying moment. It was a line drawn in wet stone. The antler crown sat on Stannis's head like a challenge. and every man in the hall, wolf, rose, lion's leftover shadows, was deciding whether to accept that challenge or sharpen a blade against it. They nearly started the second war of the stags in a corridor that still smelled faintly of Robert's sweat. Renly cornered Stannis outside the throne room's side passage, where the stone narrowed and the torchlight made every face look like it belonged to an older, harsher man. "You will not keep my men outside the gates while you purge the city," Renly said, voice low and dangerous. Stannis did not raise his voice. He didn't need to. "Your men are an army," he replied. "Armies do not enter a city under siege unless they mean to take it." Renly's eyes flared. "I brought grain," he hissed. "I brought order." "You brought leverage," Stannis corrected. Loras Tyrell shifted behind Renly, hand near his sword, eyes bright with the kind of loyalty that loved Renly enough to kill for him quickly. Baratheon men stood behind Stannis, silent, watching Renly like men watching a potential traitor. The air felt too thin to breathe in. Ned stepped between them with both hands raised, palms outward. "Stop," he commanded. "If you start this now, Tywin Lannister doesn't need to breach the gates. He'll simply wait and collect the pieces." Renly's gaze snapped to Ned. "You're standing with him," he accused. "I'm standing with the realm," Ned snapped back. "Try it for once." Renly's mouth twisted. "The realm," he repeated bitterly. "The realm is starving, is frightened. It doesn't care about decrees, cares about who feeds it." "And you mean to be that man?" Stannis said, voice cold. Renly stepped closer, rage controlled but sharp. "I mean to prevent you becoming mager with a ledger," he said. Stannis's eyes narrowed. "Careful," he warned. Renly smiled thinly. "Or you'll hang me?" he asked. "Will you hang your brother 2 hours after your other brother died?" Stannis's jaw clenched. "If you commit treason," he said, "I will do what the law requires." Ned felt cold flood him. This was the moment. This was the crack Tywin would push a dagger into. He leaned in, voice hard and quiet. "Neither of you will threaten the other in this keep," he said. "Not while Myrcella and Tommen are alive. Not while Jaime Lannister sits in chains. Not while a prince sits in the Vale as a story waiting to be told." Renly's eyes flashed at the mention of the prince. "Joffrey," he spat. "Baelish stole him. The Vale shelters him. And you think Stannis's antler crown will hold when the boy is paraded like a miracle?" Stannis's voice tightened. "Then we will retrieve him," he said. "And how?" Renly demanded. "By marching an army up a mountain? By threatening the Vale into war? You'll create the very chaos you claim to despise." Stannis's eyes were hard. "Chaos already exists," he said. "I intend to end it." Renly's voice dropped, sharp as a blade. "You intend to own it," he said. For a heartbeat, it felt like steel would clear sheaths. Loras's posture tightened. Baratheon men shifted. Ned's hand hovered near his own sword, hating the world for making him consider drawing it against either brother. Then Renly exhaled, slow. His eyes stayed on Stannis. "I will not kneel today," he said quietly. "Not in your city, not under your decree, not while you treat everyone as an enemy." Stannis's face did not soften. "Then you declare yourself one," he replied. Ned snapped, voice sharp enough to cut. "Enough," he said. "Renly, you will keep your men outside the gates, under guard, but your grain will be distributed under joint oversight. Stannis, you will not move against Renly's escort, not unless he strikes first."
Stannis stared at Ned.
"You make bargains," he said. Ned held his gaze. "I prevent blood," he replied. Renly's smile was thin, bitter, but he nodded once. "Acceptance, for now." "Fine," he said. "But if your order starts hanging boys for shouting, don't expect me to watch." Stannis's eyes remained cold. "Then don't," he said. Renly turned sharply and strode away, Loras at his shoulder like a sword drawn but not yet swung. Stannis watched him go, expression hard as stone. Ned remained in the corridor, alone between two stags who had already begun to gore the realm. Varys came to Ned with a note and a look that was almost pity. "Gulltown," the note said in tiny ink. Ned read it, then folded it with careful fingers. "Gold," he murmured. Varys inclined his head slightly. "Yes," he said softly. "Someone is paying the Vale, or trying." Ned's jaw tightened. "Tywin," he guessed. Varys' smile was faint. "Most likely," he murmured. "But gold has many mouths." Ned looked down the corridor where Stannis stood with Davos. Stannis' posture was rigid, as if he could hold the realm upright by refusing to bend. Davos looked tired, and tired men made honest mistakes. "If Tywin buys Gulltown," Ned said, "he buys a door into the Vale." Varys' eyes gleamed. "And doors," he murmured, "are the only thing that matter." Ned's mouth tightened. "We need the boy," he said. "Alive, returned, before Tywin pays enough to make him rescued into Lannister hands." Varys' voice softened. "The boy is a story now," he said. "The realm will choose the story that feeds it. Renly feeds with bread. Stannis feeds with fear. Tywin feeds with inevitability." Ned's gaze burned. "And you?" he asked. Varys' smile did not reach his eyes. "I feed the realm with time," he murmured. "Sometimes it chokes. Sometimes it survives." Ned clenched his jaw. "What else?" he demanded. Varys hesitated just a fraction, enough to admit he was choosing which truth to give. Then he leaned closer. "Lady Lisa is preparing letters," he said softly. "Not only to you, to lords, to the faith. She will claim she shelters the prince from tyranny." Ned felt cold slide down his spine. "Tyranny?" he repeated, and tasted Stannis' name in it like blood. Varys' eyes flicked toward Stannis and back. "Words are weapons," he murmured. "Baelish is sharpening them."
Ned exhaled slowly.
"Then we must blunt them," he said. Varys' smile returned. "Faint. Or redirect them," he replied. Ned looked at the note again, at the single word that meant a port and a door and a price. "Send ravens," he said, "to Gulltown, to the Vale Lords. Remind them the king is dead, Stannis is crowned, and harboring a stolen prince is rebellion." Varys inclined his head. "Yes, my lord," he murmured. Ned's voice lowered. "And keep eyes on Renly's men," he added. "If Tywin wants the city to tear itself apart, Renly is his easiest spark." Varys' smile softened. "Renly Baratheon is many things," he murmured. "Easy is not one of them." Ned did not feel reassured. As Varys slipped away, Ned felt the realm's new shape tightening around him. Tywin buying doors, Baelish writing stories, Renly feeding crowds, Stannis tightening law like a noose. And somewhere in the Vale, a boy with a dagger waited to become whatever story paid best. Tywin received Robert's death like a man receiving confirmation of weather. He read the raven's words, "King Robert dead, Stannis crowned," then set the parchment down as if placing a tool back on its hook. Tyrion watched him, mouth twisting. "No grief?" Tyrion asked softly. Tywin's eyes did not flicker. "Grief is private," he said. "War is public." Kevin's jaw tightened. "Stannis will clamp down," he said. "He will purge the city. He will hold Jaime. He will. He will be hated," Tywin finished calm, "because he believes hatred is acceptable collateral." Tyrion took a slow sip of wine. "And Renly?" he asked. Tywin's fingers tapped once on the map. "Renly will be loved," he said, "because he believes love is a substitute for power." Tyrion's eyes narrowed. "And Stark?" he asked. Tywin's gaze moved to King's Landing on the map. "Stark will try to keep children alive," he said, "which means he will be pulled apart by men who call it weakness." A chest of gold sat open beside the table, heavy, gleaming even in torchlight. Tywin placed his hand on it briefly, as if feeling the weight the way another man felt a sword's balance. "Send it," he said. Kevin hesitated. "To whom?" he asked. Tywin's voice was flat. "To Gulltown," he replied. "To captains, to gatekeepers, To any man in the Vale who can be reminded that mountains do not stop hunger. Tyrion's mouth curled. And to Lysa Arryn? He asked. Tywin's eyes narrowed a fraction. If she can be purchased, he said, purchase her. If she cannot, purchase the men around her. Tyrion exhaled. And Baelish? He asked quietly. Tywin's gaze was cold. Baelish believes he is controlling the story, he said. Let him. When the story is ripe, we take it. Kevin's voice tightened. And Jaime? He asked again. Tywin's gaze held steady. Alive, he said. Still useful. Tyrion's eyes flicked away. Anger and resignation tangled. Everything is useful, he muttered. Tywin ignored the bitterness. He leaned over the map and placed a coin near the Vale. Then he placed another near King's Landing's roads. A king who is hated, Tywin murmured, needs enemies to justify his harshness. Kevin frowned. And a king who is loved, he said slowly, needs crises to prove he is strong. Tywin's mouth did not move. Yes, he said. Tyrion stared at the coins and understood. Tywin did not need to win battles quickly. He needed the realm to collapse into choices where every option tasted like poison, except the one Tywin offered. Let them fight, Tywin said softly, and when they are exhausted, we bring them peace. Tyrion's laugh was quiet and bitter. Peace, he echoed. Tywin looked up. Yes, he said, the kind they pay for. Peter Baelish taught Joffrey the first lesson of crowns. You did not need a throne to be obeyed, only witnesses. He brought Lysa and the boy into the Moon Door Chamber not because the hole in the floor was necessary, but because fear was. The Moon Door made men honest. It made them quick to agree. Lysa held a proclamation with a falcon seal, her hands trembling with excitement. Joffrey wore a small circlet Peter had produced from somewhere. Cheap compared to Robert's antlers, but symbolic enough to burn. Robert Arryn clung to Lysa's skirt, crying, jealous and frightened. Lysa soothed him with frantic murmurs, eyes never leaving Peter's face. Peter leaned into her ear, voice soft. Read it, he whispered. Let the guards hear. Let the castle hear. Let the realm's echo begin here. Lysa lifted the parchment, voice trembling as she spoke of protection, of tyranny, of the Vale sheltering the prince until a lawful council could decide. The word lawful tasted different on her tongue than it did on Stannis's. Joffrey stood stiff beside her, dagger in hand, eyes burning. When Lysa finished, he stepped forward without being told, because Peter had told him the most important thing. Step forward when others hesitate. I am Prince Joffrey, he declared, voice sharp, and I will return to my throne. The guards shifted. Some looked at the dagger. Some looked at Peter. All looked uncomfortable. Peter's smile was gentle. You see, he murmured to Lysa. He is brave. Lysa's breath came quick. Yes, she whispered. Yes, he is. Joffrey turned toward Peter, voice low. When do I kill them? He whispered. Peter's smile warmed. When everyone is watching, he whispered back. That's what kings do. Lysa lifted her hands like a priestess blessing a saint. No one will touch you, she vowed to Joffrey. The Vale will protect you. Peter watched the guards' faces and saw the truth. Protection meant responsibility, and responsibility made men eager to find someone else to carry it. He smiled wider, because that was the opening, the moment when fear and duty met, and a story could be sold. King's Landing demanded a king who could be both iron and bread, and Stannis Baratheon was only one of those things. The faith met him outside the Great September beneath a sky that refused to brighten. The High Septon stood with a 7-pointed star held high like a challenge. Small folk crowded behind, candles shaking, faces hard with hunger and rumor. Stannis faced them with Baratheon men behind him and Kingsguard at his side. He looked like a man standing before an enemy he refused to acknowledge as enemy. The prince is in the Vale, the High Septon declared, sheltered from your harshness. Stannis's eyes narrowed. Sheltered from treason, he said coldly. Returned at once, or the Vale is in rebellion. The crowd murmured. Some cheered. Some hissed. Renly watched from a distance with Marjorie near him, and Ned could see the way Renly's presence soothed the crowd like a hand on a fevered brow. That hand was dangerous. Ned stepped forward, voice firm. "The crown will send demands and invitations," he said. "The prince will be returned alive." The High Septon's gaze slid to Ned. "And if he is not?" he asked. Ned's throat tightened. "Then the realm will know who refused peace," he said. Stannis's mouth tightened. "Peace is not a prince held by a widow and a spider," he snapped. The High Septon's voice sharpened. "And order is not hangings and threats," he replied. Stannis's hand flexed near his sword. "Order is the only thing keeping this city from eating itself," he said. A stone hit the ground near the guard line. Thrown from the crowd, not hard enough to kill, but hard enough to test. Renly's voice carried suddenly, smooth. "Give them bread," he called. "Give them hope, or they'll take both." Stannis turned his head slightly, eyes hard. "Hope doesn't hold gates," he said. Renly's smile was thin. "No," he replied, "but it holds people." Ned felt the crowd's attention shift between brothers like a pendulum. The realm was choosing in real time, and it wasn't choosing law. It was choosing comfort, and that terrified him more than Tywin's army. The first blood between brothers spilled not in a throne room, but at a gate. Stannis ordered the gatehouse sealed at nightfall. No movement without his seal, no soldiers shifting, no wagons leaving. He called it security. Renly called it a trap. Renly's Stormlands and Reachmen crowded the gatehouse yard, shouting, pushing, demanding passage for wagons and patrols. A single shoved shoulder became a fist. A single raised spear became a threat. In King's Landing, everything escalated quickly when fear was hungry. Renly rode into the yard with Loras at his shoulder, face tight. "Open the gates," Renly commanded. The gate captain shook, caught between crown and prince. "My lord, King Stannis." Renly's eyes flashed. "King," he spat. "He wears antlers and thinks it makes him Robert." The gates began to groan shut under Baratheon men's hands. Iron screamed against stone. Renly's voice rose. "Stop!" he shouted. Loras's sword cleared its sheath with a hiss. Stannis arrived with his guard like a hammer's shadow. Quiet, heavy, inevitable. He held the sealed decree in his hand, and the paper looked ridiculous in rain until you saw men flinch from it. "Stand down," Stannis commanded. Renly's horse stamped, agitated. "You're sealing my men outside," Renly snarled. "You're trying to starve me out inside your own city." "I'm preventing you from taking it," Stannis replied. Ned ran into the yard, rain on his face, arms outstretched. "Stop!" he shouted, voice cracking through the chaos. "Stop, both of you." A soldier shoved another. A spear but struck a shield. A Reach man slipped in mud and rose with a knife. A Baratheon man swung his sword too fast. Steel flashed. A man screamed. Blood hit wet stone and spread dark. For a heartbeat, everyone froze. Shocked that it had happened, terrified it would happen again. Ned's voice went low and deadly. "Enough," he said. "If you make war here, Tywin wins. If you make war here, the city riots by dawn. If you make war here, Myrcella and Tommen die because someone decides it's simpler." Renly's face went pale at the children's names. Stannis' eyes narrowed, jaw clenched. Loras lowered his blade a fraction. Renly's breath came hard. Then Renly made his choice with a look that held grief and fury and ambition in equal measure. "I will not be caged," Renly said softly. He turned his horse sharply, and his men shifted with him, movement rippling like a tide changing direction. They began to pull back, not surrendering, but withdrawing. Stannis' voice snapped. "If you leave, you declare treason." Renly looked back once, eyes bright in torchlight and rain. "Then hang the whole realm," he said, and rode out as the gates slammed behind him. Trapped outside, yes, but also free of Stannis' grip. Ned stood in the mud with blood on stone and felt the realm split. Stannis stared at the closed gates like a man staring at a wound. he could not cauterize fast enough. And somewhere in the city, the rumor began immediately. The Baratheons were at war. Dawn came gray and mean, as if the sun itself didn't want to look at what the realm had become overnight. Ned stood on the red keep balcony with the wind snapping his cloak and the taste of smoke on the air. Below, King's Landing moved like a restless animal. Too quiet in places, too loud in others. Somewhere a bell rang, somewhere a man shouted, somewhere a cart rolled over stones and sounded like a drum. Ravens launched from the rookery in flurries, black against gray, carrying words that would turn into swords wherever they landed. Down in the yard, Stannis spoke to soldiers with his crown in his hand, jaw set. He looked like a man who believed he could force the realm into obedience through sheer refusal to bend. That belief would keep him standing. It would also make men want to push. Ned's eyes drifted to the White Sword Tower. Behind a high window, Myrcella and Tommen were visible for a heartbeat. Small shapes behind glass, kept alive by locks and vows. Even at this distance, Ned could feel their fragility like a blade pressed to his throat. Far off, beyond the city's haze, a thin red line stained the horizon. Lannister banners, closer than they should be. Tywin's noose tightening, always tightening. Ned closed his eyes for a brief second and heard Robert's last ragged breath in his mind. Don't let them make me a story. Too late. The realm already was a story now. A story of a king who returned, who killed, who died, and who left behind brothers who could not stand in the same room without turning it into a battlefield. Behind the walls, the faith whispered about tyranny and justice. Outside the gates, Renly gathered banners and grain and love into something that could become a crown. In the Vale, a boy with a dagger sat above the clouds and waited to be paraded as a miracle. In the west, Tywin Lannister counted hostages and roads and smiled at the fractures. And in King's Landing, Eddard Stark remained where he had never wanted to be, at the center of a realm that was breaking, trying to hold the smallest lives safe while giants fought over who had the right to call themselves king. He opened his eyes as another raven took flight. The wings beat hard against the wind. The realm beat harder, and somewhere beyond sight, the next war was already marching.